morning to you. Coming up on midday, the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center issuing a PDS tornado watch for all of our coverage area, and that's going to go through this evening. Now, the watch is going to populate here in just a moment on our screen. Right now, you see other markets under that watch. Again, you're going to see a PDS tornado watch, a yellow box show up here in just a matter of moments. But again, that will be in effect for our local area. If you have a NOAA weather radio, there it is right there. If you have a NOAA weather radio, most likely that is going off now, and you'll see that watch populate back in Mississippi as well. Literally right now, National Weather Service offices are issuing that tornado watch. So again, that's what that looks like. It includes most of central and west Alabama. And I do want to remind you, it does include all of West Alabama. I do want to remind you that we are also streaming on Facebook Live. If you lose power today, we will be on the WVUA 23 Facebook page. So several ways you can watch us there. Let me go back to this. I want to mention this too. There's a severe thunderstorm warning here for North Jefferson County, southern Blount County, and then much of St. Clair County, basically along and north of Interstate 20, and that does include the cities of Pell City. And again, that's where we're watching some current severe weather. Let me show you radar, and this is what we got out there. Showers and some thunderstorms across portions of west and central Alabama. Most of this not causing any problems right now, but that will be changing later on today. And as we go into this afternoon, we are concerned about that potential for severe weather. Let me put on the zoom here and take you to Jefferson County. That's where we do have an active severe thunderstorm warning. The potential for damaging winds with this particular cell coming through Gardendale now and Fultondale. Very heavy rain with this. And again, that's suspicious. A look to that storm. It does have some broad mid-level rotation, but again, not quite enough for the Weather Service to issue a tornado warning just yet. But again, this is going to be changing as the environment becomes more conducive here for tornadic storms. And again, that cell is tracking quickly off towards the east. Let's put on the velocity. Let's just kind of look at this thing together and make sure there's nothing screaming evidence of a tornado here. And yeah, right now we're looking at mostly straight line wind potential coming through Gardendale and Fultondale, basically crossing Interstate 65 and Highway 31 as we speak. I want to show you this. This is the Storm Prediction Center. This is the convective outlook, and I believe this has been updated. Yes, it has been updated. Okay. The high risk here has now been shifted southeast a bit. It does include the metros of Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. So again, Brandy from the Storm Prediction Center, there's a high risk for severe weather that it now includes Tuscaloosa and Birmingham all the way down to near about Demopolis there. And then the moderate risk includes all the way down into far southwest Alabama, Choctaw and Clark counties, and Wilcox and Dallas counties down there. Those are also under moderate risks. Everybody in an enhanced type of situation. This is a dangerous situation today. This is a tornado outbreak that's going to be taking across Alabama coming up later this afternoon, especially as supercell thunderstorms begin to develop. So, yeah, brand new high risk of severe weather has been shifted. The update was literally at 11:30. So as we went on air and on Facebook Live, we've got that brand new update with you. So, again, a high risk of severe weather is rare. They don't happen often. We've had two in the past 2 weeks, one last week, one now. And again, that is due to two tornado outbreaks, one last week, one that is about to take shape in the next few hours. The last time, other than last week, we had a high risk was April 28th of 2014. It's been a while. Been a long time. Other than last week, these things weren't issued often. And whenever the Storm Prediction Center posts these high risk here, that's indicating there is that potential for a dangerous tornado outbreak set up across Alabama. So that's what we're looking at there. Let me go back over to radar, and we're just going to hang out here just for a moment before we go back over to program. I'm going to check a couple of things behind the scenes here. And again, the tornado watch is until 8 p.m. Okay, so that's the time frame on that. Should mention that. The tornado watch is till 8 p.m. this evening. And may see that extended. I think the core window is going to be between now and about 10 o'clock tonight. And really, by 10 o'clock tonight, it should be pretty much over with for the cities of Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. It's going to be shifting off towards the east pretty quick from there. So again, just kind of checking a couple things behind the scenes here. And again, that high risk has been shifted southeast just a bit. And we are looking with the National Weather Service, Storm Prediction Center, just checking on updates from that as well. So here's a look at radar. This is what we got out there. Since we got you on TV and on Facebook Live, and most of you getting those alerts now, of what's happening with that new tornado watch just being posted for all of central and west Alabama. PDS tornado watch. That represents a particularly dangerous situation. Today is a day where we will see long track violent tornadoes that could be on the ground for a long period of time. We don't say that to scary, but everything is there. The potential is there for this to be a big deal. Will this be April 27, 2011? Absolutely not. There's no chance for that. That was 62 tornadoes in 24 hours. That's not going to happen today. But we will have some strong tornadoes, and some of those could be like tornadoes produced that day, but the number of those tornadoes should be quite a bit reduced. Again, we do not expect 62 tornadoes. That's a top-level outbreak in Alabama. But we will have some tornadoes. I do expect that. And as we do deal with that this afternoon, we want you to be ready for that and be alert for that possibility and that high potential of active severe weather. So what we've got on the radar, you see some showers and even some thunderstorms out there. These are beginning to diminish just a bit as we are waiting on the upper level energy to kind of kick in and get these storms ramped back up here. And these will likely rapidly develop and intensify later this afternoon and into this evening. Again, I want to mention we've got that high risk now expanded to include the metros of Birmingham and Tuscaloosa all the way down to Demopolis. So again, that's where that high risk is, and that is a relatively rare risk. I want to show you this. This is from Brian Denny in Tuscaloosa. The temperature is 71 now. It is a very warm day all over our state, warm and humid, and these storms are going to tap into some of that moisture and instability. And temperatures are going to rise. The sun may come out some over the next hour or two as we begin to see some of those storms move out of our coverage area before more storms move in. So again, this is the morning round moving away. The afternoon round comes in the next few hours. So I do want to remind you too, information online on Facebook and on Twitter. That's our information there. And we are streaming live on Facebook Live. So search for the WVUA 23 Facebook page. We're on there as well. So as we get severe weather developed today, will be nonstop on TV and on Facebook as well. Okay, we've got a tornado warning now for Greene and Hale County. Wow, okay, so we have a tornado warning. So we are going to stay on air with you nonstop. We've got a tornado warning, down there in Greene and Hale County in southwest Alabama. Okay, this is brand new. That cell trying to sneak up on us just a bit. So we got an active situation now. We've got a tornado warning for Greene and Hale counties in southwest Alabama. So let's take you down into that storm. And again, this is it. This is coming out of Bology. All right, this is the storm we're watching, and this is going to come up on Utah. That is the Black Warrior River. We got the city of Akron, the Havana Junction right there. Even Moundville, unfortunately, Moundville is in the polygon for this potential tornado. So again, it is now 11:37. And if you are just now joining us, I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. We have a tornado warning just now being issued for Greene and Hale counties in West Alabama. All right, let's look at the velocity. Let's just kind of look at this thing together. And, yeah, there it is. Okay, so we got rotational signature right on top of Bology. This is on Highway 11, okay, that runs up to Utah. That splits off 14, goes southeast to northwest. Again, your potential tornado is going to be coming right up on Utah. And let me check the warning information here from the National Weather Service. And I do want to mention we got Brianna Duncan and Jennifer Herbert here as well. This storm is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. All right, so this thing is very close to Bology right now on Highway 11. Okay, so that's where this thing is in Greene County. And this is a storm capable of producing a tornado. It's not a confirmed tornado, but it's a potential tornado that could be down with this storm. So again, this is moving northeast. So yeah, tornado warning just being issued now. And tell you what, while we are looking at this, just checking some reports. Yeah, this thing's moving northeast, so let's do a track on this thing and show you where it's heading, because we are concerned about where this thing's going. We got Utah there, and then next up will be the Black Warrior River, and including the Akron area. You'll be under the gun for this potential tornado. You were actually impacted by a tornado last week on Wednesday. And again, we got another one coming at you. So if you are in the same areas that were hit by the tornado last week, we have another potential tornado that's moving your direction. So there's a rotation, a fairly strong rotational signature on Highway 11 at Bowlagee. We got Utah there, there's Akron, there's Moundville. And again, let me do a track on this thing. It's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. These storms today are going to be moving faster than they did last week. So again, these storms are going to be moving a little bit faster than they did last week. If you remember, the speed was like 25 to 35 miles per hour. These today will pick up forward motion just a bit. So right now 45 miles per hour, but later today, these storms could move as fast as 60 miles per hour. So again, northeast at 45, let's just do a track on you right here. And there's 45. These are some of the community times on arrival. And I'll tell you what, Brianna, if you want to run to the control room, get a microphone set up, and we'll get you on there too, because I know you got some information you'll be passing along to us as well. And again, here's what we got. These are the community times of arrival here. So if you are in Utah, we're talking about 11:50 this morning. So what, 10 more minutes for Utah. There's Akron at 12 o'clock. We got Havana at 12:11, Moundville at 12:15, Duncanville, if this continues into Tuscaloosa County, 12:30, Pearson at 12:37. So again, these are the computer times of arrival here for the potential this tornado could be down, and that's where it is going, in that direction, and these are the times of arrival. Understand, we want you to safe place now. If you're in Utah, Akron, or Moundville, I would go ahead and go to that safe place in your home. So if you're in a mobile home, this is the time you got to get out of that. Find that site-built structure, something that can protect you from flying debris. If you're in a car, pull over, find a place to go, a place of safety, a site-built structure, a restaurant, a gas station, anything you can to get away from this tornado. All right, so again, that's where it is. It's coming up Highway 11, basically following Highway 11 right now. So let me clear this information off the screen for you and show you. There's your rotational signature on 11. It's coming up on Utah, and then it's going to cross the Black Warrior River coming up on Akron. And then next up will be places like Havana, Junction, or Moundville. So it's going to be crossing Highway 69 somewhere in there. And again, you saw the times of arrival. That's going to be happening within the next 25 to 30 minutes. So in Greene County, in Hale County, that's where we're talking about for that potential tornado. Let me put on the warning polygon and show you that. And again, get this pop up on the screen for you. So there you go. There's your red polygon. That's your tornado warning. Outside of that, the yellow, that is a tornado watch. And again, the tornado watch, this is a PDS tornado watch. It stands for particularly dangerous situation. This is a big deal. These are only issued on rare days where we think there's going to be large, long-track tornadoes. And this could be one of those tornadoes developing. All right, so this is going to be in that risk area where we could see a large, long-track tornado develop. We do not have confirmation of a tornado down right now, but that could be changing at any time. The potential is there, okay? So if you are in Utah, Akron, if you are just north of Sawyerville on 14 where it comes into Utah, that's where we're talking about. If you are let's say at the Havana Junction, if you're in Moundville, that's where we're talking about for that potential tornado that could be there, and that storm is tracking northeast. Let me show everybody out there just for a moment because I know other areas or other people are wondering about other parts of Alabama. Let's take you out to the home view and show you again. There's our one supercell type of storm, and really the structure of this thing isn't incredibly impressive right now, but that could be changing. All right, so the environment today conducive for producing tornadic thunderstorms very easily. I don't think this is going to be our only one. We'll likely have many more tornadoes today, and these are going to develop, especially back in Mississippi, then spread into Alabama. We'll have basically a swarm of supercells develop and move in later today. So this is kind of our first one of the day. The environment down here from Tuscaloosa and Point South is already conducive for tornadoes. We've already got instability increasing. We've already got the wind shear. Everything is there for that part of Alabama to have tornadoes. Now, the further north you go, the air is not quite unstable yet, but it's coming, even for Coleman. Gadsden, you're going to get into that instability later on today. So again, for the city of Tuscaloosa and points north. With this particular storm, the threat's going to be to your south. We're talking about for the city of Tuscaloosa. Again, we're looking at mainly for eastern Greene County and northern portions of Hale County. This is going to eventually move into Tuscaloosa County, but I think it's going to be moving more towards Duncanville rather than the city of Tuscaloosa. Still a dangerous storm that is capable of producing a tornado. Tracking northeast, pretty good clip. So again, that's where we're watching. So tornado warning until 12:30 for Greene and Hale counties across West Alabama. And again, just kind of looking behind the scenes here, the rotational signature is not extremely impressive with this right now. But again, this is just kind of the beginning of the stage of this whole event. And again, this could certainly change. It looks like the rotation, just kind of look at the things behind the scenes here, it does look like the rotational signature is not as impressive as it was about 10 minutes ago when the National Weather Service went ahead and triggered that tornado warning there for Greene and Hale County. But that is certainly not to say there's not a tornado down. All right, so we just don't have that confirmation. This is basically radar indicated. Essentially, this is a situation where we think there could be a tornado, but it's not a guarantee. So, again, that's the latest on that. I do want to mention, too, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County, northern Jefferson County. Let's show you that quickly, then we'll go back to the tornado warning. We got the potential for damaging straight-line winds coming across eastern Jefferson County, Clay, and Trussville. You're going to be impacted along Highway 75 as well there in East Jefferson County for the potential for damaging straight-line winds. You see Palmerdale there, Pinson down there. And again, all this is spreading east pretty quickly now. We don't see an indication of a tornado with the Jefferson County storm right now, but that could change as the air mass becomes more conducive for severe weather. So let me take you back out. Let's go back down to the south and show you our tornado warning we do have here. And that is southwest of Tuscaloosa. Again, for the city of Tuscaloosa and Northport, I think this particular storm is going to stay to your south. But again, it will be moving northeast, and it could clip southern Tuscaloosa County if this thing continues. So let's look at this together. This is our radar. This is from a radar perspective. We're looking out of Jefferson County, out of the Shelby County radar site. There's Utah. Our potential tornado would be down there, basically on Highway 11, tracking northeast. So we need you in a safe place now. If you are in Utah, this is going to eventually cross the Black Warrior River here and basically move over the same areas that were hit by the tornado last week. So if you're in Akron, if you are in Moundville, we have that possibility there could be a tornado moving your way. So again, that's what we expect there. There's Utah. That's Highway 11. This is going to be pretty much crossing Highway 14 in the next 10 minutes or so. And let's just check this out together. Look at the velocity on here. Again, the couplet is not as impressive. It's still there. We still see that indication there could still be a tornado with that. But again, this thing is right on Utah now. So out of a mobile home, out of a car, find a site-built structure, storm shelter, something that can protect you from flying debris, and the potential is there for a tornado. So that's what we're talking about with this storm here. So what you're looking at the wind inside this thing, the rotating air essentially. And if you are in McClure, right on the Black Warrior River there, you know where the bridge is that crosses Highway 14, crosses over the Black Warrior River. This thing's going to be passing basically between Utah and there. There's Durham. There is Akron. Lock 8 boat ramp sits about right there. This thing's going to move right over the Lock 8 boat ramp area in Greene County, on the Greene-Hale County line. The boat ramp is on the Hale County side, the river. All right, so this is going to be moving northeast like that. So if you are in Powers or if you are in Moundville, if you're even in Havana Junction, it's going to be a close call for you. So that's that particular storm. Let's put on the information here and let's just kind of look at this thing together. We'll look at the warning polygon. And you see, there it is. Really, the circulation's kind of on the north side of this thing. It's on the north side of the warning polygon you see here because we're seeing the rotation basically right here. And it's following this polygon up towards Moundville. And again, you see the Havana Junction right there. Powers up towards Moundville up at the top of your screen. Tell you what, let's zoom out just a bit. And while we do, Brianna, you are also watching this. Are you seeing anything from the National Weather Service in Birmingham?
No, Richard, as of right now, we're not really seeing any updates, just the last update that was sent at 11:44. You know, this warning is until 12:30 p.m. and exactly what you're talking about, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour near Utah. But, you know, as we're looking at this, we've been getting a lot of questions, you know, is this like April 27, 2011? And we just want to tell y'all at home that every severe weather event is different, and this one should be taken seriously. The short answer to that is no, but it only takes one tornado in your area to make such a big difference. So just keep that in mind as we go out through today. Right now, you know, of course, we're looking at Greene and Hale counties, but you could potentially see one in your area if you're not there now. So keep that in mind that today, you know, today's a serious day when it comes to severe weather. Know your safe place, know your safe spot, have emergency stuff ready. You can find several resources for shelters near you if you need that on the internet. If you're a University of Alabama student, you can find that on the University of Alabama's webpage. But I'm going to throw it back to Richard right now. We don't have anything from the National Weather Service as of right this second.
Brianna, that's good news. So far, no reports of any damage or anything confirmed down. That could change. And I do want to show you this. This is the brand new convective outlook, and the Storm Prediction Center put this out at 11:30. This is what time we went on air. It's now 11:50. So if you are just now joining us, we've been on since 11:30, and we did a cut-in when the Storm Prediction Center and Weather Service issued the tornado watch, that PDS tornado watch, and at the same time they included Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, all the way down to Demopolis in the high risk of severe weather. Initially, it was up here in northwest Alabama. SPC decided the environment is capable of these large long-track tornadoes deeper into central Alabama. So we are basically all in that threat. So everybody's in a risk. If you're watching us on television, or if you're watching on Facebook Live on the WVUA 23 Facebook page, if you're anywhere across central or west Alabama, you are in a risk of severe weather with this event. Again, it's warming up here in Tuscaloosa. We're now at 72. The air mass becoming more and more conducive for severe weather. And as a reminder, if you lose power, if you can't watch us on television, if you lose your satellite signal or your cable, we are on Facebook Live. You search for that WVUA 23 Facebook page. We are on there as well. So just show you wide perspective and kind of give you analysis of what's happening. We got a developing low pressure northwest of us that's kicking up all this Gulf air into Alabama. And we got that one supercell now that's over Greene County moving northeast like that. And we're watching radar carefully below Jackson. We think supercells are beginning to develop in the developmental stages down here. And as these become more organized, they will likely produce these large, long track tornadoes. It's going to move northeast and eventually move in Alabama. So we're all going to have a problem with this. At least that potential is there for tornadoes. So again, we're in that risk. Everybody out there, this is our model data. Let's just watch this together. This is a brand new update, and this just gives you an idea how things could shake out today. You see these thunderstorms across portions of central and west Alabama. Those will continue through this evening, and by around 10, 11 o'clock, it's all over with. So this is not going to be a very long duration event. I think this evening after 10 o'clock, it's pretty much over across our state. So that is one good thing. This is going to move on pretty quickly there. Again, temperatures obviously much warmer down here. This warm air is moving north. It's instability. We got a tornado warning that continues for the northern portion, Hale County and East Greene County. Basically, the Black Warrior River and points northeast is where we are under the gun for that potential tornado. So again, that's a look at the radar. We got active thunderstorms out there. We still have a severe thunderstorm in northeast Jefferson County that's moving across southern Blount County. Back to the west, we've got a few scattered showers and thunderstorms. But again, most of this activity is behaving so far. But we have one storm down there that is getting out of hand. So let's talk about it. And let me zoom into that particular storm. This is, go ahead, Brianna.
National Weather Service. Still have that tornado warning in effect until 12:30, but it has slowed down a little bit. Now it's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour rather than 45, so slowing down a bit. Also have reports of strong updraft in Fultondale. Potentially could see some hail in Fultondale with that. So just if you're in that area, keep your eyes open for that just to be safe. But as of right now, for this tornado warning in Greene and Hale counties, has slowed down to about 5 miles per hour. Still moving northeast, but at 40 miles per hour rather than 45.
All right, Brandon, let's look at the information on this. Again, still got that hook feature to the backside of this thunderstorm representing that rotating air and that mesocyclone involved with that. Again, the potential tornadoes basically crossing the Black Warrior now is coming up on the town of Akron. And let's look at the velocity with this together and see what we have got. In terms of rotation, yeah, it's still there. So we still have evidence of rotation. In fact, this thing may have increased just a bit compared to the last couple of scans. You know, we talked about this thing showed some sign of weakening, but there's no doubt this thing is still there. And again, we have no reports so far of damage. We have no confirmation there's a tornado down. We're just seeing the indication on radar, but there it is there, right over the Black Warrior River. Coming up on Akron, moving northeast, and this is going to be coming up towards Havana Junction and Moundville, somewhere up that way on Highway 69. There's your potential tornado over McClure now. That's the Black Warrior River. All right, so that's Highway 60 that runs into Highway 69. You got the junction there. That's why it's called the Havana Junction. You got the little store right there at the junction. This is crossing somewhere in that vicinity of the junction up to Moundville. And there it is there. So this thing's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Let's do an updated track since the speed has changed. Brianna had mentioned it had changed just a bit. So let me zoom out and let's do an updated track on you. And this is moving northeast, as Brianna had mentioned, at 40 miles per hour. So there's our potential tornado over the Black Warrior, very close to Lock 8 boat ramp. It's moving northeast like that. So let's do a speed for you. And these are the times of arrival. So it is 11:55 right now. So these are the computer estimates of what time we think the tornado is going to be in your area. So Akron, basically now in the next 5 minutes. So 12:02 in the town of Akron, Havana at 12:13, Moundville at 12:18. Phillips, you go down towards 12:23, Duncanville, and that's in Tuscaloosa County. If it continues, we're looking at a time of 12:34. And you go down towards Coaling, we're looking at 12:47. And again, that's assuming this circulation continues to move northeast like that. So those are the computer estimate times of arrival. That doesn't mean go to your safe place when your time's up there. That means that's what time it's going to be on top of you. So again, if you are in a mobile home, I know down around the Lock 8 there is a lot of camp houses, a lot of mobile home structures on the Black Warrior River. You got to be out of that now. You got to be in that storm shelter, site-built structure. And we often tell people that the lowest floor of your home, if you're in a multi-level home, you want to be on the bottom floor. And you want as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we'll get you through this thing. But I will say this, there's no screaming evidence of a violent tornado with this. Right now, but again, that could change. At this point, we think if there's a tornado down, it's going to be relatively weak, but that could change, and it could change quickly. So we'll kind of watch this together, and tell you what, let me clear that off the screen and zoom back into this thing where our possible tornado is. Again, one good thing is this is not a confirmed tornado. This is a possible tornado, so that's at least one thing encouraging, that we don't have a confirmation of a tornado down with that. And again, it's moving about across the Black Warrior into northwestern Hale County. So there's Utah. Let's go down to Akron area. Again, there's Havana Junction on the edge of your screen. There's Akron. That's Lock 8 there, right by Oak Village, you see on the Warrior River. There's our rotational couple, and you see it is there. There's that indication. Let's look at the information on this thing and just kind of watch this together and see what the wind speeds we're picking up here. And let's see, sample some of the stronger wind down here. And yeah, our winds are not overly impressive with this. But again, it's a couplet there that could be something down. That's why we think this is most likely not a violent tornado. This will most likely be a rather weaker type of tornado, but that could change very quickly. In fact, it looks like this thing may be picking up a little momentum there. Go ahead, Brianna.
Has canceled the tornado warning for Greene County, but still has that tornado warning in effect for Hale County until 12:30 p.m. And still have not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but yet a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Utah, like we've been saying, and picking up speed just a little bit once again northeast at 45 miles per hour. So once again, that tornado warning for Greene County has been canceled, but we do have the tornado warning still in effect for Hale County, and that is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour near Utah. Richard.
Yeah, and I will say this, looking at the radar kind of behind the scenes here, it may stay just south of Moundville. It's still going to be a close call, but if you are the Havana Junction, this rotation is moving directly your way, and it's going to be there within the next 10 minutes or so. In fact, I would say in less than 15 minutes, it's going to be right over the junction there. So this possible tornado is tracking northeast. It's about to move over the town of Akron, and I will say this, if there's a tornado down, we're going to know pretty soon as it moves over Akron. We'll start to get damage reports if that does indeed happen. So this possible tornado is tracking northeast directly towards the Havana junction of Highway 60 and Highway 69. So again, let's just look at the rotational signature. Again, not incredibly impressive, but it's there. There's no doubt there's that indication that there could be something down. And I tell you what, while we've got this, let's put on the correlation coefficient. There's a look at the reflectivity. There's a classic hook echo feature down there. So again, this is within a couple of minutes of the town of Akron. Let's put on the correlation coefficient. We'll look at the debris signature and just see this together and see if there's anything there. I don't see any evidence of debris. Again, that's good, but doesn't mean there's not anything there. We're sampling. The radar is quite a ways above the ground, several thousand feet off the ground here. So there could be a tornado there, and we just can't see it because of that. Put on the hazard and just kind of see if our computer here is showing any kind of TVS type of signature. And yeah, there's that meso there. Most likely it's here by now, but certainly a classic, that hook feature. That has that indication there could be a tornado there. And I'll tell you this, based off of the look of this storm, most likely you would be able to actually see the tornado. If there's one there, you'd probably be able to see it. I wouldn't think it would be overly rain-wrapped. So that is one interesting thing there. Some of these storms are going to be rain-wrapped today. Let's put on Birmingham's radar, and I'll tell you what, that is Jackson. Let's put on Birmingham. Okay, there it is. Let's look at Columbus. We're going to get the best perspective we can. All right, Columbus a little far away. Go back over to Birmingham radar perspective, and again, there it is. So if you are in Akron, safe place now. If you're at the Havana Junction, go ahead and get in that safe place now. And we often tell people, put a bike helmet on, anything that can protect your head from flying debris. Middle part of your home, interior room, and in a closet, storm shelter, that's always best, but got to be out of a mobile home. If you're in a mobile home ahead of this thing, get out now. Find that site-built structure. You should have made plans before this event. We've been urging you to make plans before this happens, and as this day is beginning to take shape, we need you to act on those plans and do something about it. Last week, we had 25 tornadoes in Alabama. Not one person was killed. Nobody was seriously injured. That is incredible considering how many tornadoes we had last week on that day. Again, that was last Wednesday. Today, we're going to have more tornadoes across Alabama, and we need you to take action and do what you need to do to protect yourself, protect your life, and your family. So again, let's take this out to wide view because I know a lot of folks are watching from other parts of Alabama. I will say this, I think this tornado is clearly going to stay south of Tuscaloosa. There's not a threat with this storm in the city of Tuscaloosa. But again, there's going to be more storms back here that's going to form and move into West Alabama. We have a severe storm in northeast Jefferson County, and let's take you into that. And this is that potential for damaging straight line winds, also large hail. Looks like a large hail core very close to Clay now. So if you are in northeast Jefferson County, just north of Trussville, in fact, we're talking about just on the north side of Interstate 59 and Highway 11, the potential for large hails right there of the city of Clay now. And that's going to be moving into St. Clair County. You got Springville there, Odenville. This is going to be generally tracking towards you. Got Odenville very corner of your screen down there. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. Again, a reminder, we've got a high risk of severe weather today. This is going to be a big deal across Alabama as we have the setup for a violent tornado outbreak. I mean, not trying to sugarcoat it. This is a big deal for Alabama. So we want you to be alert for that possibility, and it is certainly a possibility. 72 in Tuscaloosa. It's a warm day across central Alabama. That's why we have that high risk, is because the parameters are there for this outbreak to occur. So we have one tornadic storm in our coverage area, and that is in northern Hale County. And I tell you what, while we go into this storm, I do want to go over to Brianna Duncan, who is in the studio with us. Again, Brianna, we're watching this thing carefully, and this storm right here does have that suspicious look to it, if you notice that. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Richard. We are, keeping an eye on it. As of right now, no updates necessarily from the National Weather Service about the storm in Hale County. However, we do have a report from Jefferson County near Gardendale that there has been reports of hail about quarter size. I know you were mentioning hail earlier. So yeah, that's so far all we have, but we're still watching that storm in Hale County, waiting to see if I can find if it is something on the ground. But as of right now, it's just that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. And then we have that report of hail as well in Jefferson County near Gardendale. I think one thing that would be interesting, Richard, you know, you're showing all these radars, and talking about signatures, and that looks normal to us, not normal, but it looks like something that we're used to, but everybody at home might not know exactly what they're looking at. Do you mind kind of explaining that just a little bit, looking at velocity and, you know, debris signatures and things like that, so when they're at home, they also know what to look for? Yeah,
Brianna, that's a good point. So let's kind of focus on that. So this is radar, this is reflectivity. Basically, you're looking at the raindrops inside this thunderstorm, and when you see that hook echo feature, that means there is a rotating mesocyclone. Basically, it's taking the falling precip and wrapping it around this potential tornado that is basically on Akron now, coming up on Havana. Let me show you the velocity. And this is going to be the wind inside of this thing. This is where you have rotating winds. All right, so we're looking the radar side of central Alabama in Calera in Shelby County. You got green that's blowing towards the radar site. Red would be blowing away from the radar site. And that's what we're looking at for the potential. That is rotation. So let's go down into this thing, and this is basically following Highway 60 on the north side of there, coming up on the junction, Havana Junction. This potential tornado could be there, and I will say this, the rotation does look fairly impressive now. It looks better than it did just a few moments ago, so that's where it is. There's the junction. This is where your potential tornado is. It looked like it may have stayed just southeast of the Lock 8 boat ramp. If you're familiar with that part of the Black Warrior River there, I've been fishing down there many times. If you've been down there, that's where we're talking about. This tornado is now east of there, just on the northeast side of Akron. There's the town of Akron there. Again, you follow Highway 60. Look at the velocity signature now. This thing's really ramping up. So again, this thing is much more concerning. Brianna, do you see that?
Oh, yeah. It's definitely more noticeable for sure, especially seeing that update.
Yeah, so this thing is coming up on the junction now, so we need you in a safe place. And I tell you what, let's take this back off and look at the wind speed inside this thing and just watch this together. Again, this is supercell thunderstorm wrapping up. Okay, there you go. You got gate-to-gate shear now, 110 miles per hour. What, 5 minutes ago, this thing was only showing 40 to 50 miles per hour. So we have potentially a strengthening tornado that could be there. And this is coming up. There's the junction right there. So if you are at the Havana Junction, we've got a tornado coming your way now. A potential tornado. It's not confirmed, but I'll say this, with the environment we've got, there's no doubt this thing could produce a tornado. I think this stays south of Moundville. The tornado path that moved through Moundville last week, I think this stays south Moundville. So if you're in downtown Moundville up into Tuscaloosa County, I think this potential tornado does remain just to your south. And I tell you what, Brianna, while we're showing you this, anything from the National Weather Service on this particular storm, any indication or update on that tornado?
As of right now, not really, no. We got, you know, a new, I guess, tornado warning for Hale County until 12:30, like we've been talking about, but nothing confirming that anything is on the ground. And I'm watching this and, you know, hoping to see some kind of clarity as to what we're looking at on radar versus what we're hearing. But as of right now, it's just that severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado. But like I said, I'm watching this and trying to see if this is a tornado confirmed on the ground, and y'all will be the first to know as soon as I can find that out.
This thing certainly looks impressive on the radar. Let's go back over to radar. You're looking at the velocity. That's the wind inside this thing. So we're looking at basically rotating air. The radar side sends out energy. It bounces off of objects. And depending on which way these objects move, we can actually measure the wind speed. And keep in mind, this may not be at ground level. This may be a couple thousand feet off the ground. But again, we continue to see that indication of a tornado there and still seeing that screaming evidence of a couplet of a potential tornado. So let's go over to our information here. I'll tell you what, let's look at our hazard display and see what our computer is showing while we've got this storm pulled up. And again, yes, now got a TVS, a tornado vortex signature. So we're not surprised by that based off what we're seeing. So let's look at information on that. and see. And what I'm looking at is the numbers, the kind of behind-the-scenes numbers that we like to look at. And tornado impact is a 5.6. That is fairly significant. Anytime you get over about a 3, that starts getting concerning, and we're certainly over that. So again, we got a TVS signature that's basically about 2 or 3 miles west of the Havana Junction, and this thing's moving northeast. Our computer is showing a slowdown even more, 31 miles per hour. So it's not a very fast motion of this supercell storm, but it has already crossed the Black Warrior River, and that's it right there, coming up on Highway 69 as we speak. So let me tell you what, let's clear this off. We need to do a track on this thing because, again, there's people that's going to be in the path of this down the road. So let's take that off. And tell you what, let's zoom out and show you who's going to be in the path of this thing. So, again, real quick, if you're on Highway 69, you need to be sheltered now for that potential for a tornado that could be down. That is below Moundville. I think it's going to cross 69 just south of Moundville where this potential tornado could be. And there's no doubt this thing is certainly showing evidence of rotation there. So let's do a path on it and just show you who all is in this track for this potential tornado. And correct me if I'm wrong, Brianna, we're going to assume this thing's still moving at about 40 miles per hour northeast.
Correct. That is the last update I have. Moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, yeah.
Okay, so 45. Okay.
45 miles per hour.
Yeah, so let's do a track on this going northeast at 45 miles per hour. There it is there. That is the path. And again, Havana basically right now, the potential tornadoes on top of Havana as we speak at the junction of Highway 69 and Highway 60 that's below Moundville. I clearly think Moundville is going to be just to the north of this potential tornado. But if you are on the south end of the city of Moundville, if you are on Highway 69 where the speed limit hits 55 miles an hour, if you're below that, you need to be sheltered now. Clearly, this is well north of Greensboro. There is no threat at all for the city of Greensboro. But if this continues, we may require a tornado warning for southeast Tuscaloosa County. You see Duncanville and Coaling that's going to be in the path of this possible tornado. Again, this is not a confirmed tornado. This is a possible tornado, but based off the signature we're seeing, there's no doubt there could be one there. So let's clear this off, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to go back over to the velocity or the radar signature, and let's take Birmingham. We got that. And there's your tornado warning polygon you see there. And is there any update, Brianna? Are they discussing issuing this for southeast Tuscaloosa County? They'll need to do that pretty soon if they're going to.
Yes, as of right now, not looking like it, but
Okay.
I will keep you updated.
All right, so yeah, so far no word, which is kind of surprising based off a signature here. So let's look at this thing, and again, this is that classic fish hook feature, this hook echo. Your tornado is going to be right here, basically on the Havana Junction where your potential tornado is. There's Moundville. We may have some hail falling in Moundville, maybe some quarter-size hail on the north side of this circulation. It's going to be a lot of cloud ground lightning with that as well as this continues to move northeast at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Let's put on the lightning, and we'll just kind of look at this thing together. And clearly, goodness, look at the lightning out of that. Tremendous amount of lightning. There's so much energy in the atmosphere for these storms to work with and fuel off of, and they're going to produce a lot of lightning today.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead.
Hey, we do have this tornado warning now for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties until 1:15. And once again, still just a severe thunderstorm, nothing confirmed on the ground, but this tornado was located near Moundville, 16 miles north of Greensboro, and this is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So again, this is for Bibb and Tuscaloosa County near Moundville, north of Greensboro, and this is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Okay, yeah, the tornado itself, I think it's going to be on the south side of Moundville. Again, this is, quote, near Moundville, but it's actually on the south side of town. I don't think it's going to be in the same tornado path we had last week. But again, if you were below Moundville towards the junction down there, that's where this tornado is. It's literally on top of the junction as we speak. Let's look at the velocity and just kind of see if this thing has changed. And very strong evidence of rotation. This thing is likely producing a tornado. If there's not one down, I would be surprised. based off this velocity couplet. It's crossing Highway 69 now. It is just a hair to the northeast of the junction, but again, it's clearly south of downtown Moundville. It's just south of downtown Moundville. But if you are on the south, or if you are especially on the east side of town, we need you sheltered out of a mobile home now. But again, clearly this continues off towards the northeast at a pretty good speed at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Let's put on the warning and show you the polygon here, and you'll see the brand new tornado warning polygon. There's the red polygon right there. And let's zoom out. And you see this does include, again, Bibb County and southeast Tuscaloosa County. It does not include the city of Tuscaloosa. If you are in downtown Tuscaloosa, this is going to stay well to your southeast. But if you are in Duncanville, or if you're out on Highway 82 towards the Tuscaloosa and Bibb County line, you need to be sheltered. If you're at Coaling, if you're at Vance, the Mercedes plant, you need to be sheltered now. This potential tornado is going to move in that general direction. It may straddle the Tuscaloosa and Bibb County line, kind of entering in and out of the county. You got a lot of curves in the county there. That's where it's moving off towards the northeast pretty quickly. And just checking on some information here. And I don't have any confirmation of a tornado right now, but we are certainly watching this carefully, as this is a dangerous looking supercell storm. And I'll tell you what, the signature is incredibly impressive now on the south side of Moundville. So it has clearly crossed Highway 69 about 2 minutes ago, and it is continuing to move off towards the northeast. And I'll tell you what, Brian, I'm going to toss to you just for a second if you want to give us some updates on this storm.
Right, Richard. I'm looking at radar as well, and this is looking pretty impressive. Kind of like what you talked about earlier, kind of educating us on what to look for when we're looking at these signatures. And this is looking pretty impressive right now. And, you know, like we've been saying, we don't necessarily see a tornado on the ground or have confirmation, of a tornado on the ground. This is, as of right now, just a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. However, things are looking rough, for lack of a better word. And like I said, this is for Bibb and Tuscaloosa County, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And we know last week Moundville was devastated by the tornadoes on Wednesday, and hopefully this does stay pretty south of Moundville, like Richard's talking about. But for right now, if you're in that area, just be weather aware, especially in Greensboro as well. And like I said, this is moving 40 miles per hour, and we're keeping our eye on this. Hopefully we'll kind of get some clarity soon, because looking at radar and looking at this velocity that we were seeing earlier, this could very well be a tornado on the ground. But as soon as we get confirmation, we will give that to you. Back to you, Richard.
All right, Brianna, again, that's what we're watching. Is this a potential tornado that could be down? That's in northern Hill County now, just northeast of the Havana Junction. This is basically just a couple of miles southeast of the city of Moundville. This is kind of wide perspective. I want to show you the watch warning map. And again, this is our red tornado warning polygon where our potential tornado is. It does not include the city of Tuscaloosa. It includes far southeast Tuscaloosa County. But if you're down Highway 82 towards Duncanville or the county line there, that's where we're concerned about this potential tornado. Let me take you out to wide view just for a moment and show, again, everybody out there. I do want to remind you that we're also on Facebook Live. If you search for the WVUA 23 Facebook page, we are also broadcasting and streaming on there. So if you lose power or if you lose your cable or satellite signal, we are on there. So again, a PDS tornado watch, that stands for particularly dangerous situation. That includes all of central and west Alabama. The only exception in our coverage area is Coosa and Clay. You will be added later on. Again, this thing's going to continue moving east over time through this evening. So again, while you're not in it yet, I would count on one later. So we have one tornado warning in an area, and that includes in northeast Hale County, southeast Tuscaloosa County, and northwest Bibb County. Everybody else, the yellow counties, is a PDS tornado watch. It stands for a particularly dangerous situation, as there could be a few large, long-track tornadoes today. We put on the radar and the reflectivity. Let's just look at this together. And again, there's our one tornadic supercell there. We've got another severe storm that's up here in St. Clair County. That is going to be capable of producing some large hail and damaging wind potential. That storm's moving off towards the east-northeast. But one storm of concern is this one right down here. And let's look at this off the Birmingham radar. Look at the donut hole. That is what we call a beware, a bounded weak echo region. This thing is spinning incredibly intense now. So we got rotating supercell storm coming up on Duncanville. If you are in Tuscaloosa, there is no threat for the city of Tuscaloosa. This is clearly going to be to the north of town. There's the Phipps community there. There's Ingram down there. This is just north of Ingram. But again, Duncanville and Pearson, we need you in a safe place. If you are in Vance out towards the Mercedes plant, we need you in a safe place now. The potential is certainly very high for a tornado that could be down with that. Let's look at the debris signature, and there may be something there now. You know, it's kind of noisy, but there may be something there, some debris being picked up. Again, that's not confirmed, but that is something we're watching. Let's look at the velocity signature now. Very tight evidence of rotation. This thing is really wrapped up now, coming up on the Tuscaloosa and northeast Hale County line. This is clearly to the east of Moundville. This is now northeast of the Havana Junction. If you're in Havana, you're okay. If you're in Akron, you're okay. This is clearly to your northeast. But if you are in Duncanville or Pearson there in southeast on the Tuscaloosa-Bibb County line, we need you in shelter now. Let me zoom into this thing and show you where the rotation is very close to Phipps down there in northeast Hale County. There's our couplet. That's where our potential tornado could be down right there and is likely doing some damage. There's Moundville. So again, the tornado last week was in this part of Moundville, right about here on the north and northwest side of Moundville. This tornado is most likely about 4 to 5 miles away from downtown Moundville, maybe 6 miles. We'll get a brand new update right there. So again, there's our potential tornado that's likely down. Let's tell you what, let's look at the couplet on this thing and just kind of watch this together. Let's measure this thing out. And again, this is a dangerous signature, certainly being picked up on a radar. And I tell you what, Brianna, so far nothing from the National Weather Service on this?
Right now, nothing from the National Weather Service. We still have, you know, a severe thunderstorm warning for Blount, Calhoun, Etowah, St. Clair, and Talladega. But for this storm right here, we have no confirmed tornado on the ground. But like I said, this is looking really impressive and is no joke. But I'll have that to you as soon as I can find it. Yeah,
still got gate-to-gate shear over 100 miles an hour down there. So this thing is wrapped up very, very tight. So 105 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear with this potential tornado. And I'll say this looks much more impressive than the tornado did last week that came through Moundville. In terms of the signature on radar, what we saw on radar, we didn't see winds that strong on radar. Now, we had winds down to the ground level, 110 miles per hour in Moundville. That was a EF1, a top-end EF1 tornado. Winds were 110 miles per hour. So, I mean, we're sampling winds that are basically the same as that. So again, there's your potential tornado there. Let's look at the, tell you what, let's look
Richard,
at, go ahead.
We have a confirmed tornado now.
Okay.
For this tornado warning is for Hale County, but it says a confirmed tornado was located, like you said, somewhere near Moundville, 16 miles south of Tuscaloosa, and this is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So now we have that confirmed tornado for that Hale County warning that is moving south of Tuscaloosa. So once again, like Richard's been saying, this is not the city of Tuscaloosa moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. But if you are in the city of Tuscaloosa, just be weather aware of your surroundings. But yes, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now.
Yeah, let's look at the debris signature and just kind of watch this thing together. There it is. Okay, we got a damaging tornado on the ground now in northeast Hale County. This thing is on the ground. It's wrapped up. It's clearly down. It has moved northeast of the Havana Junction. It touched down somewhere back there near Highway 69 and now is doing damage. We're seeing debris that's being lofted several thousand feet up. And keep in mind the radar site is quite high off the ground here, so we're actually seeing debris being lofted thousands of feet up off the ground, which could be indicating a relatively strong tornado with that. So again, Duncanville, we need you in a safe place now. This is a dangerous situation for you. A tornado is down. This is clearly southeast of the city of Moundville. This will not include Moundville, but we've got a tornado that is down right now. Let's look at the radar reflectivity. Again, this is debris. This is what we call a debris tracker. This is correlation coefficient, and we're seeing a damage being done right now. Radar, it picks up on different size objects. Look at that. Still a very impressive debris signature. Let's look at the Birmingham reflectivity. And there's your tornado. That's it right there. That little ball, higher reflectivity, the darker shade, That's the tornado itself. Again, this is on the Hale-Tuscaloosa County line. Moundville and the Black Warrior River's back here at the top of your screen, top corner of your screen. This is off to the east of you. So let me zoom out. Let's do a track on this because we've got a damaging tornado down that is clearly down and producing significant damage. Where it is, this is about to move into the Talladega National Forest down here. So at least one good thing, this tornado is about to move over to just a forested area where very few structures are in the path of it. But again, there's people out here that's near this tornado. And once this moves out of the Talladega National Forest, we got Highway 82 right here between Duncanville and Pearson where this thing's going to be tracking. So again, a confirmed tornado. Go ahead.
Speaking of location, Richard, they have continued that tornado warning as well for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties like expected. You know, we do have a confirmed tornado, like we mentioned, moving northeast now at 45 miles per hour rather than 40, so speeding up, going back and forth 5 miles per hour. But as of right now, our reports are saying 45 miles per hour moving northeast. And again, they're just extending that for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties as well now.
All right, so again, let's do a track on this thing. Here's our tornado right there. Still got strong evidence. There's a tornado. We know it's down. There's no doubt it's down. We see it on correlation coefficient or debris tracker there. So let's zoom out and do a path on this thing because it's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. It has moved northeast now to Vanna Junction. It is clearly in extreme northeast Hale County. It's about to cross into Tuscaloosa County. As we speak. So let's look at, let's do a path on this thing. All right, so there it is right there, moving northeast. And again, let's do it at 45 miles per hour. These are the times of arrival. This is what time the potential tornado is going to be in your area, right here. So Pearson, we're looking at 12:38, so it's 12:24 now. Vernon Town, we're looking at 12:48 now. West Blockton, that's over in Bibb County, we're looking at 12:55. Abernant, we're looking at 1 o'clock on the dot. We got Bucksville, 106. Johns, that's over in Jefferson County. If this continues, this may move into Jefferson County where there is a confirmed tornado. So again, that's the times of arrival for this potential tornado that could be down with this particular storm. And again, this is a confirmed tornado down that's southeast of Moundville. This isn't directly in the city of Moundville. This is just on the southeast side of town and now on the east side of Moundville, but it's certainly a dangerous situation for a tornado that is that's down. We know it's down. So just checking reports back here. Yeah, the National Weather Service mentioning this is an observed tornado, so we know there's one there. This is clearly south of the city of Tuscaloosa, so there's no threat for this particular storm in Tuscaloosa, but there's more storms coming. So while this one moves northeast, there could be additional storms back here behind it that could cause a problem. So let me clear this information off. Let's put on the velocity. Just want to see what the winds look like inside this thing. As again, it is getting closer now to the radar side. Very tight couplet down there. So let's go back into it. And again, this is on the Tuscaloosa-Hale County line, very close to the Talladega National Forest down there. But this is about to move into more populated areas of southeast Tuscaloosa County. By the way, there's the city of Tuscaloosa right there at the top of your screen. Here's our couplet. Here's our confirmed tornado that's down. There's Duncanville. That's Highway 82 at the top of your screen. Okay, so we have a confirmed tornado right there doing damage. Still very strong evidence of rotation. This thing really wrapped up as it came past Akron. We saw the couplet start to intensify, and then we began to see that debris signature on radar. And let's see if it's, tell you what, let's look at the debris and see if it's still there. And most likely it is. Yeah, there it is. All right, very, very screaming evidence of a tornado down. And this could be a fairly sizable tornado based off of what we're looking at in terms of the wind speed inside this thing. And clearly tons of debris being picked up. It's being lofted ahead of this thing. So again, what you're basically looking at is different sized objects that's in the air, thousands of feet up. Our radar sampling that and bringing back that data to us. So that's a tornado, a damaging tornado that's down right now. So again, that's the latest information on that. And Brianna, anything from the Weather Service or reports?
Right now, okay, yes, just this second got a update. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, and this is, like we said, 15 miles southeast of Tuscaloosa, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And so, once again, this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. If you are in the path of this, you need to seek shelter now. And Richard's gone over the path. He'll go over it again. You know, get to the bottom floor of your home, get to your closet, get to your hallway. We've gone over this. We know where to go. We've proved that last week that we know how to be safe in this community, and just do that again today. This is, like I said, extremely dangerous situation. So go to your safe place now. Grab that bike helmet to be safe. You know, do what you can to keep yourself safe. And, you know, I've also been watching our live stream chat and people asking about this city and this city. If we're not talking about your specific city, that is pretty much a good thing. Right now, our concern is the cities that we have been talking about. And right now, these cities in the path of this tornado are what we are concerned with. This is once again moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, a large, extremely dangerous tornado. If you are in the path of this, you need to get in a safe place now. This is located near Low Gap, 15 miles southeast of Tuscaloosa, so not part of the city of Tuscaloosa, the county, and this is moving once again northeast at 45 miles per hour, Richard.
Yeah, this tornado's on Grimes Road right now. Again, you mentioned Low Gap there, and we got Hagler that's in the path of this thing. This could cross 82, basically on Hagler and Pearson, and then move over kind of to the Bibb County side of this, the county line there. So again, we got clearly a damaging tornado down. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. This could be doing significant damage as we speak. And again, this is right over the Talladega National Forest. This is over a very forested part of the world, including Alabama. There's a new update. Clearly still a tornado that's down. This is a damaging tornado. This thing could be pretty violent based off of what we're seeing. This is a strong and larger type of tornado. But again, that's what we're looking at there. Let's look at the wind speed. Still very, very tight evidence of rotation with this. Now, this thing may be about to occlude off. We're seeing some evidence of that. So that's good before this moves into a more populated area. Again, it's over the forest right now. But again, it's tracking northeast basically towards Pearson. And there's a new update. Okay, Duncanville's right there. Let me move the radar screen down just a bit so you can see people ahead of this thing. This tornado is confirmed. And again, Brianna, this couplet has really changed in about 2 or 3 minutes. We may have seen this thing occlude off, and that would be fantastic if this thing temporarily weakens. Can't guarantee that, but based off what we're seeing, this couplet just kind of weakened very quickly there. But if you are in Duncanville on 82, there is Pearson right there. This is Bibb County. This is Tuscaloosa County. This thing is just now moving out of northeast Hale County. But again, it's basically on the triple point of Tuscaloosa, Bibb, and Hale County, moving northeast. So again, Highway 82, you're directly in the path of this tornado that is most likely still down, and it's moving quickly off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Let's look at the hazard on this thing and just look at this together. And again, yeah, you see your meso there. There's your debris. That is your debris ball, what we call that. We can actually see it on the reflectivity. So we see that damaging tornado that's down right on the county line. Okay, while we do that, let me show everybody out there, because as Brianna mentioned, a lot of folks are asking from other parts of Alabama. So let's take you to a wide view just for a moment. And again, this tornado may have occluded off, so we may see this tornado disintegrate very quickly, but it could redevelop. Not saying it's over, so this thing could easily redevelop, but we're seeing signs this thing may have temporarily occluded off. If you are in Coleman back to Tuscaloosa and points west to the state line, there's currently no issues of ongoing severe weather. That could change as we have more storms developing back in Mississippi that are going to move into West Alabama. So again, this particular tornado is on the Tuscaloosa and Bibb County line of southeast Tuscaloosa County and northwest Bibb County. That's where that tornado is now. But for the cities of Tuscaloosa and Northport, Demopolis, Linden, there are currently no problems in West Alabama except for that one storm. Everybody else is okay for now. But again, just watch our coverage. I know a lot of folks through Facebook Live are asking, you know, what about my town? If we're not talking about you, as Brianna had mentioned, that's a good thing. If we're not focused on your area, that means there's not a danger of a tornado present. Doesn't mean that you're in the clear all day. It just means from a particular tornado you're okay. For now, we got more storms back in Mississippi developing. Those will move into West Alabama as we speak. We're going to do that in the next hour or so. So let's get back into this thing and show you this a very dangerous supercell thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado that has a confirmed tornado. But again, we may have seen this thing weaken. Again, for the city of Tuscaloosa, there's no threat for this particular storm, but there may be more later. All right, so let's look at this thing a little more carefully there. There's Highway 82. We'll put on the velocity display. And let's just see this thing together. And there's still evidence of rotation. But again, I will say this, the rotation is significantly weakened, and we have lost that classic look to it, Brianna. So at least one good thing is this thing may be temporarily weakening. So it's over the Talladega National Forest right now. So about to move through southeast Tuscaloosa County.
Yes, Richard, we're watching this, and it does look like it's weakening on radar, but still haven't quite gotten an update from the National Weather Service when it comes to if this is weakening and what they're looking at right now. As of this moment, this is still technically a confirmed tornado on the ground, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, but it very well may be weakening right now, but we did get a local storm report from the National Weather Service from Hale County, and they did report a tornado on the ground, and that has been confirmed. Now, we are not having this in Hale County right now. We're looking at where this is going now. But as of right now, it does look like it's weakening on radar like we've mentioned, but as of right now, it looks like the warning is still in effect and should still be taken very seriously, Richard.
Yes, no doubt, since there's a tornado warning, we want to still treat this thing as if there's still a tornado down. Clearly, what's left of the rotation is crossing Highway 82 now. It's getting out of the Talladega National Forest, but it's crossing Highway 82 between Pearson and Duncanville right there. So, again, if you're a Hagler, again, we're concerned about the possibility of a tornado could still be there. Let's look at the debris signature, and let's just look at this together, see if it's still there. And again, let's click on that. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's broadening out. You see that where it's expanded out? Most likely that means that the tornado has lifted. We still have some debris in the air that's rotating around the mesocyclone itself. But again, we don't see that tight core where we saw just a few moments ago. So we're seeing that debris broaden out just a bit. And that's often a sign that the tornado has lifted. But again, not guaranteed it's off the ground. It's just less of an indication of
Richard,
that. Go ahead,
just
Brianna.
like what you're saying, we do have the continuation of the tornado warning for Bibb and Tuscaloosa County until 1:15. That was originally until 12:30. Now this is being extended until 1:15. A confirmed tornado located near Low Gap, like we mentioned before, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So still take this very seriously, even though we're saying, radar looks like it's weakening. It is still a threat to life and property, and this is still a confirmed tornado moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Yeah, Brianna, we're still watching this structure. This storm changed just a bit, so let's treat this like this thing could still be down. And if you are in far southeast Tuscaloosa County or northwest Bibb County, that's where that potential tornado is. So let's do a track on this thing and show you where it is heading. It's moving northeast. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, you said 45 miles per hour. So there it is right there, basically over Highway 82 as we speak. And let's do that track for you, moving northeast at 45. It's over Hagler now, basically over the Bibb and Tuscaloosa County line. And there is your community times of arrival. So again, basically right now it is on top of Hagler. You should have been sheltered about 10 to 15 minutes ago, and hopefully you were listening to the warning and you did something about it. It got pretty serious there for a while with a large confirmed tornado down. We don't know if it's still down or not. I would treat it as if there is still one down, but based off the signature, it's not as impressive as it was about 10 minutes ago. This thing really wrapped up over the Havana Junction. And then we saw that large debris signature pop up there. But again, if you are in Hagler, shelter now. If you are in Pearson, shelter now. Next larger communities in the path would be West Blockton, and that's at about 12:56, so that's the time of arrival. Caffey Junction right there, that is 103. Bucksville at 108. continues. If it moves into Shelby County, continues, we're looking at Alabaster at 123, Lipscomb right there at 127, and then Hoover at 132. So again, that's about an hour from now. If this circulation continues and if we see a new tornado develop, that's the times of arrival. So we want to tell you now, if you are in any of these communities, go ahead, go to that safe place now. Don't take a chance with this thing. This thing dropped a large tornado for a while. It may have lifted, but this thing could drop another one at any moment. So let's clear this off. And tell you what, let's get back down to this storm. There's no doubt this storm still looks impressive. By the way, it's raining in Tuscaloosa now, but there's no tornado with that particular storm. In fact, if we can take our Tuscaloosa camera here in just a moment, just want to kind of see what it looks like outside. So this is from Bryant Denny in Tuscaloosa, and again, it is pouring rain outside, but currently there's no threat for the city of Tuscaloosa with this particular storm. The storm of concern is down to the southeast. Let's hop back over to radar and show you that. This is in southeast Tuscaloosa County with, again, still that confirmation of a tornado down, but we're seeing indication this thing may have lifted, at least for now. So let's zoom into this thing and show you where it is. And again, it's basically over Pearson right now in Hagler. So if you're over Hagler or Pearson now, you need to be sheltered. There's Vance, there's Woodstock. It looks like Woodstock, Vance, the Mercedes plant is going to be under the gun. This is clearly going to stay south of downtown Coaling. It's going to be well south of you. You're likely getting some pretty nasty weather. But again, this is going to be closer to the Bibb and Tuscaloosa County line. Still got that hook feature there, so there's no doubt this thing could easily be producing a tornado. Let's look at the velocity signature here. And just kind of look at this thing together and see what it's got. And again, Brianna, no doubt this rotation is substantially weakened. In fact, we don't even have a couplet there anymore. But this thing could change quick. We see that these storms over and over, they're kind of cyclical.
Absolutely, and we saw that last week too. You know, things would weaken and then ramp back up a bit and back and forth. So we're still definitely keeping an eye on this. And as of right now, no updates from the National Weather Service, but I have seen that the Hale County EMA, they've reported trees down and damage on County Road 50. So far, that is the most recent and only thing I've seen from Hale County, but still keeping an eye out on what's going on. And no doubt that's probably not all of the damage that we'll see today in Hale County, Bibb, and Tuscaloosa, considering the size of this tornado. And then I have another update just now. Hale County, Road 50, 8 miles out of Moundville in Talladega National Forest. These trees are down and blocking roads. So this is per several weather watchers. So if you are in that area, 8 miles out of Moundville in the Talladega National Forest, around that area, trees are down and blocking roads. Definitely avoid that area if you can. Avoid going out today at all. If you are at home in central Alabama, I would say stay at home as much as you can, unless, of course, you're going to a storm shelter. And go ahead and do that ahead of time. We know that we know how to stay safe in situations like this, and we'll keep you updated throughout the day. But as of right now, just a quick summary of what I just said. Tornado warning is still in effect, and we do have some damage in the Talladega National Forest and around with some trees down and blocking some roads, Richard.
Yeah, so we saw that thing. I mean, it was classic, a classic tornado signature. But again, this thing has clearly shown signs that it's lifted and included off. But we just can't rule out this thing of developing a new tornado. So if you are on the Bibb-Tuscaloosa County line, just below Coaling, if you're up towards Bletcher's area, West Blockton, Woodstock, I would stay in that safe place now. Treat it serious. This is a tornado warning. As Brianna mentioned, last week we had several do the same thing where we had a confirmed tornado down and then it just lifted, it disintegrated, and then 10 minutes later we had another tornado down. So we've seen that over and over again, and storms in Alabama tend to do that. They're often cyclical where they pulse up and they pulse down just a bit, and we often see that happen. They go through these cycles, and I would still treat this thing as if there's a tornado down with that. And I'll tell you what, let's put on the warning display. Wait, here's a new velocity update. Again, still, we have totally lost a rotational couplet here. So what's left of that, so for the Bibb-Tuscaloosa County line, we've clearly lost that signature. Weather Service hanging on to that confirmed tornado tag, but I'll tell you this now, it does not look as impressive. Here is our tornado warning polygon. Hey, Brianna, what time is that, a tornado warning? Did you say 1:15 on that?
Yes, Richard, 1:15.
Okay, so 1:15, and it comes up on the Shelby and Jefferson County line. We'll see if the National Weather Service decides to extend that into Shelby County or Jefferson County. Basically, this thing's going to straddle the county line of Jefferson and Shelby. And if this does continue, that's what we're looking at right there. So again, a potential tornado that could still be there that is now northeast of Duncanville. Here's a new update. You see the polygon change there just a bit. So it's for basically northern Bibb County. This is north of Brent and north of Centerville. This does not include the cities of Brent or Centerville. This is north of you. And this is south of Brookwood. This is southeast of Coaling. So again, if you're in Brookwood, Coaling, this is southeast of you. So that's where your tornado warning polygon is right now.
Right, Richard. We do have continuing that tornado warning for Bibb and Tuscaloosa, and they kind of have, for lack of a better word, downgraded it in terms of saying that it's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, because like we mentioned before and several times, this is weakened but could ramp up again, and at this moment it has weakened. So as of right now, it's technically still a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located northwest of Centerville, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, and that is again until 1:15, and that is from the National Weather Service. So it looks like we've weakened, like we said, but we're still watching this because it could honestly ramp up pretty soon if it does. Richard.
Yeah, and it may be in the process of doing that, Brianna. We're looking at the radar behind the scenes. Let me go back over to this. I do want to mention this, by the way, just a wide perspective for you. We have a tornado watch in effect for all of West Alabama. This is a PDS tornado watch. That's a particularly dangerous situation. We have a high risk for severe weather today. This event's far from over, but it will be coming to an end by around 8 or 9 o'clock for West Alabama tonight, and then by 10 or 11 o'clock for East Alabama. Things should begin to wrap up just a bit. So again, this afternoon, quite a busy day ahead of us. We had one tornado touchdown so far. We know it touched down. We saw the debris signature, and that thing really wrapped up quick. And I'll say this, you know, it touched down in a spot where it was very heavily forested land. This thing dodged to town. Again, it came right over the Havana Junction. Most likely it was still aloft then, and then touched down to the northeast of the junction and moved over to the Talladega National Forest. We got roads blocked by trees, Brianna had mentioned, and that's the latest situation on that. So again, tornado warning continues there. I do want to also mention we got a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern St. Clair County, southern Etowah County, and northern portions of Calhoun County. And that includes Jacksonville State. That includes also the city of Anniston. And that's going to be north of Oxford. So let's get back into this tornado warning polygon, and I will put on the reflectivity and show you what we're looking at, because I think this thing may be about to wrap back up with this. Let's put on the reflectivity. I do want to mention quick before we go back into that storm, more storms back in Mississippi. We need to carefully watch. No indication of a tornado is back there yet, but that could obviously change. So let's go into the storm that's over the Tuscaloosa-Bibb County line and show you that. Again, this is a supercell thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. And again, the hook feature is beginning to kind of wrap back around. I don't know if you noticed that, Brianna, but it looks like that hook is becoming more defined a little bit. So we may see this thing begin to develop a new tornado. So if that does happen, if you are in West Blockton or Woodstock, we need you in a safe place if this thing does develop a brand new tornado. We know the tornado has lifted, at least temporarily, but this thing may clearly produce a brand new tornado. So let me pan back down to where you can see that. So yeah, we're beginning to see this hook kind of wrap back up just a bit. Maybe a beware region, that's a bounded weak echo region. Maybe one of those beginning to develop. Looks like a kind of donut there in the middle of that. But again, Beletchers, if you are in West Blockton on Highway 5 from Woodstock down to Red Eagle, that is where we are concerned about the potential for a tornado. That's the Cahaba River there on the edge of your screen that runs over into Shelby County. So again, the potential tornado could be redeveloping here. Let's look at the velocity and just watch this thing together. And these things are obviously changing. Yeah, we're beginning to see some stronger evidence of rotation now right over Beletchers. So if you are in West Blockton, really on the north side of Red Eagle, between there and Woodstock. That's where we're talking about this new developing tornado that could touch down within a matter of moments. Right now, we don't have any confirmation of a tornado down, but that thing is beginning to look more suspicious to me. We may see this thing develop a new tornado. So again, back to the west over Tuscaloosa and Northport, there's no current issues with that. This storm is clearly to the southeast of Tuscaloosa and to the east of town. In fact, this is pretty much all into Bibb County now and outside of Tuscaloosa County. But if you're advanced at the Mercedes plant, I would, least course regret, I would stay in that shelter for another 10 minutes, and then this is going to move to the northeast of you. So we got 30 minutes left on the tornado warning roughly, and let's do a path on this thing and show you who is going to be in this potential tornado. And I'll tell you what, Brianna, let's watch this velocity very, very carefully and see if this does change. As it may very well change, wrap up again. So let's do a cone on this and a track. Oh, wrong button. Let me zoom back in just a bit and show you where it is. This is Alabama. Obviously, we have some concerns out there for one particular storm we are dealing with, where there is that potential for a tornado on the Bibb, Tuscaloosa County line. This thing moved out of Hale County about 20 minutes ago and had a large confirmed tornado down as it moved across northern Hale County just below Moundville. This thing missed downtown Moundville, but does continue off to the northeast. So if this thing does continue, if the Weather Service decides they want to continue the tornado warning, here's going to be in the path of this. Let's go 45 miles per hour. And again, there you go. Those are the times of arrival in your local area. So we're looking at West Blockton at 10:57, so just before 1 o'clock. Messina there, that's at 1:04. Bucksville at 1:09. Greenwood at 1:20. 1:24 for Bessemer. If this continues, you got Hoover, Birmingham, and Irondale. So again, if that continues, those are the times of arrival. But again, this thing's going to have to wrap up again for the Weather Service to consider a new tornado warning for Jefferson and Shelby County. So far, they have not done that. Any word, Brianna, from the National Weather Service on that?
As of right now, no, Richard. I'm just keeping an eye on that, like we mentioned. Out of this tornado warning, we are seeing that there is reports of flooding coming from Cherokee, and they are under a flash flood warning right now, including Cherokee and Etowah counties of Alabama until 4:45 p.m. But as for this tornado warning, it looks like the National Weather Service is going to let us kind of ride it out for now and then see what we are looking at after the tornado warning gets close to expiring at 1:15, because we are seeing it ramp up and it could get stronger. But as of right now, we still just have that warning in effect until 1:15. We are keeping an eye on that as well.
All right, yeah, Brianna, I think this thing may be wrapping back up too. So let's look at this thing. So here's our path. These are the community times of arrival. If this does indeed hold together, if this does move into Shelby and Jefferson County, if this does wrap back up, we may see a new tornado warning. Again, Brianna mentioning they're just going to kind of let it ride for a little bit for now, and then make a decision on whether or not to continue the tornado warning. Let me clear this information off the screen for you. Let's zoom back in to this storm. And if you are in West Blockton, I would be in a safe place now. The potential is there for a tornado that could be redeveloping. This could cross Highway 5, somewhere between West Blockton and Woodstock. Again, we're starting to see more indication of rotation there. So if you're in Gray Hill, I would be in a safe place. In fact, you see on the very edge of your screen there, that is the Cahaba River north of 6 miles, where we're talking about for this potential tornado, not down to the south there. Brent Centerville, you're in the clear from this, but if you are driving north on Highway 5 there, there is the possibility there could be a new tornado developing. This thing was down for a while in northeast Hale County, but again, there's your rotational signature right over the Bletchers area. All right, there's West Blockton. Go down to Red Eagle, that's Highway 5 right there. If you go north, you go into Woodstock, you run into Highway 11. And let's just watch this velocity real careful and see what we have with our new scan. And while we do that, let's look at the reflectivity. And again, you see that, Brianna, the hook is just kind of ramping back up just a bit. So we're seeing that inflow notch of warm, unstable air back into the thing.
Yes, so, just as you're saying that right here, 12:52, we are continuing this tornado warning for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties until 1:15 p.m. And we're still keeping this in place, so it could potentially be ramping up. As of right now, we don't have a confirmed tornado on the ground, but it is a severe thunderstorm that has the capability of producing a similar tornado as we saw earlier, located over West Blockton. Just like we're talking about, if you are in West Blockton, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is 9 miles north of Centerville. This is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And just like last week, you know, we had so many dangerous situations and tornadoes that came through last Wednesday, and there were very few to none injuries and no deaths. So we know what to do in Central Alabama. We are prepared for this. So if you are in West Blockton, if you're in the path of this storm, you need to be in a safe place now. We know where our safe places are. They're in the middle of the home, in a hallway, a closet. If you're in a mobile home, either seek shelter in a city shelter or in a more strong home that is on the ground. You know, stay away from trees, grab your helmets, make sure you know where you are going if you need to be in a safe place for this. And this is that tornado warning that is going to be continued for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties until 1:15 p.m. And like we said, this is over West Blockton, and this is in that area moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So if you're in the track of this storm, Richard will go over that again in just a moment. This is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Go ahead, have your plan in place, be in your safe place, and keep up with these updates because this could ramp up again really fast, just like it did earlier, Richard.
You know, the rotation back in when it was in Greene County was not that impressive. It just kind of looked weak and broad, and we saw the same Brianna just change so fast. It wrapped up and it produced a tornado that's confirmed. We saw that, a large tornado there, and most of the damage was most likely over the Talladega National Forest. But again, this is beginning to move more in populated areas. So,
hey, Richard.
Go ahead.
Hey, just got another update. My apologies. For Jefferson and Shelby until 2 p.m. So this is another tornado warning. This is going to be extended into Jefferson and Shelby counties until 2 p.m. And once again, not confirmed on the ground, but that severe thunderstorm capable of producing that tornado. And this is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
All right, so we've got a brand new tornado warning till 2 o'clock, and that's, as Brianna mentioned, it's going to include Shelby and Jefferson County. And again, the scene seems to be kind of ramping back up just a bit. So there's Lorrytown there. We got a Highway 5 that's basically over West Blockton. So if you are in West Blockton, we need you in a shelter now. That means out of a mobile home, site-built structure, and we want you to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, so away from windows, and in an interior room, a hallway, closet, bathroom, as long as it doesn't have a window outside, that's going to be a safer room. And if you got a storm shelter, obviously that's going to be your best best word of advice is a storm shelter underground if you can. And let me take you out to a wide view just for a moment, because I know a lot of people are watching from other parts of the state, and I don't want to forget about you. So let's show everybody out there real quick. And we got active thunderstorms developing over West Alabama in Tuscaloosa and Pickens counties. These are not severe at the moment. We do have stronger storms back to the west over Mississippi. Those will spread in later today, and those also will have that potential to produce tornadoes. We have some thunderstorms over the Winston and Coleman County line, Winston-Walker County line as well, stretching back into the Glen Allen area and Guin. These are not severe. We do have a severe storm north of Jacksonville State, and that's north of Anniston. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for North Calhoun County, and that includes Cherokee and eastern portions of Etowah. So again, a brand new tornado warning being issued here for Jefferson and Shelby County until 2 o'clock. So let's look at the warning polygon and pull that on for you. See, you got the radar there. Let's put on the warning. So here's your polygon. And by the way, I want to mention this. We got a large tornado watch that affects all of central and west Alabama. That's until 8 p.m. tonight. And this is a PDS tornado watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. That means today is favorable of producing these larger long-track tornadoes. Could be down for a while. And this tornado itself, we've seen this touch down in Hale County. It lifted and maybe in the process of redeveloping. So let's go into this storm and do a track for you and show you who's going to be in this potential tornado. We say potential because it's no longer confirmed. It's the possibility there could be a tornado. This is basically radar indicated, and this includes areas basically from Red Mountain down to the south, and that includes the northern half of Shelby County. And again, you see Bibb County, West Blockton under the gun now. So let's do a path on this thing as it does continue to move off towards the northeast at 40 to 45 miles per hour. And these are community times of arrival. This is what time it's going to be in your area. So again, go ahead and go to shelter now if you're under the warning polygon. And whenever it's in your area, that's when you know it'll be there based off this time there. So don't wait until time's up. If this thing were to speed up just a bit, the time may change. If it slows down, the time may change a bit. So again, if you are in the polygon, go ahead and go to shelter now. And if you are in a multi-level home, if you're in a high-rise building, you want to be on that bottom floor as this potential tornado is about to move into some pretty populated areas. It's over Bibb County now near West Blockton. Once it moves into Shelby County, we've got a lot of bigger towns that's going to be in the path of this thing, and a lot of folks that's going to be dealing with this potential tornado. So we are concerned about that possibility. So again, here's the times. West Blockton, basically right now. Messina there, that's a 109. Gurney Junction, that's at 116. Smithson, that's at 123. Alabaster, 128. Hoover, you see the times there. Lake Purdy continues, and then Westover continues at 151. So all these areas are going to be in the path of this possible tornado. It's not confirmed, but it's a possibility there could be
Hey, Richard,
one down.
Yeah, we do have it confirmed, located over West Blockton, north of Centerville, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is observed for Bibb County, and then we have another one coming in just right now. Tornado warning for Jefferson and Shelby counties. This confirmed tornado was located over West Blockton, 12 miles north of Centerville, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And this is heading into very populated cities. Yes, we can see that signature looking pretty impressive. If you want to explain kind of what we're looking at, but also how important this is, if you are in one of these bigger cities, this is headed your way. We just looked at the track, and this is heading their way now.
Brianna, this thing really wrapped up quick, and we've just been talking about it. It looked like it was about to wrap up, and this thing is a classic tornado signature. It's amazing how fast this has changed. It's now crossed Highway 5. It's basically on the northeast side of West Blockton now. Look at the couplet now. This thing is wrapping up very quickly. So this is a very dangerous situation for a tornado that is confirmed down. Again, this is in Bibb County. This is not in Tuscaloosa County no longer. This is over into Bibb County. There's Hebron right there. So again, this is your confirmed tornado down, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Let's look at the wind speed on this thing and just kind of measure this thing out together, and let's see how this thing looks. Gate-to-gate shear, 123 miles per hour. This thing is stronger than it was back in Hale County. This thing was showing about 105, 110 miles an hour in Hale County. Now we're seeing 123 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear, so a very dangerous situation for a tornado that is down. Let's look at the debris signature. All right, there it is right there. So we got a confirmed tornado. It's crossed Highway 5. This is now northeast of West Blockton. Just missed downtown West Blockton by only a mile. But again, we may have some damage if you live on the north side of West Blockton. This is the Jefferson Shelby County, the Bibb Shelby County line right here. That is Gurney Junction there. This is going to move northeast like that into Shelby County. So if you are in northern Shelby County, we've got a confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground now on the north side of West Blockton by only a couple of miles there. So that's where that potential or actually confirmed tornado is, tracking northeast very quickly. So Brianna, we are certainly concerned about this now, as this is no longer basically in a forested land. This is about to move into pretty heavy populations across Shelby County, Brianna.
Yeah, absolutely, Richard. And especially in Bibb County as well, things are really winding up, according to the National Weather Service. West Blockton, like we said, this has been an extremely, impacted area. And then, like I said, this is a dangerous situation. You want to go ahead and take cover now. If you're in the Hoover area, this is a very populated area. You know, you have the Summit. People could be out shopping. You need to take this seriously and find a safe place now if you are in that area. This is heading towards very populated areas in the state of Alabama, and you need to take this very seriously. This has been confirmed on the ground. We see this ramping up. We can see that is very strong and has potential for some damage. And For what we have, the latest update is that we just have this confirmed tornado on the ground. This is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. We even got a report that this crossed path on State Road 5 with some minimal tree damage. And yes, right now we have something from the National Weather Service. This tornado warning is for Bibb County, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near West Blockton, 13 miles west of Montevallo. This is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, and this tornado is the real deal. This is considered large and extremely dangerous tornado that is located in these areas, moving towards these more populated areas. If you are out right now, you need to find a safe place right now. And if this is headed towards your city, you need to find a safe place as well. We know what to do. We know where to go. Grab anything that you need, any supplies. Go to your safe spot in your home. Grab your helmet just in case. You know, just be in your safe place right now. We cannot stress this enough because this has ramped up significantly. And looking at radar right now, this is a big deal. This has been confirmed on the ground, large and extremely dangerous tornado. I'm going to throw it back to you, Richard. We're looking at some really serious stuff.
This thing's on top of Griffintown Road now, Bishop Ridge Road. This is where this tornado is heading. And again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado that's in northeast Bibb County. So it is on top of Griffintown Road now, doing damage. If you are in a mobile home, get out now. Don't take a chance. This is an incredibly dangerous situation for a large, dangerous tornado. This thing is wide. Look at the debris, the size of the debris field here, and we're sampling winds very close to the ground. The Shelby County radar is over in Calera. It's not far away, so we're seeing debris in a large area, not far from ground level. Bishop Ridge right there. If you're on Bishop Ridge, shelter now. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. I can't stress the urgency of this. The National Weather Service saying this is a considerable threat for large tornado down. There's Hebron right there. It is on top of Hebron right now as a dangerous confirmed tornado down. And I tell you what, let's take this off. I want to just look at the velocity signature because I know we are awfully close to the radar site. And we should be able to sample winds close to the ground level. So yeah, there it is, very large, dangerous tornado that's down. We see this couplet, we see the debris signature, we know it is there. So let's, I'll tell you what, let's widen this out just a bit because we have got to show other people in the path of this thing. Let's go zoom out just a bit. Here's a new update. Again, still a large sign of a tornado down. This thing may be, Brianna, may be about to occlude off again. We're seeing that same thing happen. So this thing may be about to occlude and weaken. But again, you got to take this thing serious because we saw this happen in Hale County. It produced a large tornado. It lifted. It's got another large tornado down, but it may be in the process of occluding off and weakening. But I cannot stress the urgency here. You got to be in a safe place as we do have that large, dangerous tornado down. This is Jefferson County. This is Shelby County. You got Turner, Mossboro. Mossboro was hit by a large tornado a few years back, again, that moved across rural portions of Shelby County. But again, this is a dangerous situation. If you're in Gurney Junction there, all right, if you're in Anita, that's the Cahaba River that runs out of Shelby County into Bibb County. So you got the Cahaba there. This is going to cross the Cahaba River as it moves into Shelby County. Later down the road, you got Mossboro. That is Pelham and Alabaster. You're on Highway 31 and Interstate 65. By the way, the radar site is right there. So we're sampling air only a few hundred feet off the ground here. So we know what's happening at ground level by looking at this thing, and this is a dangerous tornado that's down, large and extremely dangerous tornado. Let's look at our hazard on this, and again, there's our old TVS there again. Now it's right there now, so we still have that sharp hook echo feature that's basically on the south side of Gray Hill. But if you are in Gray Hill in northeast Bibb County, you got to be in shelter now. So out of a mobile home, out of a car. If you're in a site-built structure, you got to get in that lowest floor, put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, and this tornado is going to pass by fast. It's moving at about 45 miles per hour, so basically as this tornado moves over you, it's going to last about 30 seconds and it's gone. But we just need you to react and hang on until this thing passes on by. But again, I'm seeing sign, that's the rear flank downdraft back here on the back side on the lower side of the hook echoes. This thing kind of occludes off. We may see this thing dissipate, and hopefully that will happen before it, Brianna, obviously it moves into some very populated parts of Shelby County. So we are hoping this thing does indeed weaken. All right, it's still there. We still got it. That's our debris signature. Let's look at our velocity. This thing's still there. It has not weakened yet. It's about to cross out of Bibb County into Shelby County. So we still have a tornado down. We know it's there. It's doing damage. Again, if you are in northeast Bibb County, that's what we're talking about. Let's do a track on this thing and show you who is going to be in the path of this, because it is going to be moving over basically a very heavily populated part of Shelby County. Helena, you're going to be in the track of this thing. If this thing does continue, it's going to move northeast towards Helena. And yes, still down. No doubt it's still there. It is not occluded yet. It is still a tornado down. So if you're in Superior, if you're in Mossboro, if you are in Turner in Shelby County, shelter now. This is a very urgent situation, but tornado confirmed down. It's large and very dangerous. If you are in Helena, this tornado is approaching you and Alabaster. So Helena, Alabaster, you've got about 25 minutes to go, and this tornado is going to be bearing down on you. So again, we got to get you in a safe place now in Helena, Alabaster. If you're in Hoover, a very, very heavily populated part of Alabama, we are hoping this thing lifts before it gets there, but we cannot urge how serious this is enough. Let's go to our debris signature. Still a very tight debris ball with this thing just below Gray Hill, tracking northeast. So again, a dangerous situation with a tornado that's down that is doing damage. Brianna, you got anything on this?
Nothing right now in terms of continuing the tornado warning or any upgrades or anything like that. We just do have that large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground, like we mentioned. And, you know, coming from the National Weather Service, some other areas of concern are Pelham. So if you're in Helena, Pelham, you need to go ahead and find your safe place. I'd rather get there early than get there on time. You want to get there in your safe place before it gets to you. And Richard's gone over the track several times and, you know, has talked about these cities that are potentially going to be impacted for this tornado that is confirmed on the ground. So you need to find your safe places now. This is heading towards very populated places like we mentioned, like Pelham, Helena, places in Birmingham, Hoover, because these places have, you know, shops, restaurants. People are still going out because they are oblivious to what's going on. But y'all need to know, if you are in these situations, you need to take shelter now, because this is coming your way. It's kind of knocking on your door, and we're just going to continue tracking this and going over what's going on and what we're seeing on radar. But as of right now, look, just got a new update right here. This tornado warning for Jefferson and Shelby until 2 p.m. This is still a confirmed tornado near Tannehill Ironworks State Park, 11 miles northwest of Montevallo. This is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So we still have that confirmed tornado on the ground, and this is located near Tannehill Ironworks State Park and northwest of Montevallo, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So this is a very serious situation. Richard, I'm just going to bring it back to you.
Yeah, so if you're even in Maylene, I would go ahead and go to shelter now. This thing may stay just north of Maylene, but again, it's still a close call. Obviously, Montevallo, you're going to be to the south of this thing, but if you're over at Tannehill, we got the tornado down there. We'll put on the velocity signature and just check that out. And while we do that, still, there's your rotation there. Let's do a path on this thing. It's going to move basically straddling the Jefferson and Shelby County line, maybe a hair south of the county line. But if you're anywhere near the county line there, even as far north as Hoover, we want you in a safe place for that potential tornado that could be down. And it is a confirmed tornado, so we know it is down. So we're saying a confirmed tornado because we know this thing is down. So there it is right there, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, or 45. And again, Mossboro 120, so you got less than 10 minutes. If you're in Mossboro, we need you in shelter now. Mossboro, shelter now. If you're in Alabaster, shelter now. 126, your time of arrival. By the way, the National Weather Service office, the ones that are issuing the tornado warnings themselves, they're down in Calera, so they're going to be safely just south of this large tornado. Indian Springs Village at 136, all right, Watkins at 140. Lake Purdy at 146, Westover at 153, Leeds at 202, and Braggsville at 209. These are arrival times. These are estimates of what time this large and dangerous tornado could be in your general area. But again, even if you're as far north as Hoover, we need you in a safe place, especially areas like Helena, as this tornado is going to be heading directly your way. And this thing is quite large. and dangerous. Again, the National Weather Service mentioning this is a large and a dangerous tornado confirmed. Let's look at this together. It's already out of West Blockton. This tornado is out of Bibb County now. There it is right there. So if you are in Turner or Mossboro, we got a tornado that is approaching you fast. All right, this thing may be about to occlude off. The rear flank downdraft's wrapping around this thing pretty good now, but it's on the county line of Bibb and Shelby. That's Jefferson County line, Banford right there. You go up to the north, you got Greenwood, Bessemer's at the top of your screen. There's clearly no threat to Bessemer. All right, you see how the rear flank downdraft's wrapping all the way around this thing now, so we may see this thing dissipate. Let's hope that trend does happen, but again, let's treat this thing like it is still down. If you are in Turner or Mossboro, there's Paramount there, that's Highway 261, that's over on the edge of your screen, and your potential tornadoes right there, just passing Tannehill State Park. You were impacted by this tornado, at least close to you. There's Gurney Junction right there. Let's look at correlation coefficient. Let's look at the debris. And still seeing that evidence of debris. See that right there? That's our debris coming up on Turner. New update, okay. Our debris is not as impressive as it was just a moment ago, Brianna. That's good. But again, the National Weather Service still using strong wording.
Yeah, absolutely. We, haven't gotten any words of anything weakening. We have noticed that it has taken a bit of a left turn. Looking at downtown Helena and the Oak Mountain Amphitheater area, these places are kind of in the crosshairs of what's going on right now. So if you are in those areas, be weather aware, stay safe, take shelter. And then, like we mentioned, the circulation and rotation is now in Shelby County, and the debris signature is not as intense, but we are watching this. We've already seen this happen, twice today? This is weakened and then gotten back stronger. And as of right now, still for Jefferson and Shelby County, we have this tornado warning until 2 p.m. And this is still technically a confirmed tornado located near Tannehill Ironworks State Park, near Montevallo, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. But as of right now, no damage reports coming to me at the moment. But looking like this, it's kind of cycling again, weakening a little bit. Hopefully it continues to weaken till it kind of dissipates, but it very well could ramp and back up. We're just watching this closely and monitoring as it moves through its path, Richard.
Yeah, Brianna, if you are in Helena, you're in the direct path of this tornado, especially Turner and Mossboro, before you get Helena. Helena's up here at the top of your screen where 261 drops to the south. And again, that's where your tornado could be down. Let me show you radar. This thing looks wicked on radar. Again, there's your debris signature. You can actually see that on the reflectivity. But look at this thing, how it's wrapped up so tight. Now coming up on Turner. So again, this thing could occlude off, but we can't guarantee that. There's no doubt this is a very dangerous storm that is likely still producing a tornado. And if this thing is still down, if you're in Turner, you've got to be in shelter now. So again, here's a new update. Our potential tornado is going to be basically over Turner now. Banford right there. You got Mossboro there. By the way, on the edge of your screen, that's Pelham and Alabaster on Interstate 65 and Highway 31. And this is certainly still a dangerous situation. Let's put on the debris tracker here, the debris signature. This is called correlation coefficient. Pull that on. And there's still debris right there. You see that? All right, that's coming up on Turner. Now, this signature is not as impressive as it was about 10 minutes ago. We saw that debris, that correlation coefficient drop out on radar, and very tight evidence of a tornado that's just right here has moved across the county line. Not as tight as it was, but again, this is still a tornado that is still confirmed down, and I would treat it as if this thing is a large tornado. This thing could easily cycle and produce more damage. And we are obviously, this is about to move into a very populated part of Alabama where we're going to likely have some issues of structures being damaged by this thing. But I will say this, I have not heard of one single structure damage from this yet, Brianna. Have you seen anything on your end?
At this moment, no. I'm going through several social media sites, trying to see if I can find anything, going through city pages, seeing if I can find anything. At the moment, only those trees down near the forest that we talked about earlier, but still kind of going through what's going on. But if I, find anything, I'll pass it back on to y'all. But yeah, we're just watching this tornado that's potentially on the ground. A confirmed tornado, in Jefferson County and Shelby County that is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And we're keeping an eye on any type of damage or structural damage, trees that have fallen, any roads that are closed. We're trying to keep that updated for you, and I'll let you know as soon as I can find them.
All right, so again, just for other areas, if you are watching on other parts of Alabama, let's see. Yeah, if you're watching other parts of Alabama, we don't have any current ongoing severe weather issues in terms of a tornado potential. Let me take you out just for a moment and show you a wide view of everybody out there, because I know we have a lot of people from other parts of Alabama trying to figure out what's happening. This is the only tornado for now. And I will say this, I promise if there's a tornado in your area, I'm going to be talking about it if you're across central or west Alabama. But right now, we do not have any additional tornadoes for the moment. We do have some storms that's certainly flaring up back in Pickens and Tuscaloosa and Lamar counties, even Winston and Coleman counties. But again, the only tornadic storm for the moment is on the Jefferson-Shelby County line. That's over in northwest Shelby County. That is coming up on the Turner community, Mossboro now, of a very wicked supercell thunderstorm that is likely still producing a tornado. But we have no additional tornadoes out there for now. And I tell you what, let me put on the watch warning map, and let's just look at this thing together. I want to see if there's anything back to the west of us, okay? So I see some severe thunderstorm warnings back in Mississippi. There are no additional tornado warnings as of right now. So let me pan back to the west. And again, you see the tornado warning for Shelby. All right, here's tornado warning back in East Mississippi, that's southwest of Meridian. So again, we do have some storms back here we need to carefully watch, and those will move into West Alabama later on this afternoon. So we've got a ways to go for this threat. It's obviously over with. It's only 1:18 now. We are just in the beginning stages of this event. Do have a PDS tornado watch. It's a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch for all of central and west Alabama until 8 tonight. And that may be extended as this threat does continue for some of our communities there across portions of central Alabama. So let's go back into the storm. We've got, again, a confirmed tornado in North Shelby County. Let's put on the velocity and just kind of look at this thing together. All right, there it is right there. So, again, a confirmed tornado that's coming up on Mossboro now. And Pelham and Helena, I need you in a safe place. So if you're in Pelham, Paramount over towards Helena, here's Helena right there on 261. This tornado that's right there is approaching your local area now. So again, a tornado that could still be down right there. There's Mossboro, there's Banford, there's the Jefferson and Shelby County line. Up here you got McCalla, Rockdale, you got Bessemer back here. This is all clearly south of the cities of Bessemer and McCalla. This is not going to include you. It's going to be south of your cities there, and still very tight evidence of rotation. I mean, this thing looks impressive now. So if you're in Mossboro, and again, Turner, still, this thing is now to your east, but I'd still stay safe for another 2 or 3 minutes, and then you're going to be okay. But if you are in Helena or Paramount, that's coming your way. This thing looks wicked. This thing could easily be down and doing damage, and it's about to move in a very populated part of Shelby County in just a matter of moments. Let's look at the debris signature with this. All right, it's still there.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead, Brianna.
You know, we're still looking at this, and it's still a dangerous situation, but they have kind of backed off a little bit on confirmed on the ground, just saying now it's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Helena, like we mentioned. So if you're in Helena, go ahead and go into your safe place, but potentially, you know, we could see this ramp up just like you're talking about, and we're keeping a close eye on that, and it could get a little bit stronger as it moves into that area. So we are keeping an eye on that. As of this moment, it is kind of lifting and concern, if that makes sense, but we are still watching that as it could honestly ramp up within the next 2 minutes. But we're still watching that as well. So as of right now, like I said, that tornado warning has turned into kind of like a thunderstorm.
Hey, Brianna, this thing's down again.
It's down? Okay.
Yeah, it's down. The Weather Service is going to mention this, I'm sure, shortly. But again, if you're north of Mossboro, this thing is clearly back down. We see a debris signature. This is basically on the Cahaba River now. So, again, that's a tornado there. And, again, you're going to see in just a minute, the National Weather Service is going to mention this. I can see it right there coming up on Helena. I cannot stress how dangerous this is for Helena. That tornado is down right now doing damage. Let's look at the velocity signature. Again, this is right over the Cahaba River right now. And let's look at our couplet and just see how this thing looks. Okay, there it is. See our tight couplet right there on the north side of Mossboro, basically straddling the Cahaba River up here, and it's moving northeast at 45. So let's do a track on this thing and show you who's going to be in the path of this. And again, this is, I'm telling you, if you're in Helena, you got to be sheltered now. If you are, even if you're in Indian Springs Village, Hoover, go ahead and go to that safe place. You've only got about 10 to 15 minutes, and this tornado is going to be on top of you. So that's Highway 31. This is going to be clearly north of Alabaster. But if you are in Pelham towards Indian Springs Village, I'd say this is going to be mighty close call for you, especially if you're in Indian Springs Village along Interstate 65. Don't want anybody driving on the interstate or Highway 31. Just pull over, let the storm pass by. Even if you're on Interstate 459, if you're to the east of Greenwood, if you're close to the Helena exit, all right, if you're close to the Helena exit on 459, I would pull over and just let this thing pass by, because it's going to be such a close call for you, as this tornado could get closer to Interstate 459. And again, that's a dangerous signature right there. So again, we have a tornado that is down based off of what we are seeing. And again, there it is, very wrapped up mesocyclone, very wrapped up tornado signature. Just want to show you the lightning out of this. Still a tremendous amount of lightning being produced, so you're going to notice that if you're under that storm or near that storm. You're going to hear a lot of thunder. Let's go to the warning and show you the polygon there. But again, there's the polygon, and technically includes Alabaster, but I'm telling you that the tornado is going to be north of Alabaster, clearly to the north of you. But if you're in Pelham, Indian Springs Village, Helena, Hoover, let's be in a safe place now. Lake Purdy sits up here. That's Highway 280 that crosses 119, 280 that crosses 459, all under the gun for this. Even, you know, as far north as Vestavia Hills, I think you're going to be kind of on the north side of this thing, but if this thing were to shift north, you may have an issue there for Vestavia Hills, but I think, again, it's going to be just below you. The potential for a tornado is there. Let's look at the debris signature. Still got it. It's still right there. All right. There's the Jefferson-Shelby County line. There's Pelham. This thing is basically on top of Helena right now. So let's go into this storm and show you what we got. Again, this is basically the very northern part of Shelby County, extreme southern Jefferson County. But again, this is on top of Helena now. There it is. You see Helena on your screen, and there's your tornado right there. So that's Helena. That's Highway 261 that runs up into 31, that joins on to 31 to the north and east. This is basically going to follow Highway 261 through Paramount, then into that junction of Highway 31. All right, looks like we may have lost that debris signature, Brianna. I think we may have lost that. But again, it's still a very dangerous storm. No doubt we just had a tornado touchdown. Let's look at the velocity, and we will get an update in just a moment. Let me pan you back to the southwest, and we should get an update in just a moment, because this was the old signature. It should be on top of Helena now and Paramount right there. So again, if you are just now joining us, we have a dangerous thunderstorm that could easily be producing a tornado in northern Shelby County. This thing is coming up on Helena as we speak. It's coming up on 1:30 now. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott, Brianna Duncan, and Jennifer Herbert all here with you, and giving you this information as we continue to. So far, we have one tornadic storm in our coverage area, but that may change. We do think there will be more tornadoes later this afternoon, and we got a long day to go before this event's over. All right, still got tight evidence of rotation, basically on top of Helena as we speak. So again, Helena should have been a shelter 10 minutes ago. We've been calling you out for, 20 minutes now? So we need you in a safe place. So let's zoom this thing out just a bit and show you everybody in the path of this thing, because this is about to cross Highway 31 and Interstate 65. Still a wicked-looking circulation there that's moving northeast pretty quickly. There it is there, over Helena. I'll tell you what, I'm going to have to zoom this thing out. So let me clear this off, zoom out. I got to get a larger fan, basically, so you can see everybody in the path of this. This thing is tracking northeast at 40 to 45 miles per hour. And I tell you what, if you are in, this thing may stay just south of downtown Hoover, but if you're on the south side of Interstate 459, just below Hoover, I would be sheltered now. So let's track this thing off to the northeast. 40 miles per hour, still not far enough. So let me zoom this out just a bit. I want to get you the most accurate times we possibly can. Okay. So this thing is straddling the Shelby Jefferson County line, moving through a very populated part of Alabama. There we go. And here's who's in the path of this. These are the community times of arrival. This is what time the potential tornado could be in your area, and you see those on the screen. And while we look at that, I do want to check with Brianna Duncan too. Brianna, anything new coming out of this?
As of right now, no, Richard, nothing coming out of this storm. You know, we are right now. I do have a an update that this is heading up Helena Road into Valleydale. So if you're in that area, you need to be in your safe spot now. Should have already been, but if you are not, get in your safe spot now. Now, aside from this storm, we are looking a little bit to our west. There potentially is a storm approaching Pickens County that could end up being a tornado warning, but as of right now, it is not. But we are keeping an eye on that as we are focusing on the one in Shelby County and Jefferson County right now. But as of at this moment, nothing else other than, where this is headed, and it's heading up Helena Road to Valleydale. So if you are in these areas, you need to take shelter immediately.
All right, just checking on some of the reports here, kind of behind the scenes too, and
hey, Richard.
Go ahead.
Just as I said, that tornado warning has been issued for Pickens until 2:30 p.m. and this isn't confirmed on the ground. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Paulette, 17 miles southwest of Aliceville. This is going to be moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And again, this is in Pickens County. So if you're in that area, this will be until 2:30 p.m. This is not confirmed on the ground, but a severe thunderstorm that is very capable of producing a tornado located over Paulette. So if you're in this area, you need to take shelter now. And this is again moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And this is again until 2:30. If you're in Pickens County, you need to be watching that, and we will go over the track in just a second. Back to you, Richard.
Okay, so again, what you're looking at is the track of the Shelby County storm, or the dangerous tornado situation that's over Helena now. These are those community times arrival. So let's switch into West Alabama, and let's go into Pickens County and show you that. So let me clear this off the screen and take you into that particular storm. And I was just kind of looking at that on behind the scenes in our radar product, and certainly looks like there's some rotation developing with that storm. That's again, this is coming into Pickens. Let me grab that zoom right there and put you into that storm. So this is moving northeast and a very tight evidence of rotation there, just east of Shuqualak, Mississippi. This is Cooksville, Mississippi, and basically this is going to be coming into Cochran. That's in Pickens County. Got Dancy. That's Highway 32, comes out of East Mississippi, out of Macon. That's Highway 17 that runs into southern Pickens County. So we have a potential tornado near Paulette right there coming upon Cooksville. So again, there's Dancy. New update. Yeah, very tight evidence of rotation. This thing really ramped up in just a few minutes just to show you the air mass that is conducive of producing these long track tornadoes. Could be down for a while. And there's no doubt that's one. Most likely it is down now based off the signature we are looking at. So let me put on the warning and just show you what the polygon looks like. And again, this is going to be for Pickens County. This does not include Sumter. This does not include Sumter County. This is all for Pickens.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead.
Just want to throw in an update. This is not for Pickens like we're just talking about, but just got a new update for the tornado warning for Jefferson and Shelby County that we do have a confirmed tornado, and this is going to be located over the Oak Mountain Amphitheater, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So if you are, in Pelham, if you're located near the Oak Mountain Amphitheater, you need to be in a safe place now. That is also a very heavily populated area, very popular venue for things. You need to be in a safe place now, and that is, again, Jefferson, Shelby until 2 p.m. That's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, but no doubt also keeping an eye on Pickens as that is intensifying as well.
Yeah, so we got most likely 2 tornadoes now. The one over Pickens County, let me do a track on this, and we're going to go also back over to Shelby County. We have a confirmed tornado there. Let me show you who is going to deal with this potential tornado in Pickens County. Again, this is going to be moving northeast out of Paulette, Mississippi, and moving northeast just like that at about 45 miles per hour. And again, these are the community times of arrival, what time it could be in your local area. So Cooksville, Mississippi, Memphis, Alabama, Aliceville at 154, Saps at 159, Carrollton at 206, Stanzel at 212, Reform at 218, and Ecola, which is in northwest Tuscaloosa County, that's at 229. So again, we got a dangerous storm that could be producing a tornado about to move into Pickens County as we speak. So everybody in these areas in Pickens County, I need you in shelter now, out of a mobile home in a site-built structure. We got a tornado coming your way. Let's go back to the storm that is in Shelby County, and let me clear that off because we have another confirmed tornado that's down that is in Shelby County right now. Let me clear that off the screen and zoom into that thing. And this is close to Oak Mountain Amphitheater, Oak Mountain State Park. This is in a very bad spot for a tornado to be based off the huge population area. There's a lot of structures going to be in the path of this tornado. And this is what, the 3rd or 4th time this thing's touched down, Brianna?
Yes, right now it looks like tornado warning for Jefferson and Shelby. Looks like a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Oak Mountain. Over Pelham, so this has been upgraded to a large and extremely dangerous tornado, and this is once again near Oak Mountain, between Oak Mountain State Park and 119, and again this is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Yeah, there it is. So again, basically it's following along Highway 119, so that's Indian Springs Village. This thing is crossing Interstate 65 as we speak, so we got a large confirmed tornado down. This is just below the Jefferson County line. This tornado is clearly going to stay south of Jefferson County based off of this trajectory here. This is coming up on 119. This will come up on Lake Purdy. But clearly this is now crossed Highway 31. It has now crossed Interstate 65. So a dangerous confirmed tornado down, doing damage, and we know it's there. And we got a live view. This is over, where is this? This is Interstate 65 at Cahaba Valley. So again, we're watching that camera very carefully where we have a confirmed tornado down in that part of Alabama. This is close to that interstate camera. Look at the wind. Incredible to see the wind blowing, strong winds there, very close to that tornado. And again, you are looking live at Interstate 65. And while we bring that up, Brianna, did we just get a new tornado warning?
Now at 135. The last thing I got was at 133.
Okay, Pickens. Yeah. Okay. So we got 2 tornado warnings now, one for Pickens for a tornado that could be down, and then a large and dangerous tornado confirmed that's on the Jefferson-Shelby County line, has just crossed Interstate 65. You saw that camera view, very strong winds there crossing the interstate. We want everybody off the interstate, pull over and let this tornado pass on by, as this thing is certainly a serious situation of a large tornado that is down. We got a very large debris signature now, so let me show you that. Let me pull up on the debris, and this is basically on Highway 119 right now doing damage. So we got a large debris signature right there on top of Indian Springs Village. That's, again, 119 that runs up to 280 up at the top of your screen. This thing has clearly crossed the interstate, but again, a large and dangerous confirmed tornado that is down. just below the Jefferson County line on top of Indian Springs Village on top of 119, a very heavily populated part of Alabama. And this is where we do not want to see a tornado at all. You never want to see a tornado, but especially in a populated area like this. So again, 119, Indian Springs Village right there. And I tell you what, let's see if I can get some roads on here. I want to show you some of those as well.
As you're pulling that up, Richard, just, keeping an eye on what the National Weather Service is going to say. I've been told to highlight areas like Spain Park, Meadowbrook, Inverness, Oak Mountain High School as well. Hopefully they are not in school right now. I'd assume not. But if you are in that area, in that high school area for Oak Mountain, you need to be in a safe place now, kind of waiting on an update from the National Weather Service right now. But once again, that is areas around Spain Park, in Spain Park, Meadowbrook, Inverness. If you are in these areas, you need to be in a safe place now. And this is right now a large and extremely dangerous tornado that has been located over the Oak Mountain Amphitheater over Pelham. This is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, and we are watching this. This has really ramped up, and this has really strengthened, and we are watching this, and you need to at home as well. This is potentially a very, very dangerous situation. These are very populated areas. A lot of people could potentially be out right now, and we are watching this right now, and we are trying to keep you updated. And right now, we do have a tornado warning that is for Jefferson and Shelby. Just confirmed, a confirmed large and destructive tornado located over Indian Springs Village or near Hoover.
This is a tornado emergency.
Tornado emergency, yes, okay. For Springs Village near Hoover, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. If you're in these areas, you need to take shelter now.
All right, so yeah, we got a tornado emergency down. This is a large and very violent tornado that's down in a very populated part of Alabama, just past Oak Mountain State Park. This thing is just past Indian Springs Village. This is basically following Highway 119 up to 280. That's Lake Purdy right there. Let me tell you what, let me take this off. And I want to take you out a little bit wider. We need to do a track on this thing because this thing is violent and it is down. This is a rare tornado emergency for Shelby County for a violent tornado down. There's your tornado. That's it right there. So again, you got Lake Purdy up here. This thing's going to track in northeast. If you're in Inverness or if you're on 280 from Chelsea back to Inverness, we need you sheltered now as we have a very dangerous situation, a rare tornado emergency. That means this is a big deal. Tornado emergencies are not issued unless you have a big tornado down in a big city, in a big area. So this is certainly a very dangerous tornado that is confirmed down. Tight couplet, very tight indication of a tornado, basically traveling 119 up to the north. So again, if you're in Inverness, I do want to mention this. If you're in Hoover, if you're in downtown Hoover, no problem. If you're in Vestavia Hills, if you're in Homewood, no problem. This is to your southeast. This is southeast of Rock Ridge, but Inverness, Lake Purdy, the interchange of 119 and 280. If you are north of Shelby, north of Chelsea and Shelby County, you got to be sheltered. Off of Highway 119, off of Highway 280. Don't be traveling 280 now towards Birmingham. Get off the highway, find a shelter now, as this is a dangerous tornado that is confirmed on the ground. This is a rare tornado emergency. There's your tornado. You see it right there. Large and destructive tornado basically running parallel to Highway 119, pretty much on top of the highway. If you're on 119, get off now, find a shelter, a site-built structure. Go ahead. Okay, that's Interstate 65 at 119. So we are looking back towards that tornado. That it looks like the tornado just passed that. There's your tornado off to the east of there. So again, we're looking at this large and dangerous tornado that is off to the east of Interstate 65 now. So this is again a dangerous confirmed tornado down. And again, this is basically following Highway 119. And I tell you what, Jen, if you can pop me up in front of this thing, I want to show you on that camera, I want to show you where we're looking at. Again, that's I-65. Your tornado is right there. And I could actually see it off in the distance if you, okay. All right, the camera went down. So again, Interstate 65 is now east of you. It's basically following Highway 119. That's 280. A large tornado down now, North Shelby County. This will be to the north side of Chelsea. This will not be in downtown Chelsea. That's going to miss you just to the north. But again, if you are on 280, okay, The tornado is going to be right here off in the distance there. So again, what you're looking at is from Interstate 65 at 119 at the interchange. And again, you're looking at that lowering back there. It's hard to see it now. It's kind of pulling away from the camera, but we could see that the cone feature with that. But again, your tornado is going to be down in there. All right, it's going to be too hard to see now. Jen, I'll tell you what, let's go back over to radar. And there is our tornado there. We still see the debris signature. This is coming up on Highway 280 now at the interchange of 280 and 119. This confirmed tornado. Let's go back to the debris signature and look at this together. And I tell you what, while we do that, Brianna, Duncan, anything new from the National Weather Service on this large and dangerous tornado?
As of right now, no, Richard, just that initial warning that I gave you, but we have been getting some things coming out of Helena. Helena Fire Department has, they're responding right now to partial collapse of a structure on 1st Avenue West. There's damage in Helena on Cunningham Drive, and then Pelham Fire Department also responding to multiple calls for assistance. So this is a very extremely potentially damaging situation. This is a tornado emergency. You need to be in your safe place now if you are in the track of this storm. Of course, we do have our viewers in Pickens County. You are still under tornado warning. So if you are in Pickens County, we have several people asking about y'all as well. You need to be in a safe place as well. We are still watching you. We still have our eyes on you, making sure that you are safe. But right now, looking in Jefferson and Shelby County, this tornado emergency is really bad. We've already seen multiple calls for assistance, like I said, in Pelham, and we are watching this. But when it comes to Pickens, you are still under a tornado warning. You still need to be in shelter. We are still watching this, and you need to be in your safe place as well. We will get back to y'all as soon as we can. But if you're in that Jefferson and Shelby area, you need to be in your safe place right now, Richard.
Yeah, this is it. Brianna, again, this thing is basically going to cross Highway 280 is doing that as we speak. So, again, a confirmed damaging tornado down with that storm. All right, while we do this, let me go back over to Pickens County. I got to show you Pickens County. We're not trying to forget about you. This is just an urgent situation of a tornado that is down in Shelby County, basically at 280 near Lake Purdy and 119. There's your confirmed damaging tornado that's tracking northeast very quickly. Let me go to Pickens County. I do want to show you that. We got a tornado warning for Pickens County in West Alabama. This is well west of Tuscaloosa. We got a possible tornado coming up on Aliceville. This is just north of near Cochran now. And again, this is a tornado warning for Pickens County. Let's put on the velocity and just look at this thing together and see what the couplet looks like. And again, we got rotation that's basically below Memphis, near Cochran now. This is south of Pickensville. This is south of the lock and dam at Pickensville. Again, your Tombigbee River runs to the south through Memphis, down to Cochran, down to the south of there. Again, this is going to cross the Tombigbee River in West Alabama. A potential tornado coming up on Aliceville, Saps, and Carrollton. If you are in Aliceville, Saps, or Carrollton, if you're on Highway 14 from Aliceville to the north back towards Pickensville, we want you to be in a safe place now, out of a mobile home, a site-built structure, as we have the possibility of a tornado down. This was not confirmed, but again, a heads up, if you're in Aliceville, I need you sheltered now. If you are in Carrollton, shelter now. So we have this potential tornado that could be down in Pickens County. Let's do a track on this thing, and then we got to go back over to Shelby County, where we have a large and an extremely dangerous tornado down that's confirmed. And let me do a path on this. This is going to be moving generally towards the northeast at 45 miles per hour. And again, if you're in Aliceville or Carrollton, we got to be in shelter now. This possible tornado is coming up on you. It is not a confirmed tornado down, but it is the possibility of a tornado there that's tracking northeast just like that at about 40 miles per hour. And these are the community times of arrival here. This is a Saps at 159, Carrollton at 206, Stansel at 213, Reform at 219, Zion at 230, and then Moores Bridge in Tuscaloosa County at 171. That'll be at 237. That's when this potential tornado will be tracking your direction if this thing is still down, or if this thing is down at all. So let's go back over to Shelby County, where we have a confirmed tornado down. So look at the velocity signature. And this thing has now crossed 280. This thing's basically at Lake Purdy, maybe a little bit to the east now. Highway 25 is the next major road in the path of this potential tornado that could still be down. And let's look at the information. Let's look at the debris signature. Let's see if this thing's down. Yeah, it's still there. So again, we still have a damaging tornado down that is in North Shelby County, basically on the south side of Highway 119 right now. So this is as serious as it gets for North Shelby County. If you are to the north of Chelsea, that's where we are talking about for a tornado that is down. We know it's there and it's big. This thing's doing significant damage. And just checking again behind the scenes, some messages. I do want to mention Don Ward, who works with us at WVUA. He lives in Pelham, and he is okay. So he said the tornado missed them.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead.
We're extending that tornado warning. That tornado warning is now for Shelby, St. Clair, and Talladega until 2:45 p.m. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is located over Mount Laurel near Chelsea, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So this is still a very serious situation. Large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Mount Laurel, and this is for, like I said, Shelby, St. Clair, and Talladega. And we also are getting a lot of damage reports at the moment. We have damage with power lines on roads and poles broken. There's trees down. This is from Cahaba Valley at Summer Circle. We have a report of explosions heard from a family member on the east side of Helena near Pelham while they were in shelter, but they have not reported damage yet. Coming out of their shelter now, we might hopefully get an update from them soon as well. But like I said, this is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is once again located over Mount Laurel near Chelsea, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So if you are in the Chelsea area, the Mount Laurel area, you need to be in a safe place now. We also have another tornado warning, for Pickens, like we have been mentioning, where a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles west of Aliceville. This is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So this is just still radar indicated, nothing potentially confirmed on the ground for our friends in Pickens County. But when it comes to this, when it comes to Shelby and Jefferson County, this has been, extended to Shelby, St. Clair, and Talladega. This is very high risk situation right now, and we even have Brody, our weather watcher, from saying that the Pelham Police Department crews are already deploying now to begin those damage assessments, and we are still getting damage reports from these storms, but still looking right now, this is still a very dangerous situation and now being extended into Shelby, St. Clair, and Talladega. Like I said, once again, if you are in the Mount Laurel area near Chelsea, this is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is still being extended for Jefferson and Shelby as well until 2 p.m. Very dangerous situation, tornado emergency located, like I said, near Chelsea, moving 45 miles per hour. We do have another, I'm just getting reports, damage over Old Cahaba neighborhood in Helena, where a fence has been blown down. This is unconfirmed, but still being brought into us. We also have extensive tree damage at Herdmont Park with homes damaged, as well as a football stadium that has been hit in this tornado emergency. And we are just getting damage reports in, and I will give them to you as soon as we can. And just another one, getting reports from law enforcement of a confirmed tornado on the ground near Aliceville. So we are watching that. Okay, so we got another tornado down.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brianna, I do want to mention this. We got the map up here. If you are on Donovan Valley Road, this tornado is basically on you, pretty much following Double Oak Mountain now. So again, County Road 43. This is basically in a very heavily populated part of Shelby County, but Cahaba Valley, that's where we're talking about. Leeds, you're going to be next up for the potential tornado there. But again, this is coming up on Donovan, the town of Donovan there, and eventually this is going to move out of Shelby County and into St. Clair County. So heads up for Pell City down the road. We could see this large damaging tornado come at you. So again, this thing's going to move out of Shelby County in the next 20 minutes. But again, that's Donovan Valley Road right there, County Road 43 right there. This is a large and dangerous tornado is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. We have got, let's look at the velocity signature with this thing. And still a very tight evidence of rotation there. This is a tornado that's down, and we know it's there. and is doing considerable damage as we speak. So let's go to Pickens County. We have a confirmed tornado now by law enforcement that is coming up on Aliceville. So let's go to Aliceville and Pickens County. We have another confirmed tornado down. So we got 2 tornadoes right now that's on the ground. Again, if you are on the west side of Aliceville, we have a very dangerous situation for a tornado that is reportedly down now. So this is coming up on Garden. There's Saps, Lois Spring, Dilberg, right there on Highway 17. This potential tornado is tracking northeast directly towards Carrollton. So if you are in Carrollton, we need you in shelter now for this potential tornado that could be down, and it is moving northeast. Let me pan. I'll tell you what, let's look at the reflectivity out of Columbus. And again, there's your potential tornado. The structure of this storm, not as impressive as the Shelby County storm, but still it's a serious situation as we have that potential. There could be a tornado down on the west side of Aliceville. Again, here's our supercell structure. We do have that kidney beam shape, that fish hook shape to this thing. But if you're in Carrollton, reform, let's be in a safe place now, as there is the potential a tornado could be down and is moving your way. So again, this thing's moving northeast at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. But if you're in Carrollton or on the west side of Aliceville, if you're in Saps, if you're on Highway 86 there, you got to be sheltered for this potential tornado that could be down. Let me zoom into this just a bit and show you the storm of concern. Again, we have 2 storms of concern right now, one in Pickens, one in Shelby. The one in Pickens County, according to law enforcement, there's a confirmed tornado on the west side of Aliceville, and that is tracking northeast, so heads up in Carrollton. You got to be in shelter, but this thing's going to cross Highway 86 sometime very near Carrollton. All right, so this thing's moving northeast, so heads up for Reform and Gorda. We may see a tornado warning added for you. You are on the edge of the polygon, and we may see that tornado warning extended based off of what we're seeing back here with this particular storm.
Right, Richard.
Go ahead.
And, you know, we had that confirmed from law enforcement that the tornado was on the ground near Aliceville.
Yeah.
Kind of getting it updated on that. This was near the Aliceville prison, but the National Weather
women's
Service.
Prison there. Yeah.
Yes, we have acknowledged that the circulation has been weakening, but we are still keeping that warning out because it could potentially still be on the ground as well.
Okay, so that's at least some better news from Pickens County, so to speak. But again, this thing could spawn another tornado very easily. Let's go into northeast Shelby County, where we got a very dangerous confirmed tornado down, and this thing is in far northeast Shelby County. It looks like we got a new tornado warning for St. Clair County. I see Odenville and Pell City in that. We were just mentioning that tornado potential is going to continue off to the northeast. So again, there's the possible tornado, or confirmed tornado rather, that's coming up on Leeds from the south. Now, if you're on north of Interstate 20 at Leeds, you're okay. But if you're south of I-20 on Leeds, especially near Winburn there, if you are on 25 that runs down to Vincent, if you're north of Vincent, I would pull over, let this storm pass on by, because this is a dangerous situation for a tornado that is down and continues to track northeast towards Lawley and Wolf Creek. There's Cook Springs, Stewart's there, Wattsville, and Riverside over in St. Clair County. Again, that's the Coosa River right there. That's where that tornado is tracking. So again, we got a dangerous situation for a tornado that is still confirmed down in northeast Shelby County. And this thing has been on the ground for a while. So again, let's look at the correlation coefficient and just look at this thing together. Okay, there it is right there. Still got a tornado down, okay? This is about to cross Highway 25 and it's moving northeast. This thing's got a lot of debris in it. We know that it's hit a lot of structures. It's going to have a lot of debris inside of it. But again, this is coming up on Highway 25 as we speak, and this is still, Brianna, this is a tornado emergency, right?
I understand, yes, Richard, still an emergency. We are still getting some storm reports coming through. We have trees uprooted near Pelham High School, and as of right now, you know, this definitely could change, but fortunately, as of right now, Helena's fire department is reporting no injuries right now in the damage that they have found. So there's positive news. We will keep you updated on that as well. But as for Pickens County, we're still kind of waiting to get an update on that because we did, you know, get it confirmed by law enforcement, but we are, you know, kind of seeing things weaken. So as soon as I can get an update on that, I'll be passing that along. Richard?
All right, so again, we're watching this confirmed tornado still down in northeast Shelby County. Looking back off towards the west, towards Pickens County, and just carefully monitoring that as well. And again, yeah, you're right, the rotation is really weakened in Pickens County. Hopefully that trend will continue, but again, the rotation continues quite high near Double Oak Mountain there in Shelby County. And this is moving off towards the northeast direction. So again, we maintain that tornado emergency there for Shelby, as this is a rare thing. You don't see that often. In fact, it's been a while since we had an actual tornado emergency for a particular storm. So let's tell you what, let's pull on the reflectivity. And let me zoom out just a bit. I want to show who's going to be in the path of this tornado. And again, there it is right there. You see that's where a tornado is on the bottom side of the supercell thunderstorm. That's where our rotation is maximized. That's our hook echo feature. But I tell you what, if you're in Wolf Creek or if you are in Pell City, you are going to be in the direct path of this tornado that's confirmed down. It's crossing Highway 25 now. And again, this is going to cross the Coosa River in a matter of about 30 minutes or so, but it's clearly going to be south of downtown Leeds. If you're in Trussville or Leeds, if you're in Moody, clearly this tornado is going to be south of you. But certainly some rough weather in your area. Again, we're technically under a tornado warning in Leeds and Moody, but there's no doubt the tornado's down here and not up there. So it's moving northeast like that towards Wolf Creek, Pell City, Stewart's. You're going to be in the path of that. And this is going to cross Highway 231 at Pell City within a matter of 20 minutes. So again, if you're in Pell City, shelter now. If you are in Wolf Creek, shelter now, as we have that high potential. This tornado could still be down and is likely doing damage as we speak. So again, a supercell thunderstorm, this thing is about as classic as it gets. It just has all the indications of producing a long track violent tornado. This thing originally touched down back in Hale County. It lifted for a while, and then it touched back down as it moved into Bibb County. It lifted a little bit, touched back down to Shelby County.
Right, and we do have that tornado warning still being for Shelby, St. Clair, and Talladega, and this is, like you've been saying, near Leeds, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, but also want to go back to Pickens. You know, we're bouncing back and forth. Both are in our viewing area. You know, if you're watching and you're looking for our Pickens County's update, it looks like this circulation is tightening again in Pickens, so we are watching that, but as of National Weather Service updates, have not gotten one, and whether it's, you know, still confirmed on the ground or anything. But like I said, the circulation has tightened a bit, so we're still watching that in Pickens County as well. We're going to go back to that right now.
Okay, Brianna, yeah, let's talk about Pickens County. And again, if you are in Carrollton, I would be sheltered now, as we still have the potential for a tornado that could be down there. Let's look at the velocity signature and get a good idea of where that couplet is. And again, there it is. There's the Lowest Springs. There's Dillburg, basically on Highway 17 from Carrollton down to the south of town. But this is moving northeast, so eventually this is going to move into the Stanzel area. This is going to move into Gordo, which sits right there. Coal Fire's back there. I think this tornado is going to be to the south of Coal Fire and to the east of town. But if you're from Reform down 82 to the Tuscaloosa County line, let's watch this, as there's that potential there could be a tornado there, basically on the south side of Carrollton as we speak. And again, the rotation is not as tight as it was just a few moments ago, but still, we saw this happen in Shelby County. The rotation would weaken and then dramatically increase. So while there may not be a tornado down right now, we could see that change very quickly. So again, that's the signature with that. Let's look at the debris. And again, fortunately, I don't see a drop out there, so that's good. But again, that's not to say there's not a tornado down. And let's look at our hazard display and watch this together. And again, yeah, we got our evidence of rotation was back there. Now rotation is obviously up here, basically on Carrollton and Lowest Springs. So if you are on Highway 17 from downtown Carrollton to about a mile south, you need to be sheltered now. Okay. Okay, this is AlDOT camera that's out on 280, and that is some damage. Doug Baker Boulevard, and that is obvious damage there. You see the timber damage where the tornado crossed the Highway 280. So you saw that live video there of traffic still driving along 280, and clearly you see where the tornado crossed there, the trees that were snapped there. So again, damage on 280 there as the tornado did cross just a few moments ago. That is the Shelby County, now moving to St. Clair County storm. We're looking at Pickens County. Again, we got a dangerous storm that is capable of producing a tornado. That is moving off towards the northeast, so heads up for Reform and Gordo. We need you in shelter now for the potential for a tornado that could be there. And I see, looks like a new TVS popping up with the Shelby County storm. Let's look at this thing. Okay, that's when it was back there. So again, the tornadic signature is now up here. So we still have a dangerous looking supercell storm. The structure is very impressive with this, coming up on Wolf Creek now. This is going to cross Interstate 20 in a matter of moments. So that's what we're watching with that. Let's
hey, Richard,
go ahead,
just
Brianna.
wanted to give you a little update since you are looking at that. You know, Pell City is next in line, but the tornado emergency has been dropped. Moving back to Pickens County, I know we're going back and forth, both being in our viewing area, but this tornado warning for Pickens County is going till 2:30 p.m. And this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, so not confirmed on the ground anymore. And this is now moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, so speeding up a little bit. And that is for Pickens County until 2:30 and going northeast at 50 miles per hour. You might want to relook at that track considering it's speeding up just a little bit. Yeah,
there it is, Brianna, basically on top of Carrollton now. So if there's a tornado down, we're going to know about it pretty soon based off of what we're seeing with the spot of rotation down there. So let's do a track on this. And again, it's moving northeast very quickly at 50 miles per hour. So again, basically on top of Carrollton now, moving northeast just like that. And let's see, you may have to zoom out just a bit, be able to get a better time for you. Let me do that. Pan down to the south so you can see better perspective. This thing eventually is going to go up towards Fayette County. It's likely going to clip northwest Tuscaloosa County. So places like Morris Bridge may be under the gun for this possible tornado there. But again, this is not a confirmed tornado. It's down over Pickensville now, or excuse me, Carrollton now, moving northeast just like that, at about 50 miles per hour. So again, if you are in Gordo, we're looking at 215, so we need you in a safe place now. If you are in Gordo, as we have that potential for a tornado that could be down, Zion 222, Morris Bridge at 227, Newtonville at 233, New Lexington at 241. Then you got Berry and Whitson. You're going to be under the gun basically towards 2:45 to 3 o'clock. And that is if this rotation continues and if the National Weather Service decides to continue that tornado warning in effect for that. I need to show everybody out there because I know a lot of folks asking about other parts of Alabama. Let me put on the radar perspective and show you this. We got, again, a tornadic storm that's moving out of Shelby County into St. Clair County, approaching Pell City. That was a confirmed tornado. It is no longer a tornado emergency, but a possible tornado there. That thing could easily wrap back up. And we got another possible tornado in Pickens County on top of Carrollton. Right now, moving northeast towards Reform and Gordo, and that's going to track into Fayette County in the next 25 to 30 minutes. We got more storms back in Mississippi, and at the moment, Brianna, I don't see any tornado warnings back there, back in Mississippi with those particular storms.
No, Richard, I'm not seeing any of those. We are still getting, those damage reports coming in, almost feels like constantly. Speaking of Pickens County, we are watching that very carefully. The rotation in Pickens is broadening out. At the moment, it's looking that they will not reissue a tornado warning, but we've seen this with this former tornado emergency in Shelby and Jefferson County. These storms are cycling. We saw that Wednesday. We could potentially see that today with the storm in Pickens County. Not saying that it will happen, but it's also not out of question. And while it could potentially be weakening now, within the next few minutes, it could get a little bit stronger and back and forth. And that's why it's so important to pay attention to these storms and why we are kind of looking at these storm reports for you, because they can go back and forth. But in terms of Jefferson County, in the Shelby County, we do have a Helena near a sports complex and railroad tracks. There's been a car in the ditch, debris in the road. The fire department is on site. And right now, that is the latest damage update that we've gotten from the National Weather Service. But like I said, we are really watching this storm in Pickens County. Like I said, looks like it's broadening, but could tighten back up and get a little bit stronger. From the same report, Highway 280, there's been a roof blown off, partial collapse with cars damaged. You know, no doubt this is a serious situation. And like I said, even though this rotation is weakening in Pickens County, it could ramp back up. Right now, it doesn't look like it is, but it very well could. And that's why we're here to keep you updated on what's going on. So we are watching Pickens County as it moves through and hoping that it doesn't ramp back up. But we will keep that updated, and hopefully we will get an update from the National Weather Service soon about that. Richard.
All right, so again, we're just working on damage pictures and video, and Brianna, I believe you've got some of that information coming to you as well. We're going to show some of those on the air through our weather iPad here in just a moment. So she's working on that. I do want to show you this. We still have some active thunderstorms across much of West Alabama, but I do not see any indication of tornadoes with this other than the Pickens County storm, which is going to be allowed to expire in a few moments. So again, so far for this activity in West Alabama, we don't see any screaming evidence of a tornado with that. Not saying it won't happen, but at least for the moment, we're seeing storms that are not tornadic for now over here in West Alabama. And I tell you what, let's take our radar. Let's go over here to West Alabama. Let's just look at these storms very carefully and make sure we don't have anything trying to sneak up on us back here that could become tornadic. So let's do your radar tour. And these are some noisy thunderstorms, a tremendous amount of lightning with this activity. But so far, let me take on Columbus radar. So far, I don't see any sign of a tornado with this activity back here into West Alabama, other than the Pickens County storm we need to carefully monitor. So let's go down to the south. And just want to show everybody out there so you get an idea of what type of weather is coming your way. But understand, if there's not a tornado approaching your area, most likely you are okay for now. Doesn't mean you're in the clear for the whole event, but again, for now, that's the way we stand. Still got the tornado warning for Pickens County, including Carrollton and Reform. But again, so far, we don't see any screaming evidence of a tornado there right now. Let's go down to the south, back in East Mississippi. You got some severe storms back here that's going to move into Sumter and Pickens in the matter of the next 20 minutes or 30 minutes or so. And again, these storms bear watching. But so far, I don't see any screaming evidence of a tornado there. So that is the latest on that. Tell you what, before we get out of West Alabama, let me look at that storm over Fayette County. That one has more of a suspicious look to it. It has that hook echo feature. And let's look at the velocity signature. And yeah, again, there's straight line winds, but there's no rotating wind. Even the one in Pickens County has lost that rotational signature. So that is one promising thing. I like to see that. That is good. So we don't see any sign of rotation with this storm anymore for Pickens County. Still, let's watch it carefully. This thing could ramp up and produce a tornado, but right now in Pickens County, we just don't see a whole lot there. All right, let's go to the east. Again, Tuscaloosa, clearly no problems for you right now, other than some rain and thunder. We'll go into St. Clair County. This is our storm that we have been really watching for a while now. This thing came out of Greene County. Initially, we had the first tornado warning today for Greene County, and this thing has just continued to produce tornadoes. This is a concerning storm, and this is what we got right now. So if you are in Pell City and points west, basically down Interstate 20, we still have the potential there could be a tornado down with that particular storm. And again, it's basically right on top of Prescott and Cook Springs now. Let's put on the reflectivity and just look at this thing together and how the structure of the storm looks. And I'll say this, you know, Brianna, this thing does not look as impressive. We've really lost that classic supercell structure to this storm. So just maybe this storm is running out of steam just a bit. But again, that could change.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, we are still watching that. And just like a small update for St. Clair and Talladega, it has been kind of demoted in terms of to a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, yes.
All right, so again, this is not a confirmed tornado anymore. This is a storm that could still produce a tornado. And I tell you what, based off of the history of this storm, let's treat it like this thing could have a tornado down at any time, because we have seen this thing spin up so fast, develop a tornado rapidly, and then it dissipates. But again, so if you are in Pell City, even towards Raglan, if you're in Odenville. Now, if you're at Odenville up on 174 at 411, I think you're going to be okay. You're going to have some pretty rough weather there, some lightning and thunder and heavy rainfall clearly, but the main tornado threat's going to be down here closer to Pell City, basically along Interstate 20, but this is going to be moving northeast towards Raglan. It's going to cross the Coosa River here in just a matter of about 10 minutes or so, 10 to 15 minutes. Again, it's coming up on Raglan, so if you are in St. Clair County and Raglan, we are concerned about that potential tornado that could still be there. But I will say this, based off the structure of this storm, it does not look as impressive as it did just a little bit earlier.
Right. Richard, for Pickens County, that tornado warning has been canceled. So good news for Pickens County.
Okay, and again, I want to mention this. This is a Logan Martin Lake. This thing's a crossing right here at Pell City. If you've ever been over to Pell City, beautiful area. Goodness, I've been over there a few times, and awesome scenery, especially this time of year in springtime. It's got all the vegetation, flowers blooming out, but certainly a pretty scenery part of Alabama. But again, we still have that potential for a tornado that could be there with that storm. This is in St. Clair County. Again, basically at Pell City now. So if you are in Pell City, we want you in shelter. If you're at Lincoln in northwest Talladega County, shelter now. If you're in Raglan, again, let's just be safe with this thing. This thing could pulse back up and produce a tornado, but that is what we are looking at right there. Let me zoom out, just since things are a little more quiet in terms of confirmed tornadoes. Again, Pell City, shelter now. Raglan, shelter now. If you're in a mobile home, site-built structure, if you're in a mobile home, get out. If you're in a site-built structure, we want you in the lowest floor of your home and as many walls between you and the outside as possible until this storm passes on by. But let me show you this. This is the official reports that's come out, and I'm not sure how many have come out yet. And let's just look at this together, okay? So you see a string of reports here where the tornadoes did touch down with this one storm. This storm did all of that. This one storm produced all of those tornadoes right there. So again, that's why we say these supercell storms, think of them like trains on a track. They're going to follow specific areas, and there's going to be swaths of where you have damage. And then you go north and south of there, things are okay. So again, our main damage issues are going to be basically where the core of these supercell thunderstorms track today, and that's what we are concerned about. So again, so far there are no tornado warnings for West Alabama. Again, all the activities over in East Alabama. Go ahead, Brianna.
Hey, we just got some pictures and videos of damage. If we are able to pull up the weather iPad so we could share these. These pictures are from Eagle Point, Alabama. You can see the incredible damage that they have seen in their area. You can see, several trees down. It looks like you can see shingles that have come off roofs, trees that have been uprooted or completely ripped. We also have this picture that is from,
oh my goodness,
yes, east of Indian Springs. And this was from our tornado emergency. I also wanted to jump to Twitter real quick. This video is near Lee Branch. Let's see if I can get this connected for y'all. Looks like we have some technical difficulties. But this video just really helps you understand how much of an emergency this was. It might not play. But in this video,
that thing's huge. I mean, yes, you can see the tornado.
You don't even need the video.
And
you can see it.
Brianna, this brings a good point too. People that believe tornadoes can't cross mountains. Well, there you go.
Yes.
That tornado's clearly on the mountain.
Absolutely.
I believe that's a Double Oak Mountain. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's a Double Oak Mountain right there. That mountain, the tornado's on. But again, that is certainly a frightening look there. So wow. So that's what we're dealing with that. So let's go back over to graphics and show you that. And Brianna, if you find any more, just give us a holler.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll show that to you, just kind of give you an idea of what has happened so far today. And these reports are all from one storm, these tornado reports here. And this thing first touched down in Hale County basically on the east side of Highway 69. It first touched down as it crossed just past the Havana Junction. This thing was such a close call for the Havana Junction. It basically touched down the other side of Highway 69 and then lifted for a while, touched down again in Bibb County, lifted for a bit, and then touched down in Shelby County. And it seems like it's been on the ground all across Shelby County, just doing consistent and considerable damage there of some of this right here, and now is currently located in St. Clair. But again, just showing you radar now. Let's go back into the storm. And, well, before we do that, let me show you the watch warning map. We have, I do want to mention this. We've got flash flood warnings for Jefferson County, also Blount County, Etowah, St. Clair, and Cherokee. These areas are dealing with tremendous rainfall amounts and issues, obviously, with flash flooding ongoing. But the only tornado warning we have in our local area is over the Pell City area of St. Clair County. That is it. There are no additional tornado warnings as of right now, but that could obviously change as the environment continues to be conducive for tornadic storms. So let's do that. Let's go back over to radar and take you into St. Clair County. And let's just watch this storm. This is kind of one of those troubled storms that has produced multiple tornadoes now. Again, just one storm has done all of this, and this is why we're concerned about these individual supercells as they stand that better chance of producing a tornado. But basically, it's on top of Pell City now. That is the Coosa River, and again, there's Raglan. This could cross over the Coosa in probably about 20 minutes or so, what I would estimate. So basically at Riverside and points north towards Raglan. That's where this possible tornado is going to cross the Coosa River. So if you're in a lake house or camp house there, if you're in a mobile home, we want you to get out of that and find a side-built structure, as this thing could be down. Starting to look a little more impressive. This thing may be trying to ramp back up just a bit.
Absolutely, Richard. And the National Weather Service has kind of confirmed that. You know, they're watching St. Clair County. They've, you know, seen that this could potentially be ramping up. And we have seen this all day, just the cycling of it weakening and coming back strong. This tornado has been with us for quite a minute.
Yeah, it's been a while. In fact, what time was it? First tornado, was it 12 or?
Let me see if I can find
I can't remember what time we went on. I want to say at 11:30 or 12, at some time like that. And it may have been 11:30 when this first tornado warning was issued. And again, this just continues the same storm. It's now a 217, and we are still tracking this same tornadic thunderstorm. And I want to mention this. If you are concerned about other areas, we're concerned about you, I promise. This storm has kind of taken most of the focus because of the fact that this is really the only storm that is producing a tornado. Everything else is noisy thunderstorms, but it's not considered tornadic right now. We did have the one brief tornado in Pickens County, but again, that was it. But if you're in Wattsville, I would be in shelter now.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
Richard,
Brianna.
we started this tornado, first became a warning at 11:36, but right now the National Weather Service is looking at St. Clair County, potentially could see a new touchdown. It could be likely at this moment, and we will keep you updated once we get that confirmed, and this is north of Pell City. So if you are in Pell City, you do kind of want to take cover now. And then if you are in this path, like Richard has been talking about, you want to go ahead and take cover. And, you know, Richard, correct me if I'm saying this wrong, but at the moment it's south of Raglan, headed towards Ohatchee. Ohatchee, yes, Ohatchee. So it's headed toward this area. If you are in these areas, you want to take shelter now. And as we've seen, like we just mentioned, this has been cycling for a while, and right now it's looking like it's ramping back up just a bit, but we will keep that updated for you as soon as we find that out.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at some of the information on here too. There's quite a bit of damage over there, certainly across North Shelby County. This thing has done caused a lot of issues really, and it continues to deal with this. I'm just looking at some of the video kind of behind the scenes. This thing was large when it did touch down. So again, this is a dangerous storm that could easily produce another tornado. And this thing is coming upon Raglan. And basically, if you're on Raglan or Ohatchee near the Coosa River, that's where we are concerned about for this potential for a tornado that could be down right now. And I tell you what, Brianna, if you want to pass along a few reports real quick, I do want to check something just for a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we've been, seeing a lot of stuff. Our weather watcher Brody has been updating us a lot on this live stream that we've seen on Facebook. He has a friend at Greystone Farms that has seen damage at his house. From the Helena Police Department, that all phone lines to HPD are down. Call 911 if you need emergency assistance if you are in the Helena area. And then from the Pelham Police, there's area command setting up at Shelby Mart on Highway 31 at Cross Creek Trail, and going through some damage reports through the National Weather Service as well. You can see there's been in Helena near a sports complex that and railroad tracks, they've seen that car in the ditch, debris on the road, and then Greystone at Highway 280, there's been a roof blown off. And hey, we just got a new update from the National Weather Service that there has been that tornado warning issued for St. Clair and Talladega until 2:45. Confirmed tornado was located near Riverside, near Pell City, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So like we said, this was ramping up just a little bit, and now this is a confirmed tornado back down on the ground, located near Riverside. This is near Pell City. This is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. We've seen this all day. Tornadoes weakening, then strengthening, and back and forth. And just like I mentioned last time I was talking to you, I mentioned this was ramping back up, and sure enough, it has. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground located near Riverside, near Pell City, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And this is for St. Clair and Talladega County until 2:45. So we still are keeping an eye on that, as it could potentially be extended into other areas. And we're watching the National Weather Service for that update, Richard.
Yeah, so again, a dangerous situation for a storm that is likely still producing a tornado, or producing a new tornado now. As you mentioned, Brianna, that's close to the Riverside area. That's basically near the Coosa River, and this is going to be coming up on Ohatchee in the next 10 minutes or so. So let's do a track on this thing, or I'd say, Raglan, Ohatchee, you got to be in shelter now. So let's do a track on this thing and show you who's going to be in this thing. And I tell you what, Brianna, if you want to continue to get those reports and let us know what all has happened with this tornado. But again, that's what we're looking at right there. Let me put on the debris signature, and let's look at this thing together. It looks like the potential tornado could be just below Wattsville, between Wattsville and Riverside. Now, I don't see a correlation coefficient dropout. I don't see a debris signature on there. But again, we got the confirmation from the Weather Service that a tornado is down again near the Coosa River. So again, Raglan, Ohatchee, you're going to be under the gun for this potential tornado that could be back down. And again, go ahead.
Hey, just, going back, like I mentioned, we were looking at extending this. We now have a tornado warning issued for Calhoun until 3:30. Tornado-producing storm located over Riverside, just like we talked about, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And again, this is for Calhoun County as well now. Okay,
so again, we got a tornado-producing storm there that's moving northeast. And tell you what, let's zoom out of this thing just a bit, and let's watch this carefully. So again, this is a potential tornado that is tracking northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So again, thank you, Brianna, for that update there. Let's tell you what, let me zoom out just a bit and show you the path of this storm. Again, there's the brand new tornado warning polygon that does include basically the northern half of Calhoun County, does include Anniston, and does include Jacksonville for the potential. There could be a tornado there. And again, the Weather Service saying this is actually a confirmed tornado. So this is certainly a dangerous storm. So let's track this off towards the northeast at about a 40 to 45 miles per hour. These are the towns and these are the cities and the path of this tornado that's confirmed. So again, if you are in Macon, 236, Ohatchee, 242, Alexandria at 251, Weaver at 256, Jacksonville, including Jacksonville State, we're looking at the time of arrival there at 3:02, and Rabbittown 3:11, Piedmont at 3:17, and Virgo there at 3:21. So again, those are the times of arrival where this potential tornado could be in your local area. I'll tell you what, Brianna, I want to go to you just for a moment. I've got to change the battery out here. So if you want to pass on that information back with that storm, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. This tornado that we're watching, like we said, these are cycling. They could potentially ramp back up and get worse. I'm looking at some updates from Helena. We, saw that their phone lines are down. So if you need anything, if you're in that area, call 911 if you need emergency assistance, and stay out of Old Town on Highway 261. So please do not attempt to enter Old Town. This is a very damaged place. Helena really got hit hard during this, and we're continually getting updates for that. And I want to check in the National Weather Service for that. We've seen roof has been blown off in one area. I would say it's safe to say that's probably not the only area that we've seen it. As of right now, we have no injury or death reports, and hopefully that stays low, and that's honestly amazing to hear right now. But we are keeping an eye out on that because we did have such a dangerous situation in Helena and in those areas. We've seen, a car potentially has been turned over. Several cars have been damaged. We've seen in that neighborhood that I showed y'all earlier from Eagle Point that, we are seeing significant damage from the storm that has gone through our area. And from the National Weather Service, just watching this tornado as it goes headed towards Calhoun County until 3:30 p.m. And we are just watching this as it moves through the state of Alabama. This tornado has been with us for hours, and we are continuing to watch it because it has a tendency to weaken and then strengthen and weaken and strengthen, and hopefully eventually it will weaken and dissipate. But as for right now, we are keeping our eyes peeled for this tornado warning. When it comes to damage reports, looking through Facebook Live, Brody's been doing an amazing job from Birmingham. There's been storm debris on US 280 at Eagle Point. Just talking about Eagle Point Parkway in Birmingham, and the road is closed. So if you're around that area, you do not want to go near that area. If you are home at all today, do not leave unless you have to. If you need to leave, that is to go to a storm shelter, and be prepared ahead of time. Don't wait until we say your city name. Go ahead. It's better to be early than to be on time. You need to be early in your safe spot and be prepared for that. So as we get, damage reports in, I'll get that to y'all, of course, but as of right now, that is all we have. It looks like we had an update at 2:27 tornado warning for St. Clair and Talladega until 2:45. This is confirmed tornado near Raglan, northeast of Pell City, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So fast moving, and a confirmed tornado that has been located near Raglan for St. Clair and Talladega counties, Richard.
All right, I do want to mention this too, and we're working to get pictures and video. And I'll tell you what, Jen, in just a moment, I want to take the weather iPad and show you a video that we're watching. Some of this damage that's coming across has been quite incredible to see. And fortunately, as Brianna mentioned, there's been no reports of injuries or fatalities. But again, that's something that we are obviously concerned about for that potential that these tornadoes could have a threat for loss of life and property. And I tell you what, Jen, as soon as you can see the weather iPad, okay, let me mirror this on here so you can see it. This is over in Indian Springs Village, and see if we can, okay. All right, so again, we're just going to work on getting some of this video here. We're trying to stream this to our control room, and there it is for now. And again, this is actually over. Let's see if I can get it to play there. This is over at Indian Springs Village, and this was some trees that were falling in the backyard there. And see if I can get this video to play, and I don't think it is going to cooperate with me today. So, all right, let's just go back over to graphics and show you that. Again, we've got the tornadic storm that's now into St. Clair County, that's totally out of Shelby County. It is continuing to move off towards the northeast pretty quickly at about 45 miles per hour. Here's those times of arrival we're talking about. So if this tornado continues, we're looking at 251 for Alexandria, Weaver at about 256, and Jacksonville at 302. And again, that does include Jacksonville State too. So that was hard hit by a tornado a few years ago. Piedmont at 317. And again, you go down the list. So let me clear that off, and let's go look at that storm. And while we do that, let me zoom into that and just show you a closer view. This is about to cross the Coosa River in just a matter of a few moments, but still, this is that one tornadic storm that has produced so much damage today. And again, it continues to do that. basically on top of the Coosa River. There's Raglan. Your potential tornado is going to be down here, moving northeast pretty quickly now. So this is just about to cross over into Calhoun County. There's Highway 77 there. So if you're in Macon, if you're from Boiling Springs down to the south to the county line there, we want you to be sheltered now as it crosses the Coosa River into Calhoun County. And again, next up would be places like Jacksonville that will be under the gun for this potential tornado that could be down. And based off of the history of this storm, I would treat it as if there is one down, because this thing certainly means business. Look at the circulation here. This thing's really wrapped up quite a bit on top of the Coosa. So if you're in Macon, if you're on Highway 77 towards Boiling Springs, you need to be sheltered now for this tornado that could be down, and this thing certainly means business. Let me zoom out just a bit. I want to show you people in the path of this thing because this is a dangerous storm that is capable of producing a tornado, and that is basically at or just below Raglan. If you're in Ohatchee, Boiling Springs, Alexandria, we need you sheltered now. That's where this potential tornado is tracking, just like this. So again, a dangerous storm that is capable of producing a tornado moving northeast like that. So again, this is Calhoun County. If you're in the city of Anniston, this is going to miss the city of Anniston to the northwest, but again, it's going to be a close call. But if you are from Jacksonville up to Piedmont, we need you sheltered. Again, that includes that lowest floor of your home, many walls between you and the outside as possible, and we'll continue to go through the storm. But again, clearly evidence of rotation there, basically coming up the Coosa River. So if you're Ohatchee, you got to be sheltered now. Boiling Springs, sheltered now. And again, that means out of a mobile home, many walls between you and the outside as possible, and we'll get you through this thing, but just hang in there. Let this storm pass on by. But there could be more storms later, and we do need to show you that. Let me show you a wide perspective of everybody out there. Again, we've got a dangerous situation for Calhoun County for a potential tornado that could be down, moving right towards Ohatchee, and then next stop would be Jacksonville. All right, so Jacksonville, you're going to be under the gun for that. We have more storms back in Mississippi. It looks like we got a tornado warning, Brianna, down there over Noxubee County, or in Kemper County, Mississippi. I think I see a red polygon down there. Let's look at this storm and see what this is showing signs of. And again, this is a tornado warning for Meridian. Potential tornado coming up on the city of Meridian, Mississippi. And let's look at, let's take Columbus radar and see if we've got a good perspective of this thing. Yeah, it's going to be hard to see from that. I'll pull on the velocity display. And again, there's your potential tornado on Interstate 20 just west of Meridian. This will be crossing Lauderdale County, and this could potentially move into Sumter County. So, yeah, heads up for you in Sumter County. We could see this potential tornado cross through Meridian and then move up on York and Livingston. Again, there's no tornado warning for our part of Alabama yet in Sumter, but that may change as this storm crosses. I do want to mention, all right, we've got flash flood warnings now in effect for a huge chunk of north and central Alabama. We got flash flood warnings for Pickens County, Tuscaloosa County. We got Lamar, Fayette, Marion, Winston, Walker, Jefferson, Coleman, Blount, St. Clair, Etowah, Cherokee, and Calhoun. Also, we have the tornado warning currently in effect for Calhoun County. So that's what we are watching right now. So again, flash flooding situation developing across central and west Alabama as we have so much going on right now across our area.
And we've seen a lot of flooding. Jen, if there's any way we can pull up the weather iPad, we've gotten some pictures of flooding. So this is from Walker County. You can see this water could potentially be damaging, and now we have these flash flood warnings. And I missed this earlier. This was an hour ago. This is outside Moundville, and you can kind of see it's kind of a blurry picture, but you can see where that tornado was that was given to us from Justin Gentry. Now, this was a while back. If you're in Moundville now, you are not under a tornado warning, but that was from earlier today. And like I said, we do have this new flash flood warning, and you can see it's already being applied, I guess for lack of a better word, in Walker County, and this is to be taken seriously. We've already seen a lot of potentially flood damage in Alabama and getting other damage reports as well. Looks like from Jefferson County at 2:30 p.m. Highway 31 is barricaded from River Chase Parkway to Lorna Road due to flooding. So like I said, we are already seeing these major effects from flooding, and those counties have been issued into a flash flood warning. So if you're in these areas, stay off the road. I know you're not in a tornado warning as of right now, but speaking of tornado warnings, we have had the tornado warning canceled for Talladega, but we are continuing that tornado warning for St. Clair County, where a severe thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado. Looks like it's weakened just a little bit. West of Sacs, and this is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So once again, still in effect for St. Clair County until 2:45 p.m. Richard, that's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour.
Okay, and hey, Jen, if we can, let's take the iPad. I've got it on my end here. I want to show you this video, and this was over at Indian Springs Village. This is actually a friend of mine, a meteorologist over in Birmingham, Ashley Gann. This is her backyard. And she's out on maternity leave right now, and she took this video from her backyard as the tornado passed by and trees falling. Just incredible to see that. So, you know, we're certainly thinking about our friends up there that are dealing with this tragic tornado. So let's go back over to the weather graphics again. That was Indian Springs Village from Ashley Gann up there. That's a friend of mine, a meteorologist in the Birmingham area as well. So again, we're thankful that they are okay, by the way. I want to report that. Here's a look at the watch warning map. We got a flash flooding situation for basically the northern half of the state ongoing. This is not good with the rainfall amounts. We've got the rainfall rates. We do have a tornado warning back in Meridian, Mississippi, and we've got a tornado warning up in Calhoun County in northeast Alabama. Let me take the radar. And we haven't done this in a while, so we need to kind of take a tour of what all's happening out there. And so far, we don't have any additional tornado warnings in our coverage area. That could change at any time. But this rainfall up here, the rates are truly incredible to see some of this heavy rainfall we're dealing with. So, again, a flash flood situation basically along in north of Interstate 20 that is developing and is continuing at this hour. So, again, if you live in a flood-prone area, use caution. This is certainly a dangerous situation of the flooding that is developing out there. Also, the potential for tornadoes will still go on through this afternoon and into this evening. So let's go over to the storm that's in Calhoun County with our potential tornado that could still be there. And again, this is basically crossing the Coosa River into Calhoun County. And let's show you that. Areas like Ohatchee going to be under the gun for this potential tornado. It has come through Raglan. It's already east of Raglan, but the next up would be places like Jacksonville. Okay, if you're in Alexandria, you're going to be under the gun for this possible tornado that could be down with that. Let's put on the velocity and just kind of look at this thing together. And again, let's show you this thing. There's your rotation right there by Macon and Ohatchee. It's essentially on the Coosa River. So we have the potential for a tornado that could be down with this storm tracking northeast just like that. So again, Alexandria, Highway 1, Highway 21 that runs into Jacksonville. If you are from Jacksonville back to Alexandria and back to Ohatchee, let's all be in shelter now as that possibility of a tornado could still be there, crossing the Coosa River basically at Macon. So this could be a damaging tornado that could be down. The signature, I'll say this, does look quite impressive. So this could be one of those long tracks, still on the ground type of tornado. So this signature is quite impressive right now. So we are concerned about Ohatchee, Grayton, Reeds Mill. That's Highway 204 that connects Highway 1 to Jacksonville, Highway 21. We are concerned about this potential tornado that could be down.
Yes, Richard, we do have in Calhoun County confirmed tornado located 12 miles west of Sacs. This is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So exactly the area you're just talking about. We just got a confirmed tornado on the ground moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, Richard.
And this is another tornado. You know, this thing could have been on the ground for who knows how long now, but at least we know there's one down, and we're looking at the signature, and this thing is just wicked coming across the Coosa River. So Ohatchee, Grayton, you've got to be in a safe place now. Let's do a track on this thing and show you who's going to be in the path of this, because this is a dangerous situation. This tornado is moving northeast at, again, 40 to 45 miles per hour. So let's do a cone on this and show you. It's basically at Ohatchee now and moving northeast just like that. And I tell you what, let me clear that off. I need to zoom out just a bit so you can get a better perspective of this thing, because this is certainly a situation where we need to be on alert if you're ahead of this thing and ready to take action now. So again, let me do a track on this. And it's over Raglan on the Coosa River, moving northeast at, let's say, 40 to 45 miles per hour. So again, these are the times of arrival, what time this particular tornado could be at your house, in your town. And we're looking at Ohatchee basically right now. Union at 257, Angel at 302, Merrilton at 310, Prices at 315, Piedmont at 322. And then this will continue basically to move into the Georgia state line as this tornado is down. And this is, again, a confirmed tornado by the National Weather Service. We know it's down. We got the confirmation. We see that very impressive signature on radar. So this thing is as serious as it gets with a potential tornado that could be there with that storm. Again, this is crossing the Coosa, moving into Calhoun County. Let me clear this off, and let's zoom back into this thing and show you who's under the gun. Now, if you're in Anniston or Oxford, there's no threat for a tornado for you with this storm. There may be more down the road, but again, with this particular storm, clearly the tornado threat is going to be north of you, but it's basically on top of Ohatchee now. And I will say this, if this trend continues, I would say it may pass north of Jacksonville State. So this thing may pass just north of Jacksonville State as we speak. So again, confirmed tornado near Ohatchee, moving northeast, and this thing has obviously made more of a northeast turn rather than an east-northeast turn. So if you are in Jacksonville, this thing may stay just to your north, but I will say this, it is going to be a mighty close call. We've also got, there's some storms we're watching in West Alabama that have some kind of on and off signatures we're watching with some potential rotation. So let's go over to West Alabama and show you what we got going on over here, because I've seen some stuff over in North Tuscaloosa County that is concerning here. This is just above Samantha on Highway 43. Look at that, we've got a couplet up here. This is not a tornado warning storm, but we got a couplet with this storm basically below New Lexington, between New Lexington and Samantha. It's moving into southeast Fayette County, Boley Springs, and then this is going to move into Walker County. Places like Cordova and also places like Jasper could be impacted by this. Now, again, there's not a tornado warning right now, but we are certainly watching that. That looks interesting. That is rotating winds just north of Samantha. Again, this is in far north Tuscaloosa County. There's not formally a tornado warning for you, but it is a storm of concern. Let's put on the reflectivity. And again, it's got that hook echo feature. It's not as impressive as the other storm that is moving up towards the northern portion of Calhoun County, out of the Raglan area towards Ohatchee. It's not as impressive as that, but it is a storm that is rotating, basically just now crossing Highway 43, and that is going to be coming up on Boley Springs in southeast Fayette County as we speak. So again, while there's not formally a tornado warning for you in North Tuscaloosa County, Walker County, or southeast Fayette, let's watch that very carefully, as the potential is there for a tornado with that storm. Tell you what, let's go back down to the south. I want to show that storm coming out of Meridian, Mississippi, as it has a tornado warning with that. Doesn't look all that impressive at the moment. Let's look at the velocity signature and just kind of look at this together, because this will be coming up on Sumter County. And yeah, just not much out there. So again, for the storm that's in Meridian, I don't see any screaming evidence of a tornado down with that, but again, that could change. So just a heads up, if you're in Sumter County, if you are in York or ML or Livingston, let's keep an eye on that, as that has that potential to produce a tornado. So let's go back off towards the north. And again, yeah, watching that North Tuscaloosa County storm very carefully. We still maintain a tornado warning in northwest Calhoun County. This thing has come through Ohatchee now. And Brianna, did you hear of any damage from the storm so far in Ohatchee?
As of right now, no, Richard, but I just have an update from the National Weather Service. They're just reiterating that this is a confirmed tornado over Ahatchee, 10 miles northwest of Sacs, kind of like we mentioned before, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So just reiterating that, that was at 2:43, and that stays until effect until 3:30 for Calhoun County. And this, like I said, confirmed on the ground. And of course, we are still watching that rotation in West Alabama, and we'll keep you updated on that. Like I said, that could impact Fayette and Walker County. Right, took the words right out of my mouth. Just issued a tornado warning for Fayette, Tuscaloosa, and Walker until 3:45. This is not confirmed on the ground, but a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado southwest of Boley Springs, just like you mentioned, and southeast of Fayette, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. And coming out of St. Clair County, we just got another storm report as well. Numerous trees have been uprooted and power lines down on Old Coal City Road. So we have that tornado warning still in effect for Calhoun County until 3:30. We now have that tornado warning, not confirmed on the ground, but still take it very seriously. Tornado warning for Fayette, Tuscaloosa, and Walker until 3:45. Southwest of Boley Springs and southeast of Fayette, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. And then we got that storm report from St. Clair County mentioning power lines down and numerous trees have been uprooted in St. Clair County. Richard.
All right, Brianna, so certainly a mess with several storms now ongoing now. We got, again, a confirmed tornado that's moved out of Ahatchee now. That's over northern Calhoun County. And I tell you what, Jen, if we can, let's double box and put the Tuscaloosa camera from Brian Denny. Okay, I would be interested to see if we can see anything from that perspective. So let's go into that storm. We were just talking about that. We saw that rotation pop up, and again, the National Weather Service seeing that about the same time we did, decided to issue a tornado warning. Now, this is going to be over the far northern part of the county, but in Sandtown, Boley Springs, you're going to be under the gun for this possible tornado up here. And again, this is for far north Tuscaloosa County. This does not include the city of Tuscaloosa or Northport, but there's a potential tornado that could be developing here. And based off the velocity couplet here, I would say there's a high chance there is a tornado that is in the process of developing now. If you're in Boley Springs or Sandtown, that's Highway 69 that runs up to Wyndham Springs. That is obviously going to be where we're watching, is areas just north of that. But that's your potential tornado. Another one that has developed here that continues to move off towards the northeast. So again, there's Sandtown there. Again, that's let me zoom out just a little bit and show you that. Again, this couplet that has certainly developed over the past 10 to 15 minutes is showing signs of rotation. But again, this is going to be north of Wyndham Springs. If you're in Whitson there on North Tuscaloosa County on 69, the very curvy highway that runs out of a Northport past Lake Tuscaloosa and goes up into the Walker County to Oakman. Again, this is going to be off to the north of that. And we're looking from Brian Denny off to the north. And again, it's going to be hard to see. I believe our vantage point's just going to be too far away from that, but I'm just kind of monitoring the camera. I can see it a little better behind the scenes here. And yeah, again, it's just going to be a little too far away, I think, to be able to see a tornado from that. But that is the general direction of that tornado. That is in North Tuscaloosa County. So again, in the box down there, you're looking live from our Brian Denny camera in the direction of that tornadic thunderstorm in North Tuscaloosa County. This is well north of Samantha. So again, for Northside High School, this is going to be well north of you. Walker Elementary, Northside Road, it's all going to be north of you. And this is going to be basically on the county line now, where Boley Springs is, basically on the Fayette and Tuscaloosa County line. This is going to move into Walker County, so places like Oakman and Jasper, you're going to be under the gun for the potential tornado here. As Brianna mentioned, this is not a confirmed tornado, but this is a radar indicator. In other words, there could be one down, but it's not a confirmation of that. So again, that's what that looks like there. Let's do a track on it. And I'm going to put the warning display and show you where the warning is. And again, in the maroon shade, that is a flash flood warning. It's a dangerous situation up here with flash flooding and also the potential for a tornado that could be there. So let me zoom out. I want to do a path on this thing. It's going to move right over central Walker County. You see the red polygon. Again, this does not include Samantha. This is north of you, closer to the Fayette County line. But again, this is going to be moving into Walker County as well. So again, this is another tornado warning that's up here in North Tuscaloosa County, moving northeast. This one is at 50 miles per hour. So again, you're looking at the community times of arrival there. This is going to be mainly for the northern tip of the county into Fayette and then Walker. So again, you got Whitson at 3:03. Oakman, which is in Walker County, that's the southwest Walker County. Highway 69 runs up from Tuscaloosa County into Walker County to Oakman. You are at 3:12. Parrish, you're at 3:18. Jasper at about 3:20 to 3:30, then Summerton, and then so forth to go down the line. Again, those are times of arrival, so we want you to be in a safe place now before that tornadic storm does reach your area. So again, that's the very latest situation on that. So again, I do want to check with Brianna. Anything coming out of this storm in Tuscaloosa County, Brianna, that you've seen?
As of right now, no, Richard, nothing coming from Tuscaloosa, just that we have that tornado warning in effect. And once again, we've said this multiple times, but I know it can get kind of confusing if you're sitting at home. This does not include the city of Tuscaloosa and Northport. I know I get confused sometimes, and I want everyone at home to know that if you are in the city of Tuscaloosa, you are safe right now. However, just looking and seeing if we've heard anything from anyone of storm reports, I'm not getting anything at the moment, but we are keeping an eye on that. We did have a storm report for St. Clair where they reported the tornado. We talked about this earlier. Numerous trees uprooted and power lines down on Old Coal City Road. But for this potential tornado in northern Tuscaloosa headed towards Fayette and Walker, no storm reports as of now, but we will keep you updated, especially if the circulation either broadens or tightens from here, Richard.
Yeah, so we're just looking at some information also behind the scenes here, and this is, I'll tell you what, Jen, in just a moment I'm going to call for the iPad here and show you a video, because I want to show you, this is from the Havana Junction down below Moundville, and yeah, if we can take that video, this is, okay, as soon as I get it popped up, I will let you know, and I think we are good now. So again, this is, make this larger, this is over at the Havana Junction. This is just below Moundville. This is that tornadic storm that passed through earlier. Look how fast the clouds are kind of racing off to the northeast. So again, this isn't a video of the tornado itself. This was just before the tornado touched down. Let's go back over to graphics. And that's just before the tornado touched down, and certainly something else to see there. So goodness, just some of the reports. Let's see. Just getting a lot of information behind the scenes here of the damage. Goodness, the stuff that happened in Shelby County is just unreal, some of the damage up this way. So we got another tornadic storm that is in far north Tuscaloosa County. This is basically going to move over the southeast Boot Hill of Fayette County, then moving to Walker County. So again, that's the latest situation on that. And tell you what, let's, I don't think we're going to be able to see that from our Bryant Denny camera. It's just going to be too far away. So let's pull on the reflectivity and show you that. Again, the storm of concern is basically, yeah, we're going to watch the Summerton camera as well. This thing's going to be passing basically right over that in about 20 minutes or so. But again, this is our storm of concern that's in North Tuscaloosa County that has the potential to produce a tornado. So again, this is a situation that we may see a tornado develop up here. This is not a confirmed tornado in North Tuscaloosa County, but the environment is capable of producing, obviously, these tornadoes. We've already had at least 4 or 5 now touch down, and we will continue to see that. And I tell you what, Brianna, did that tornado warning expire for Calhoun, or did they just trim that back?
It looks like the tornado warning for Calhoun confirmed. This is just right now 2:53.
Okay.
That a confirmed tornado located near Alexandria, 7 miles west of Jacksonville, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is still confirmed on the ground for Calhoun County.
Okay, they just must trim I saw the polygon disappear for a second there, so I think they just trimmed it back just a bit. So again, this is the tornadic storm of concern too in North Tuscaloosa County. That's basically over Sandtown now. But if you are in Oakman, if you are in Parrish or Cordova, right there, we want you to be in a shelter now. As that potential tornado's there, so you got to get out of a mobile home, get out of that site-built structure, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and we'll continue to go through this thing. But But again, that's our tornadic storm that is in North Tuscaloosa County and Southeast Fayette County. It's put on the velocity display. And I will say this, the rotation is dramatically weakened from that. So it's now totally out of Sandtown into Southeast Fayette County, very close to Bowley Springs. We've been talking about that community there and the path of this thing. So at least one encouraging thing from this particular storm, the couplet that we saw just a moment ago, is not as impressive. Not saying it can't be one down, but if you are in Oakman Parish or Cordova, Union Chapel up there, again, this is over Walker County. That's what we're talking about for the potential for a tornado that could be down and is tracking northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So we will carefully watch that storm as it moves across far southeast Fayette County now. So let's go back over to our storm that is in Calhoun County. And again, this is a storm that we are certainly concerned about because this is a confirmed tornado. It's been down for a while. And this thing just continues on trucking it. So, again, this is going to be clearly north of Anniston. And I will say this, if you're in Jacksonville, let's stay sheltered. But I think the core tornado threat with this particular storm is going to be just a hair north of town. But if you are on the north side of Jacksonville, up to the north towards the Cherokee County line, Piedmont, you got to be sheltered now. But if you're in Gadsden, there's no threat from this particular storm. Let's put on the velocity and just kind of look at this thing together. Still very tight couple. Look at that thing just north of Alexandria. This has crossed Highway 431. Again, this is going to be just on the north side of Jacksonville, but if you are in downtown Jacksonville and point south, this tornado is going to be just north of you. But again, it's such a close call. I don't want to be too nitpicky on that. I still think you should be sheltered in Jacksonville. So let's zoom into this thing. Again, this is going to be clearly south of Hoax Bluff. There it is right there crossing Highway 204 just a few miles west of Jacksonville. So again, this confirmed tornado is crossing Highway 204 now just west of Jacksonville. Again, Piedmont sits right there. Let's put on the debris signature. And yeah, we can actually see it right there. That's it. So it's crossed Highway 431. It's in the process of crossing Highway 204 now. And again, next stop is going to be Piedmont. So if you are in Piedmont, we need you sheltered right now. This is a dangerous storm. You got to get out of a mobile home, a site-built structure, something that will protect you from flying debris. So you got to get out of a mobile home into a site-built structure, a storm shelter, and wear a bike helmet. Wear a helmet, something that will protect your head from flying debris. But again, if you're east of Reed's Mill, again, you got to be sheltered. This is a dangerous situation. Confirmed tornado. We know it's down, and it is doing damage as we speak. Again, here's your debris signature right there. It has crossed Highway 204 and continues northeast. So let's put back on the velocity. This just gives us a better story of this very dangerous rotational signature right there. And I'm going to pan this over just so we can see communities in the path of this thing a little better.
Hey, Richard, while you're doing that, just giving you an update. They have canceled the tornado warning for Tuscaloosa, but we're continuing that tornado warning for Fayette and Walker counties until 3:45. And like I said, this has not been confirmed on the ground, but a very severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado that is moving northeast of 50 miles per hour. This is southwest of Cordova. And rotation has broadened in Walker County, but you don't need me to tell you again, these storms have been broadening and then getting stronger and then weakening and getting stronger, just like we're seeing in Calhoun County as well. And now we do have a tornado warning for Cherokee and Etowah County as well. Tornado producing storm was located near Jacksonville State University, just like you've been saying, Richard, and this is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So we have that tornado warning being continued for Fayette and Walker County, and now we have a tornado warning for Cherokee and Etowah County until 4 p.m. because we have this potentially tornado producing storm that is near Jacksonville State University moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, Richard.
So again, we got another, this thing is just nasty. This storm continues to drop tornadoes now. And again, as Brianna mentioned, they extended the tornado warning basically to the northeast of this thing. And this does include Weiss Lake. So if you live along Weiss Lake or if you're at a camp house up there or anybody on Weiss Lake, we want you to be in a safe place too. It's this potential tornado. It's going to stay on the south side of the lake, but understand everybody up there, let's just not take a chance with this thing. This is a nasty tornado that just continues to churn across Alabama. It's done tremendous damage. Here's a new update. It's just still impressive signature there, producing a tornado over northern Calhoun County. Let me pan out just a bit and show you that warning polygon. Again, you're going to see the red polygon pop up on your screen here, where we have that potential for a tornado that is likely still down. As Brianna mentioned, it is a confirmed tornado. There it is. So again, we got the far southeastern tip of Etowah County. Look, if you're in Gadsden, this tornado is going to be clearly south of Gadsden. This is going to be mainly for north and northeastern Calhoun County. Again, if you are in Anniston, Oxford, you're okay. But Piedmont, you're going to be under the gun from this. And again, this is going to move across southern Cherokee County. And this is the same storm that prompted the first tornado warning for Greene and Hale County earlier. I think that was, Brianna, you mentioned, what was that, 11:30 or so today, 11:30 this morning?
Yes, Richard, right around 11:30,
yeah.
Maybe like 11:34 or something like that.
And it's 3 o'clock. The storm is continuing to go and is continuing to drop tornadoes. I've heard just tremendous damage being produced by this thing, but I have not heard of any loss of life. I've not heard of any injury. And did they cancel the Walker County tornado warning? I think they just did.
They might have, Richard. The notifications from the National Weather Service are being a little glitchy right now, but very well, if you're seeing that, yeah, it potentially is canceled. But I'm going to go ahead and talk about some of these storm reports we're getting. Okay. When it comes to Pelham, from the Pelham Police Department, only local traffic is being allowed into these communities because they have been hit pretty hard by this tornado. And from Blount County, there's been a tree down near Aniana. And then from there's storm debris on Alabama 261 at Old Tuscaloosa Road in Shelby County. So definitely getting several little storm reports coming from Brody, our weather watcher, and then going and looking at the National Weather Service chat, getting a little glitch there. But as of right now, those are our storm reports that we're getting, and we are keeping an eye on radar as well. And then whenever we have the opportunity, I don't want to do it right now because we're watching these storms closely. We do have some more pictures from Eagle Point, and Eagle Point has been affected pretty rough, and I have pictures on the iPad, and it looks like, Richard, you're going to show something real quick.
Let me show you this, too, and this is over in Pelham. This is from Don Ward, who works with us here at WVUA, and he was very close to this tornado. Don says that he's okay, but again, this was over in Pelham, and he got video of the tornadoes is getting close to his house, but happy to report Don is okay. Again, he commutes back and forth from WVUA back to Pelham, and he was right there next to that tornado. All right, let's go back over to radar and show you that. And Brianna, I'm going to let you take over and pull the pictures you had mentioned up here in just a moment. So again, I'll give you control of that. Go ahead.
Pull up the iPad and we can show you some of these pictures that we've gotten from Eagle Point. This has been a community really affected by that. We've gotten pictures from Ginger Z. We've gotten pictures from several neighborhoods, similar to the neighborhood that we saw earlier today.
Hey, go ahead and mirror that thing.
Mirror it? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Get this connected for y'all so y'all can really see. And let's see. Perfect. This is from Ginger Z. This is the community that she's in right now in Eagle Point. Really, unfortunately, impressive damage. Zooming in, you can see the structural damage that we've seen in this area. This is the similar, I believe, the same neighborhood that I was able to show y'all before. This is not confirmed, but finding it in similar sources, you can see that this roof is absolutely demolished, and then we can see some other structural damage here as well. This community has really been hit hard, and like I said, that's Eagle Point, and I'm sure we will get more. This is earlier that I showed y'all, but
yeah, pull up that video if you can, Brianna, and just show you that. And I tell you what, before we do that, let's get back over to graphics while she pulls that up and show you that. As soon as you get it to pop up, I would be interested to show that. But again, this is what we're dealing with right now. We got a flash flood warning in effect for the northern half of the state, just about. Basically, if you're on or north of Interstate 20, you're dealing with flash flooding situation. We still have a tornado warning back here in Lauderdale and southern Kemper County, Mississippi. National Weather Service watching this, but so far no indication of that going to Sumter yet, but we're going to look at that in just a moment. Again, we have no active tornado warnings for West Alabama for now. We do have one active tornado warning for a storm that continues to produce a tornado That's now into northern Calhoun County, about to move into southern Cherokee County. So let's put on the velocity. And before we go to that storm, I do want to look at West Alabama just for a moment. So let's kind of look at this thing together. And obviously, you saw the damage. And again, Brianna, you were showing some damage from meteorologist Ginger Z there. And she was in Eagle Point in Shelby County, just tremendous damage, structural damage there. So we'll see what ends up being the rating out of that. But some of those structures are multi-level homes, and to see that type of damage, that was a significant tornado. So again, the tornadic circulation, yeah, we got a little rotation down here. You see that over the Lauderdale and Kemper County line, and this is going to be crossing Highway 45. So we definitely got some spin here happening. That's north of Meridian, and that's going to be coming up on ML and Geiger in Sumter County. So I would certainly give you a heads up if you are in North Sumter County, if you are north of Livingston. Let's watch this, as we do have that potential for a tornado that could be there with that storm. So no doubt there's some rotation there. But again, the National Weather Service for the moment has no tornado warning for Sumter, but we may require one here in just a matter of a few moments. As this storm does come out of East Mississippi and is certainly rotating. It's about to come across 45. That's below Scuba. But again, Geiger, ML right there, and Gainesville. Just a heads up, we may see a tornado warning added for you, depending on over the next 5 to 10 minutes what happens with this rotation. Does this rotation continue, or does it weaken? It just bears watching. So let's go back over to the storm that is currently in Calhoun County that has us concerned. And this is the tornadic storm that started in Greene County. This thing has been going on for a long time now. And goodness, look at the circulation still going on here southeast of Gadsden. This thing means business. It's coming up again on Kitchens Crossroads there, or Knighton's Crossroads there, Pleasant Gap. If you are in Pleasant Gap on Highway 278, really from Piedmont to Pleasant Gap, we're concerned about you for the potential for a tornado. So again, out of a car, out of a mobile home, site-built structure, storm shelter. Last week we had 25 tornadoes in Alabama, didn't have one single loss of life and no injuries. So let's hope we can get through this event with the same stats, with no loss of life and no injuries. That would be wonderful. But again, you got to treat storms like this serious. This storm has a history of producing a large tornado that came across Shelby County. We saw video of that, saw pictures of that. Just incredible to see what has happened with that particular storm. And this thing just means business and continues to track off towards the northeast. And let me look at high top radar, see if we've got a better perspective. And again, there it is right there. Basically on the Etowah, really the triple point of Etowah, Cherokee, and Calhoun County. The majority of Calhoun County, you're just fine. This is well north now of Jacksonville. This is well north of Anniston. This does not include Oxford. This is going to be quite a ways north of you, but Sandy Springs up here. If you're in really along Highway 9 from Piedmont to the north, all the way to the Weiss Lake area, that's where we're going to watch this tornado cross Cherokee County, and this is a dangerous situation. So do not treat this storm lightly. This thing continues to produce tornadoes. And I'm afraid this thing is still producing a tornado based off of what we're seeing. Let's look at the debris signature. I don't see anything there, but understand the radar site's so far away. We're sampling air that's thousands of feet up, so we may not be able to see the tornado because we're shooting over the tornado. Let's look at the hazard on this thing. And obviously showing a large hail potential with that as well. I think if you are in Ball Flat there, Old Oklahoma, you're going to be under the gun for the possibility of large hail and the possibility of a tornado. So again, you got a tornado potential, large hail potential, just about everything with a severe storm, you name it, we're going to be dealing with that. Put on the warning map, I want to show you the tornado warning that continues. And again, this is for far northern Calhoun County. And look, if you're in Gadsden or if you're in Turkeytown, there's no problems with this particular storm. Now, I will say this, flooding is a big deal. So if you're up here, we got tremendous flooding. Flash flood warnings continue all over North Alabama. So again, the potential tornado is coming up on Piedmont now. We'll put on the velocity. I want to do a track on this thing and just kind of give you a good idea where it's heading. Still very impressive signature back here that's riding the county line now, about to move totally into Cherokee County. This will move out of Calhoun County. It's going to move totally into Cherokee County in a matter of just a few moments. So let me zoom out just a little bit. And let's do a path on this thing. Again, it's moving northeast just like that. This is going to be moving to Georgia. And again, the speed on this thing is at about 45 miles per hour. And once this moves into Georgia, we'll be done with the storm, and we will not miss it at all. This has just been an awful storm here that continues to do damage and devastation. But again, these are the towns on the arrival. Piedmont 318, Pryor at 437 there. And then you go down to Cedartown, and we're talking about, that's over in Georgia. So if you notice, the times change because you move over to Georgia Eastern Time. You go from 318 to 437. That's because of the fact that Pryor is in Georgia. Piedmont is in Alabama. So once this storm moves past Piedmont, it's going to be rapidly moving into Georgia. So several storms of concern we're dealing with right now, and the potential for that tornado continues for that storm. Let's go back out to our home view and show you what all is going on there. And again, this is we got several storms ongoing across central and west Alabama. And again, there's that one storm that's coming up on Sumter County. I'll tell you what, let's look at that storm because I am concerned about a northern Sumter County. Let me clear this off. And again, if you're in northern Sumter, let's watch this storm. This is a potential tornado that's coming out of East Mississippi. And I tell you what, Brianna, have you seen anything from the National Weather Service talking about this particular storm?
Not that it's warned at this moment to go into Sumter County, but they are kind of giving Sumter a heads up. You know, this could potentially move into the area pretty soon as it's to the west. Yeah. I know earlier we talked about that video of the tornado that we were looking at earlier, but the video is kind of glitching. It's not being a video, it's just kind of a still. If we want to pull up the iPad and look at that, we definitely can.
Hey, I think I'll pull it up on my end too, Brianna, if it's not pulling up on your end.
Perfect.
So,
and while you're doing that, we do now have a tornado warning issued for Sumter until 4 p.m. So now this has been issued for Sumter. Severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing that tornado is north of Lauderdale, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So once again, Sumter is now under a tornado warning, just like we were watching for just a moment.
All right, so let's go into that storm. Jen, let's take radar. Again, a brand new tornado warning for Sumter County. We're just talking about that. If you are in ML, if you're in Gainesville, looks like the polygon is below Geiger. But again, basically, if you are north of Livingston, that's where we're concerned about for this potential tornado coming out of East Mississippi and into West Alabama. So again, let me put on the velocity display. Let's look at this couplet together. And again, let me pan this down just a bit so you can see a better view of this thing. This is coming out of East Mississippi. And again, I will say this, the couplet is not as impressive as it was about 5 minutes ago, but the Weather Service going ahead and seen enough evidence that, hey, we need to trigger a tornado warning, so they went ahead and with that. But again, if you're on Highway 17, basically at ML, or if you are over at Gainesville on 39 and 116, the potential tornado is going to be crossing the state line in a matter of about 5 minutes and then crossing into West Alabama. So let's tell you what, let's put on the warning polygon. And again, your potential tornado sitting right there, all right, on Highway 45. That's Highway 45 back in East Mississippi. This is north of Meridian. And this is a very short polygon. Hey, Brianna, what was the speed on that, the forward motion? I didn't quite catch that.
No, you're fine. Northeast at 45 miles per hour. And just giving you a short update that we just got, Etowah has been canceled for their tornado warning, but they are continuing the tornado warning for Cherokee until 4 p.m. This is confirmed tornado near Piedmont moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. But when it comes to Sumter County, that's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, Richard.
Okay, so we got a tornado warning moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And again, that's for Let me zoom out this just a bit. That's for the storm that's coming out of East Mississippi. And it is interesting to note that that is a very short tornado warning polygon. I assume the Weather Service is thinking this is not going to last very long with that. I'm not really sure why that polygon would be so short there. It should extend off to the east just a bit. But again, these are the times of arrival. Some of these communities we've already talked about today with a tornado touchdown. So again, this is another storm coming up at you, and it is one we need to watch. So ML at 3:27. Right now it's 3:14, and we're just after the 3 o'clock hour now. So we've got a potential tornado at 3:27 at ML. Go down to Gainesville, 3:41. Boligi, 3:47. Allison at 3:52 there, and you continue towards Clinton, Utah. Again, Greene County is not under a tornado warning, but if this does continue, we may see one required for Greene County. That will be until 4 o'clock, and then Akron, which is in western Hale County, we will be looking at 4:12 for the town of Akron. So again, that's the latest situation on that. Let me go up to the storm to the north. We've still got a confirmed tornado that's coming up on Piedmont as we speak. So again, a dangerous storm that is producing a tornado near Piedmont. And do note there's a tornado warning up north of Hamilton, but again, that's outside of our coverage area. Let me clear that off here. Let's go up to the Piedmont storm and show you that. And Brianna, you mentioned that is a confirmed tornado with that storm. I got to clear that off.
Yeah, absolutely. While you are doing that, just want to share an update from Cahaba Valley Fire Department. Unfortunately, multiple people have been pulled from their homes in that Eagle Point subdivision that we were just looking at with that that damage, and are hospitalized, but the extent of their injuries is unknown. So hopefully we can get a report about that later, but that is some people from their homes in Eagle Point have been pulled from the Cahaba Valley Fire Department, and hopefully there's no more injuries out of that, but if we do get injury updates, we will keep you updated with that. Richard?
Yeah, I do want to mention this too. Some of the flooding has just been tremendous. This was earlier from a storm chaser. I'll tell you what, Jen, if we can take the iPad just for a moment. This is a storm chaser that was basically in that tornado, and what an eerie sight that is. That was in northern Shelby County. Again, that's the tornado that went through Indian Springs Village, areas that dealt with this, just north of Chelsea. And again, that's that tornado that I believe that's Double Oak Mountain over there. I think that's Double Oak Mountain. But again, that is just a frightening image to see in such a heavily populated part of Alabama. But again, that's that particular tornado that went through there. We'll go back over to radar, and that storm is currently over Piedmont now, and that is where the potential tornado is. In fact, Brianna, you mentioned that is actually a confirmed tornado. So that is certainly a dangerous situation. And it's just troubling to see what all has happened here in Shelby County. The damage is so tremendous. This storm has been on the ground for a long time. This tornado continues to cause problems. So again, if you are in the path of this thing, let's treat it serious. Let's just continue to treat it serious as we deal with that. So again, this is, tell you what, Jen, we can take the iPad just for a moment. This is the video that we were talking about of the large violent tornado that was up there. And this is from a storm chaser that was there that was watching this tornado come through that part. And I'll tell you what, let me back the video up so you can see the tornado itself. This thing is huge. And again, we're getting reports of injuries now. No confirmed fatalities out of this at the moment, but again, that is certainly something that is troubling to see. Let's go back over to radar and let's take a look at what is happening. And okay. So this is a confirmed tornado. It's still down very close to Piedmont. So if you are on the Calhoun and Cherokee County line, we've got a dangerous situation for a tornado that's still confirmed down. So let's pull up the velocity display, and this thing is going to be moving into Georgia in just a matter of a few moments. There it is, still a dangerous-looking signature there of a tornado that is confirmed down, that is crossing Highway 9 as we speak. So again, if you are in northeast Calhoun County, again, this is well northeast of Jacksonville, but look at the signature of this thing just outside of Piedmont. I mean, if you are in Piedmont or Sandy Springs, Pleasant Gap, please take this thing serious. This is a violent tornado signature. You just don't see them this strong very often. And again, this is just a dangerous situation. I just can't stress the urgency of this thing as we are dealing with a strong, powerful tornado, measuring gate-to-gate shear 104 miles per hour. I tell you that winds are probably stronger down at the ground level.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead.
Don't have a potential update, but just wanted to ask, you know, we say signature all the time. We went over this earlier when this tornado was way into West Alabama, but and we talk about how impressive these signatures are. If you want to explain maybe to people at home, like what exactly are they looking at? Like obviously we see something on radar, but that way people at home know what's going on as well and what we're looking at to tell them to be safe.
Well, Brianna, we're trained to look at these different indications on the radar to know if there's a tornado or not with a particular storm. And like, for instance, let me go into this one back in Piedmont. And what we are looking at is for a couplet, okay? This is going to be a gate-to-gate shear type of couplet. This is going to be winds that are changing directions with distance. So, again, we got winds that are blowing towards and away from the radar, and we call that a signature. This is just kind of like a look. This is a look that we see that we say, hey, this thing may be producing a tornado. And when we see these colorations like this is just a screaming evidence of a tornado down. When you see these brighter shades of red and green, even blue representing stronger winds, it's like a color scale. Keep that in mind. So this is what we call a radar signature. This is a couplet. This is just a damaging tornado look. This is, again, what we're trained for. We're trained to look at these things and say, hey, we think there's a tornado down. And there's a tornado down with that. This thing is incredibly impressive. So, again, that's what that means. If you are curious, a little bit of, I guess, behind-the-scenes stuff, science with that. So when we say radar signature, we're looking at a couplet. This thing coming up on Sumter County seems to be spinning up just a bit. Again, the radar site is out of Columbus we're looking at, and green and blue is air blowing towards the radar site. Where you see the red pixels down there, that's air running away from the radar site, and if you put 2 and 2 together, that makes a spin. That's a circulation. Again, that's that couplet. That's that signature we're looking at, and that's what gives us the indication that we think a tornado may be down. This thing could produce a tornado coming up on ML right now. Sumterville, if you are in Gainesville, you need to be in a safe place as there's a potential, there could be a tornado down with this storm, and it's crossing the state line into Sumter County as we speak. So if you're on Highway 17 at ML, or if you're on Highway 39 at Gainesville, in Sumter County, this is going to be north of the University of West Alabama in Livingston. If you are in these areas we're calling out, be in shelter now, and again, that means out of a mobile home. In Alabama, we have such a large mobile home population, and when we have situations like this, we often worry that if you don't treat the storm serious, if you don't go to your safe place, then if your mobile home struck, the chance of survival goes down. So we're trying to give you the best information we can so to help save your life, save your potential of surviving a storm. So, I mean, we're not telling you that just to, frighten you. We just want you to treat these things serious. And again, the conditions today are so favorable for severe weather. That's why we have a high risk of severe weather today, and that is what we are dealing with. Again, here is the high risk. I want to show you this, and this is a brand new update, and this includes, again, just about everybody out there, all of central Alabama. And today, this is why there's a high risk. We have multiple tornadoes we've dealt with so far today, and we continue to deal with more tornadoes. We started coverage at about 11:30 this morning, first tornado warning. That storm has produced multiple tornadoes and damage and continues to move off towards the northeast, doing damage and devastation with it. So again, we continue to deal with severe weather that is ongoing as we speak. Here's a look at, let me go back to the watch warning map.
Hey, so yeah, we are watching both of these tornadoes as it goes through central Alabama, and we are watching these flood warnings and watches as well, because flooding can have just as much as an impact as a tornado can, especially in the areas that we've seen in these photos. Looking also as well, kind of keeping an update on what's going on, we're also looking at East Mississippi and West Alabama for some potential circulation that is moving into the area. This is just west of the state line, so potentially hopefully getting updates on that within the next 5 to 10 minutes. And then when it comes to the Jefferson-Walker County line as well, we are watching that as well for some circulation, but as of right now, we just have that active tornado warning for Cherokee until 4 p.m. And then we're also watching Sumter till 4 p.m. as well. And we are trying to see if we can get a pinpoint onto the tornado warning for Sumter if anything is on the ground at the moment. But as of right now, when it comes to Cherokee County, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground that was near Piedmont and has moved on from then since. However, if you are in these areas, don't wait until your city is named. Take shelter beforehand. We know what to do. We saw that last week, and we know how to prepare for situations like this. I'm going to go through some of these storm reports that we've gotten from other people as well. Hearing a lot of thunder and lightning in Northport, here in Tuscaloosa County. From Brody, our weather watcher from the Helena Police, do not attempt to enter the Old Town area of Helena. Emergency crews actively working in the area, and there are numerous hazards to anyone that's on foot. And Highway 261 between Highway 105 and Highway 52 east by the post office is completely shut down to traffic. And I know Brody talked about that in Helena, but if you are in your area and you have a tornado warning, or a city near you has a tornado warning, don't go out seeking damage. You don't know what you will run into. You need to put your safety first. We will tell you about the damage when we get it from officials. Do not go looking for it for yourself. That puts you in harm's way. So definitely, if you are in these situations, don't go outside and try to find something. If you're in a warning, take shelter. Go ahead and plan ahead of time. Before, like I said, we reach your city name, you need to already have a shelter in place and move to that shelter if we need to. You cannot be in a mobile home, just like Richard said. You need to be in a shelter or in a more stable place. I'm going to throw it back to you, Richard.
Yeah, so again, just had to change my mic batteries there. We've been on the air for so long, your batteries only last so long, but we have the tornado warning that is in Sumter County, and again, there's signs of rotation clearly coming up on ML. That is in Sumter County and Highway 17 now. This is the watch warning map. We've got numerous flash flood warnings. As Brianna had mentioned, there are so many areas that are dealing with flooding as we speak, and this is something that we're going to continue to deal with as well. So let's go back over to our radar, and I want to take you to Cherokee County because that is where we are concerned about a confirmed tornado that's still on the ground, still doing damage, and this thing has just been a monster of a storm that continues to do just devastation. Wherever it goes, it is doing damage. So let me go back up to that storm and show you what we're talking about. This is in southern Cherokee County. Basically, if you're at Piedmont, this is a very dangerous supercell storm that's producing a tornado. And I tell you what, let's put on the velocity. That has just basically told the story of what this storm is capable of and what the storm is currently doing. And again, look at the signature. This thing is so impressive, and it is now northeast of Piedmont. So if you are in Pleasant Gap, Sanford Springs, Rock Run, Sandy Springs, that's the Georgia state line right there. You've got to be in shelter. This is a very dangerous tornadic thunderstorm that likely still has a large and violent tornado down. We saw the video of some of the damage, saw the video of the tornado itself over around Indian Springs Village on Highway 119 down there. Again, that's in Shelby County. This thing continues to do tremendous damage, and there's no doubt there's a tornado down with that. Let's look at the debris signature, the debris tracker, and again, it's going to be hard to see debris. Understand, we are sampling winds thousands of feet up because of the fact that the radar site is so far away from this area, so we're just not able to see the debris being lofted, but we know it's there. There's no doubt there's a tornado there. So again, this tornado is about to move into Georgia, but again, if you are in eastern and central Shelby County, just below Weiss Lake, we need you sheltered for the next 10 to 15 minutes. After that, the tornado will be moving into Georgia, and we can get rid of this storm. We don't want this storm anymore. Pleasant Gap, if you are from Pleasant Gap north to Rock Run, that's where we are concerned about a tornado that is confirmed down. And this tornado has been down for a long time. You know, Brianna, it will be really interesting to see the National Weather Service information come out after the fact to how long this tornado's been down, because this thing, it's been going on for a while.
Absolutely. It's, come in from East Mississippi and feels like that it has come through the entire state, which it has. So interested to see what's been going on as I go through social media here, finding some pictures and getting them. I'll get those to you in just a moment. Yeah. It's been unreal. So I'm going to get those to you in just a moment. So I'm going to throw it back to you.
Okay. All right, Brianna, she's working on that, so thank you, Brianna. And again, the tornado's coming up on Sandy Springs now, Rock Run, Pleasant Gap. We need you in shelter now. Let's go back over to West Alabama. Again, I'm trying to focus on the most dangerous storms if I can. Obviously, this storm here is a threat to life and property. This storm means business. This is a very dangerous storm that is in Cherokee County. Let's go back over to West Alabama. And I tell you what, this storm in North Jefferson County, there is some weak rotation with that, very close to Summerton. So that is another storm of concern, very close to Summerton. And just kind of keep an eye on that. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to go back here behind the scenes and pull up our Summerton camera and just see what we have got there. There's not a tornado warning for that, but this storm certainly has that look to it and has that potential to be tornadic. But again, there's no tornado warning formally for Summerton. So if you are just now joining us, Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott here, Brianna Duncan, Jennifer Herbert, we continue to monitor this severe weather outbreak across Alabama, and we are still dealing with severe weather. It's now 3:30, and hope you are staying safe. Hope you're not having problems where you are, but some people are having problems. That's why we're here for you. Because as long as there's severe weather ongoing, we'll stay on TV and on Facebook Live. So let's go down to our other tornado warning. This is going to be for Sumter County, and this particular storm is coming up on, it's basically on top of ML now, coming up on Gainesville, and the potential is there for a tornado. And we still see that couplet. It's not as impressive as it was just a few moments ago, but if you're in Gainesville or even Clinton, I would stay in that safe place, as the potential is certainly there for a tornado with this storm that continues to track generally off towards the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. This storm moving a little faster than the other storm system, moving at 50. And again, Gainesville shelter now, Clinton shelter now, even though Greene County is not formally under tornado warning. Let's just be safe with this based off of the environment and based off the fact that we could easily have a tornado out of this. So again, the tornado itself, the tornado warning polygon includes basically the Tombigbee River and points west, including ML. ML is just below Geiger. These towns, ML and Geiger, were hit tremendously back in 2011 by violent tornadoes on April 15th of 2011, and then again on April 27th of 2011. So this area is very familiar with violent tornadoes, and fortunately the signature, the couplet we're looking at down here is not really conducive of a large tornado, but it can produce a tornado. Any tornadoes are dangerous. Even if it's an EF0, it can be dangerous. So again, that is that tornadic storm. Let me go back out to wide view and just make sure no additional warnings. And again, we got a tornado warning down in southeast Lauderdale County. We'll need to watch that storm from southern Sumter County, but so far there's no indication that the National Weather Service is going to extend that. Tornado warning continues for Cherokee County. We got flash flood warnings in effect for much of North Alabama, basically Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, and Carrollton points north, where we have tremendous issues of flash flooding ongoing right now. Let's put on the radar. And again, let's just look at this thing together. This is what we've got, is certainly a mess of flash flooding across central Alabama. We got multiple thunderstorms that have the potential to produce a tornado. Fortunately, not all of them are. Only 2 tornadoes in our coverage area have the potential to produce a tornado right now, but again, that could easily change. The storm up here on the Walker and Jefferson County line, this one is not severe, but it's the one we've been carefully watching. We do see some weak evidence of rotation, but the National Weather Service at the moment not triggering a tornado warning for that. The main tornado warning so far is over in East Alabama. This thing is really messy. That's coming out of Piedmont And again, this is over in Cherokee County with that a potential for a large, dangerous tornado. This is about to move into Georgia. So as soon as it does, we will shift focus to all of West Alabama, especially where the threat is currently ongoing. But look at the signature. The couplet of this thing is just so impressive. And again, Brianna mentioned several people are asking, what does this mean? You know, what are we talking about? When you see the bright colorations of blue and green with bright red together, that is a couplet, that is rotating wind, and that is something we're trained as a meteorologist to look at and say, hey, hold on now, this is something here. And sure enough, this is something here. There's rotating air that is happening. You're looking at a storm that is rotating, and a rotating thunderstorm can produce a tornado. This thing has produced multiple tornadoes so far, and some of those have been quite strong. We've seen some of the damage, which is just surreal to see what this tornado has done. But again, this thing is about to move out of Alabama. It is currently over Sandy Springs. It's about to move into Georgia. So in a few minutes, we can let this storm go, and we will continue to focus on the rest of the area. Wow, that's just so unreal. Look at this, Brianna. The couplet here is so impressive. This thing it's got to be massive, this tornado down. Again, this is about to cross the state line. There is a Forney there. That's on Highway 411, Key and Bomar back there. And let's just look at the information on this thing and just see what we are showing in terms of a couplet. 135 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. That's what we've got right now. That is a strong tornado there. And again, that could be down on the ground. And I would say that's most likely down. This is just an awful storm that could be producing a violent tornado. And it is still a confirmed tornado, by the way. Let's look at the debris signature and see if we can see it. Yeah, most likely no. And the reason for that, again, the radar beam is thousands of feet up in this part of the state, so we're just not going to be able to see it. But we can see the rotating wind. Let's get back over to the home view, and I'll tell you what, we'll put on the velocity. And we got storms that are ongoing over portions of West Alabama as well. Let's look at the storm coming into Sumter.
Hey, Richard, while you're doing that, don't have an update necessarily from the National Weather Service, but getting reports from Calhoun County from Brody that there's been reports of damage in Ohatchee, Wellington, and Roy Webb Road areas. And to avoid these areas, and speaking of Ohatchee, I do have some photos. If we are able to take the iPad, we can see those. This is from Ohatchee. You can see we had some mobile homes here, and I'm not familiar with the area. I'm, praying that this wasn't mobile homes here, but it very much as well could have been. This is also from Ohatchee, as well as the church, as you can see from the steeple that's fallen to the ground. Some very bad damage there. And then another kind of like a commercial building here from Ohatchee as well, all in a similar area. This is another photo. This is from Pelham. This was put on Twitter by AL.com, I believe, and then also from AL.com you can see this is also from Pelham, the Pelham area in Shelby County. You can see here the sides of the home ripped off and potentially dangerous situation. You can see the roof has been lifted off, and then this is also in Pelham as well, getting several photos from Pelham as well as Calhoun County as this comes through. You can see that even these bigger homes, even though they are safer, you can see from the top levels they are seeing some damage, and this is also from Pelham as well. So take this very seriously. If you're in these warning areas, you can see how serious this could be. Looks like we have another storm report from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office.
Hey, I think we got another tornado warning.
Oh, let's go ahead. Let's go to that first. Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, we got another tornado warning, so let's get back over, Jen, and show you this. This is going to be for this storm, but I tell you what is this up here in North Tuscaloosa County? All right, so let's put on the warning. And Brianna, I'll get you to get that information. All right, here's a new tornado warning that includes another one down in Sumter County. Now have two tornado warnings, one for Sumter in the southern part of the county, one for the northern part of the county. Also a tornado warning for Greene County that includes Utah back to the north. And again, there's two tornadic storms now. And while we do that, we've got a very interesting storm that is forming just to the north of Tuscaloosa. that we are watching as well. So let me put on the radar just for a moment. I just want to kind of show you what we got here in terms of the velocity. And it looks like a couplet forming, not as impressive on that radar site, but again, it is a couplet that we're watching carefully that is forming north of Tuscaloosa. In fact, if we can, Jen, let's take our Tuscaloosa camera from Brian Denny and just for a moment. And again, you see the very dark, ominous clouds there off to the west and to the north of Tuscaloosa. But again, we've got several storms out there that are developing. Several storms have the possibility to produce a tornado, and that is something that we are certainly watching carefully. And you see the watch warning map. We got a tornado warning for another storm that's in Greene County. And from our Brian Denny camera, you are looking at those very ominous clouds just to the north of the city of Tuscaloosa over the Northport area. And while there isn't a formal tornado warning for you, we do need to carefully monitor this. And again, there's just so much moisture involved with this. It's just going to be so hard to see if there's a tornado there or a tornado trying to develop there. But again, from the Brian Denny camera, you are just looking at the base of some rough-looking skies there. Formally, there's not a tornado warning for Tuscaloosa or Northport. But I tell you what, let's watch this carefully as we do have that possibility of one that may be trying to develop there. And again, this is going to be just north of the city of Tuscaloosa. Just seeing some evidence of rotation. All right, so again, let's go back down to the southwest and let's talk about this storm. Look, the Cherokee County storm, I do want to mention this. This is over into Georgia now, so we can get rid of that storm. It has moved into Georgia. The rotation is out of Alabama. So now let's focus on West Alabama and talk about what we've got going on. We've got several rotating thunderstorms now. We got one that's just north of the city of Tuscaloosa. There's not a formal tornado warning for that, but again, this is a rotating storm that's just north of the city here. You're looking at 2 cameras there from Brian Denny just to give you a perspective. And again, these storms certainly look messy. They have that look like this thing could produce something. But again, in terms of the characteristics on radar, this is a supercell storm, and it is broadly rotating, but again, we don't have a formal tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. I just wanted to show you that as there is a potential that this storm could do something. So let's watch that carefully. Let me zoom out and show you the storm that's down over Sumter County. We have 2 storms over Sumter County that could be producing a tornado. One of those is crossing the Tom-Bigby as we speak. And the other boxes, that is from Bryant Denny Stadium. And you are looking from both of those camera perspectives into that strong storm just north of the city of Tuscaloosa and over Northport now. This storm that's crossing the Black Warrior River, it means business. This thing is intense, right on top of Gainesville. And we're seeing stronger evidence of rotation with that particular storm. Let's put on the velocity and just look at this thing together. And again, there's your couplet there, basically on top of Gainesville. This is crossing the Tom-Bigby River as we speak. And again, that's a storm that could produce a tornado. We've got an active tornado warning for Greene County and Sumter County for this storm. We got another tornado warning down to the south of that. And I tell you what, Jennifer, if you're over in the Weather Center, if you wouldn't mind, let's pan the skies from our Tuscaloosa camera and just kind of look off towards the north just a bit more. I just want to see what things look like with that storm. And again, just to remind you, there's not a tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County right now. But this storm to the north definitely has my suspicion. All right, hold on right there. Let's just kind of look around. Let me step off so I can see this thing better. So what you're looking at on radar, that is a tornadic storm crossing the Tom-Bigby River. This thing is in Gainesville as we speak, coming across the Tom-Bigby into Greene County, Clinton, Alabama. You need to be concerned about that. And what you're looking at on the Tuscaloosa camera, this is from Brian Denny. And we got a storm that is intense, but there's no strong indication of a tornado. But I tell you what, let's just kind of keep an eye on this thing as this thing has the potential to try to do something here. So if you are in Northport, it's just going to be so hard to see this thing. But if you are in Northport, let's keep a very close eye on this storm, as it does have, it has shown signs of rotation. So again, we are just panning the skies here, just making sure we don't see any evidence of a tornado with that. So, all right, let's go back into the storm in Sumter County that's moving into Greene County. This tornadic thunderstorm that's on top of Gainesville, skipping up on Crawford now. That's over on the Greene County side, just to the east of the Tombigbee River. That one has the potential to produce a tornado. A very tight couplet with that thing. That is certainly one of the more impressive storms right now over West Alabama. Let me see if I can change our radar sights to, there we go. So again, there it is right there. You can see that a little better. That's our rotational signature. That's that couplet we've been talking about that could produce a tornado. In the other boxes, what you're looking at is from Bryant-Denny Stadium. That is from the third floor. That is from the roof of the stadium, or the top of the stadium. And you're getting kind of two different perspectives of the storm. North of the city of Tuscaloosa, that needs to be watched. There's not a tornado warning for that, but again, it's just something that's kind of caught my eye there. Here's the storm that's coming out of Gainesville. This is crossing the river. If you are in Clinton, if you are in Utah, let's be in shelter now. If you're in Crawford, let's be in a safe place in that storm shelter, as the potential tornado could be there. So the clouds are just screaming from our camera perspective. You can see that off in the distance, that storm to the north of town. So I do want to check with Brianna Duncan as well. And Brianna, are you seeing anything from this storm?
I am not, Richard. Right now, the National Weather Service chat is not working for me. Jennifer might be able to see if there's any updates, but on my end, there is not. Checking the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency's social media, I'm getting a lot of updates on different roads. You know, there's been a mudslide near Etowah County's line, US 231, and St. Clair County. There's several trees down in the roadway, Alabama 114, US 431 northbound, closed due to debris. Getting these roadways.
Hey, Brianna, let me stop you just for, we got a new tornado warning.
Perfect. Okay, yes.
All right, so we got a new tornado warning. Let's go to that. Jen, if we can take that full. All right, so we got the tornado warning that's crossing Greene County now. We got a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for North Jefferson County. That's that storm up here that we were just talking about. Let me put on the warning display, and I'll show you that polygon. Again, this is for North Jefferson County and Blount County. That's the storm that we were watching earlier that's coming out of the Summerton area. So the National Weather Service going ahead and triggering a tornado warning for that. We do have two tornado warnings in Sumter, one for Greene, the Sumter Greene County, then one down here in southern Sumter County. All these are moving generally off towards the northeast, and again, that is the information on that. And I tell you what, Jennifer Herbert over the Weather Center as well. Jennifer, if you are able to get that National Weather Service update, I tell you what. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I got you. Yeah, so Jennifer, if you'll pass that information along. We got a brand new tornado warning. What's the information on that?
Yeah, the tornado warning is going to extend to 4:45 this evening, and there is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that's located over Warrior, which is about 11 miles north of Gardendale. That's going to be moving northeast at 60 miles per hour.
Okay, so this storm that's coming out of Jefferson's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Thank you, Jennifer, for that update. Again, that is for a tornadic storm that is in North Jefferson County. So let's go into that and show you what we got. Again, there's your tornado warning polygon. That does include Nectar, Aniana, Locust Fork, and obviously the Warrior area of North Jefferson County. So let's put on the velocity and let's just look at this couplet and see how this thing looks. And again, this will kind of get us an idea of how this whole storm is. Yeah, there's tight evidence of rotation basically just below the smoke rise area. If you are in Locust Fork, Aniana, Nectar, we need you to be in a safe place now as this potential tornado is approaching your local area as we speak. So again, this is a thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. That's not a confirmed tornado, but a storm that could be producing one that is basically on top of Warrior now. There's Hayden Locust Fork, if you are in Hayden or Locust Fork, we need you to be in a safe place, as there is that possibility of a tornado down. We don't have confirmation of that, but understand these storms can obviously produce tornadoes. We've done that so far several times today. Let's go down to the south and show you the other storm. And again, this storm that's over Tuscaloosa County, this is not a tornado warning, but again, a storm that has shown some sign of rotation that is now to the east of Highway 69. This storm is not as impressive as it was about 10 minutes ago, but we'll keep an eye on it. Just a heads up for Jefferson County, we may have to have a warning for you, but so far that has not happened. And that would be for East Tuscaloosa County too.
Just letting you know, Richard, the tornado warning for Sumter has been canceled.
Okay, yeah, it's totally into Greene County now, but the southern Sumter County is still ongoing, I believe, correct? I can't really see the, there we go, here's the couplet. Yeah, it's coming through York now, so if you're in Livingston, in southern and central Sumter County, we need you in a safe place. It looks like the better chance for tornado with this is going to be just below Highway 11 and just below Interstate 20. But again, if you are in East Sumter County, basically along Highway 28 that runs from Highway 80 to Livingston, we need you in a safe place now. So again, we have 2 tornado warnings for Sumter County. Now we have 1 tornado warning for Sumter. The other tornado warning has been lifted because it's totally into Greene County now. But again, we have a potential tornado that is basically to the east of Gainesville, coming up on Utah. And next stop would be places like Foster's and Moundville if that particular tornado continues to move northeast like that. Still seeing some evidence of rotation up here in Tuscaloosa County, northeast of the city of Tuscaloosa. That rotation not as impressive as it was a few minutes ago. We have an area of rotation that is near Warrior and approaching the Hayden area in Blount County. This is coming out of Jefferson County. We got a possible tornado that's basically going to be moving into Locust Fork, Aniana. You're going to be under the gun for that possibility of a tornado that could be down with that particular storm, and that is moving off to the northeast as well. So again, just checking some information here behind the scenes. Okay, looks like we've got some trees down on Tiers Patton Road. Again, with that storm that was showing some sign of rotation. So got some trees down on Tiers Patton Road. Go ahead.
Just giving you, excuse me, a little update for Greene County. This has been, this tornado warning has been continued until 4:30. This has been located near West Greene, 8 miles west of Utah, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And they had a canceled tornado warning for Jefferson. And then they are also continuing the tornado warning for Blount until 4:45. A severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado located near Hayden, 12 miles southwest of Cleveland, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So moving pretty quickly. This is a tornado warning again for Blount County until 4:45 p.m. This has been not confirmed tornado on the ground, but radar indicated by a severe thunderstorm that there could be potentially a tornado that's being produced near Hayden. This is again 12 miles southwest of Cleveland, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. And we are also keeping an eye in Greene County as well. Looks like we have a continued tornado warning. We're getting these one after another. We have a continued tornado warning for Sumter, Alabama until 4:30 p.m. And this is once again not confirmed on the ground, but a severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado located over York, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So we have several warnings going on in the state of Alabama right now. And just to kind of go over what we're talking about right now, that tornado warning for Sumter, Alabama until 4:30 p.m. And this is again located over York, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. We have that tornado warning in Blount County until 4:45, and then that is located near Hayden, southwest of Cleveland, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, so moving quite a bit faster. And then we also have a tornado warning for Greene County until 4:30, and this is located near West Greene, 8 miles west of Utah, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Now we are also keeping our eyes on Tuscaloosa County. We really have been, I feel like, the whole day going on and off on Tuscaloosa County, but taking a look at Tuscaloosa County right now, just watching to see if we have a tornado warned storm coming through, but just watching for any rotation at the moment. And so for right now, our big concern are these tornado warnings that are going through the state right now. Again, for Greene County until 4:30, Blount County until 4:45, and Sumter until 4:30. If Richard has mentioned any of these city names to you earlier, just a second ago, like York and Hayden and West Greene, if you're in these cities like this, it is, I don't know how to say this, it could be too late for you to take cover. You need to take cover quickly, and before your city name is named. You need to take cover before then, not right when your city is named, because that is when it is too late. You need to be in your safe place before your city name is called out, basically. So you're going to want to have that plan set in place. You're going to want to have your emergency kit prepared, have your helmet, know your safe place, and get there before it moves to your area so you are safe in a situation like this. And once again, so we have those three going on right now. Greene until 4:30, that's near West Greene. Blount until 4:45 near Hayden, and for Sumter until 4:30 p.m. over York, and that's moving at 45 miles per hour. Back to you, Richard.
Okay, so Brianna, thank you for the update, all the warnings. We got, obviously, there's quite a mess across central Alabama. There are numerous tornado warnings ongoing as we speak, and these continue. And I do want to mention this. We got some big flash flooding issues. Jen, we got some video, I believe Old Fayette Road you mentioned earlier. This is some flooding going on there. And, I mean, this is another thing we're dealing with, is not only tornadoes, but we got tremendous issues of flash flooding. Again, this is over by Old Fayette Road and in that area of Tuscaloosa County. Let's go over to back over to the maps, Jen, and let's take that. Again, we got the tornado warning for Blount County. And by the way, the tornado warning for Cherokee, as Brianna mentioned, is gone. It is over into Georgia. And by the way, that storm is still producing a tornado. I think it's produced a tornado all across Alabama. So that thing does continue to track off towards the northeast. We got storms of concern down in Sumter County, and obviously the storm of concern in Blount County. So let's take you into Greene County right now for a tornadic thunderstorm that's moving generally off towards the northeast. This thing is a dangerous storm that's just outside of Utah. Again, we got that look to it that could produce a tornado coming up on Clinton. That is Knoxville. Eventually, this could move into Tuscaloosa County. We'll have to look at the trajectory very carefully on that storm, but that's what we are watching. Let's put on the velocity. And look at the coupling on that thing. That thing is really tightened up now. Again, if you're in Clinton, if you're on Highway 14 in Greene County, we need you in shelter. Again, out of a mobile home. Please get out of a mobile home. That is a dangerous looking signature right there that could be producing a tornado. And again, Brianna, we have seen this over and over again. This signature right here produced a lot of damage in Shelby County, so please take it serious.
Absolutely, and we've seen things weaken and get stronger and weaken and get stronger, and we're tracking that as it moves through our entire coverage area. We cover, all of central Alabama, and this last tornado that we saw that moved into Georgia went through our entire coverage area from West Alabama all the way to our, from here all the way to our eastern counties. Yeah, absolutely. And so here we go again, starting in West Alabama, and we're keeping an eye on that, Richard.
Yeah, and Brianna, this is a deal where the parameters are there for these long track tornadoes, and hopefully this storm will weaken and not strengthen, but based off the signature right there, that couplet you see, the rotating wind inside this thunderstorm, we got to treat this thing serious. And again, there's a new scan, and just as impressive as it was. So again, if you are in northeastern Greene County, Knoxville, back to even Utah, let's go ahead and be in a safe place now as this storm continues to move off towards the northeast. So I'll tell you what, Jen, if we can take this full, and I do want to show you the storm down to the south. We do have another tornado warning. That's down in Sumter County in West Alabama. And let's just kind of pan down to it. I know we're going to have a hard time seeing this. There we go. There it is right there. This thing is impressive. Let me see if I can swap the side. There we go. This is going to be out of Columbus. So if you are just below Livingston, if you are on Tishobe, if you are over towards Forkland, which is in southern Greene County on Highway 43, we've got a dangerous signature of a tornado that could be down crossing Highway 28 right now. there's Highway 80 down to the bottom of your screen. You go down into Marengo County, that's the city of Demopolis. Clearly, this tornado is going to stay north of Demopolis. But again, if you are north of Demopolis, if you're traveling the Highway 43, please pull over, let this storm pass on by. This is a dangerous look. I don't like seeing that one. That is certainly a look that could produce a dangerous tornado. And I don't believe, Brianna, I don't believe this is a confirmed tornado, but it has that look.
Yes, Richard, at the moment we do not have a confirmed tornado on the ground, but definitely watching that. I would not be surprised if we get that confirmed, honestly, within any second or within the next few minutes as we keep an eye on that, as it looks pretty dangerous right now. We've been looking at stuff like this all day.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the video too. I'll tell you what, some of this is quite impressive. All right, we've got a new tornado warning. Jennifer, if you want to pull, or you see that? Has it? It just pulled up on my phone, and it may be my phone's fault, but I would be willing to bet it's that one right there. I believe we're going to get a brand new tornado warning for Greene County. There it is. Okay, there it is. All right, let me zoom out. This thing just popped up, so you guys may be on a slight delay. Has it popped up on your end, Brianna? Okay. So we got, again, a tornado warning that just popped up, and this is for southern Greene County. We're just saying if you're in Forkland, you need to be in shelter now. Even in Greensboro, all the way up to Greensboro and Hale County, this is your tornado warning polygon. So this is that southern storm that has that look that could spawn a tornado that's basically moving across West Alabama. So this is going to be north of Demopolis, and the potential is there for a tornado. And I'll tell you what, the National Weather Service, we're having some issues with the chat room occasionally, but we should be able to get it on here. Yeah, so internet can be fun sometimes, right? So here we go. We got a tornado warning that is for southern Greene County and Hale County. We're talking about the cities of Forkland and the cities of Greensboro. You need to be in shelter now. We have that possibility of a tornado that's coming out of Sumter County, moving that direction. Let me pan you towards the north. We got, again, a tornado warning that's in effect for Greene County. Basically, two different tornadoes for Greene County. The one that is approaching Utah is just on the north side of Utah. That may make it to Tuscaloosa County in a matter of minutes. So we may see a new tornado warning added for Tuscaloosa County. I don't want to forget Blount County. We got a tornado warning for Blount County, a dangerous thunderstorm that's over Hayden now that could be producing a tornado. I tell you what, let's pull on the velocity and let's just track all of these storms for you and show you where they are. And these are the dangerous tornado-producing storms. That's what we're watching. These that could cause damage and a threat to life and property. So let's look at this storm. This is over in Blount County. The potential is there for a tornado. This is not a confirmed tornado, but again, if you are over Cleveland, Alabama, if you are over Horton's Mill, Susan Moore, these areas were hit, by the way, last week by a tornado. If you remember, that tornado went over Susan Moore. That area was hit by a tornado last week. And again, we got another tornado crossing Blount County like that. But if you are in Aniana, we need you sheltered now as we have the potential for a tornado coming out of Nectar. Nectar's in central Blount County. This is going to be near just north of Locust Fork, but again, we need you sheltered right now. Let's go down to the southwest and show you this other storm that's coming out of Greene County. And fortunately, the storm coming out of Tuscaloosa County, I don't see any rotation with that. Maybe some strong straight-line winds coming from western Jefferson County, but right now, I do not see any screaming evidence of a tornado there. This storm that is over Greene County has this concern, has that tornado look to that. That's going to be coming up the interstate basically towards Moundville or Knoxville or Foster's. You're going to be dealing with this particular storm. So, again, a tornado warning for Greene County with that storm. As that continues. So, again, just checking reports here. The storm that's coming out of Greene County, that's going to be moving northeast towards Tuscaloosa County. So this thing, if it holds together, that could be a problem for the cities of Foster's and potentially even Tuscaloosa. in a matter of about 45 minutes. But the storm down to the south does appear to be more dominant. That's going to be passing just north of the city of Demopolis. That one has us concerned as well. So again, tornado warning for Greene County. This one's moving northeast, basically parallel to the interstate. This tornadic signature you see there, very tight couplet with that. Could have a tornado down. That's going to be moving into southwest Tuscaloosa County in about 15 minutes or so. It has now crossed Highway 14 just on the north side of Utah, but we do have a tight couplet there representing possibly a tornado. Let's look at the debris signature with that and just see if we can see anything. All right, don't see anything there, so that's good, but we know there could be the potential there based off that tight signature, that tight couplet, where you have the stronger winds that are rotating in a circular fashion right here on the north side of Utah, basically just north of Highway 14. So let's go down to the south and look at the other storm. This storm down here seems to be more dominant. And this is going to be passing up basically just to the northwest of Demopolis. But if you are in Forkland and if you are in Sawyerville, I would be in shelter now. This is a dangerous storm that could be producing a large tornado that's going to be in far southeast Sumter County, southern portions of Greene County, and then kind of central Hale County. So that's a dangerous tornadic circulation there. It's going to be crossing the Tombigbee and then crossing the Black Warrior to the north of Demopolis. So if you're in the city of Demopolis, this tornado is going to be north of you. But again, it's a dangerous storm that could be easily producing a tornado there. Let me go back out to wide view. And let's put on the reflectivity, the rain. And again, you see we have multiple thunderstorms. We have two tornadic storms in West Alabama, one in Greene County, one in Sumter County. Both of these are moving off to the northeast. We have a tornadic storm that is in Blount County that appears to be weakening, but again, it's still a dangerous storm. And then back in Mississippi, we've got a few storms back there southwest of Meridian. So still got a ways to go before this event is over. It's now 4:05. If you are just now joining us, Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott, we got Brianna Duncan here with us as well, and Jennifer Herbert. And again, we got three tornadic storms in our coverage area, one in northern Greene County, one in Sumter County, and one in Blount County. Let's put on the watch warning map. Not only are we dealing with tornado issues, we got flash flooding ongoing as well. So again, flash flood warnings for much in north and central Alabama. The counties in the maroon shade, the counties in red are tornado warnings. For Greene, also Greene, Sumter, Hale County, and Blount County. That is our current tornado warning situation. So just want to let you know what's happening with that. So another issue we're dealing with, obviously flooding. We've seen some rain amounts over 3 to 4 inches out of this event. So again, that's something we will continue to deal with. Just checking in with the National Weather Service. And so far, I don't see any reports, any new reports. Tell you what, we'll take our camera in Summerton and show you that. This is a storm that we have been watching. This thing came out of Tuscaloosa County, and we got a tremendous amount of lightning from there. You can see that from our live view. This is from the city of Summerton. Camera that's overlooking Bevel State and the city there, and conditions are certainly rough there in that part of Walker County. This is over in East Walker County, basically near the Jefferson County line. So again, this isn't a tornadic storm, but just to show you how nasty these storms are, just a tremendous amount of rainfall and strong winds with that, and a lot of lightning. You see the lightning out of that as well. So this is another storm that we're watching, but again, this is not a tornadic storm. This is basically a storm that has a potential to produce some strong gusty winds and just a tremendous amount of lightning out of that as well. Let's see, checking some information, again, some reports back here. The storm in Greene County. Okay. The storm in Greene County continues to move northeast. That'll be moving into Tuscaloosa County shortly. So far, there's no tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. But again, that storm, it certainly has us concerned. And then the storm coming out of Sumter County has us concerned. These things are just rough. So let's go back over to radar. And I'll show you this. First off, our watch warning map. You see the tornado warning that continues for Greene County. Looks like that just updated there. There's also a tornado warning for Blount County. And we got a tornado warning for, we got a tornado warning for Sumter, Greene, and Hale counties in
Richard.
West Alabama. Go ahead, Brianna.
Going along with Greene County, there has been a confirmed tornado located near Union, 8 miles north of Utah, and this one's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So again, this is for Greene County until 4:30. We now have that tornado confirmed near Utah and near Union, going northeast at 45 miles per hour, Richard.
All right, so let's take you into that storm. Thank you, Brianna. And this is the storm we are dealing with that's coming out of Greene County. This is going to be basically moving into south and southwest Tuscaloosa County in a matter of a few moments. And this storm down here just means business crossing the Tombigbee River. But the confirmed tornado is the one actually to the north. I would say the one to the south probably got a tornado too, based off what we're looking at with the setup. But this tornado is coming into the Knoxville area and Ralph and Foster's. This is a confirmed tornado down. Let's look at the velocity with that. And it certainly looks like this thing we may have lost our rotation with that. But there it is. Okay, we see debris right there. So this thing basically is just north of Utah. It's across Highway 14. Let's put back on the velocity. And I tell you what, let's look at this out of Columbus. I think we're going to get a better perspective of this as this a possible or actually confirmed tornado is in Greene County now. Let's see. Yeah, there it is right there. All right, we can see it from Columbus. There's a tornado down right there. It's doing damage. We know tornadoes down in Greene County. This is coming up on Knoxville. So if you're on the Interstate 2059, if you're southwest of Foster's, we want you to pull over now. Let this storm pass on by. Don't be driving down the interstate with a confirmed tornado down. It's doing damage, and it's coming up on the Interstate 20 corridor now. And this is a dangerous thunderstorm that's likely producing a tornado. It is producing a tornado. Brianna just mentioned this is a confirmed tornado. Again, this is in Greene County. Let me zoom into this thing, just kind of show you a little bit. There's Clinton, Alabama. That's on Highway 14. And again, our tornado is going to be right there. Let's put on our debris signature, our debris tracker. Let's just look at this thing together. So there it is. There's our tornado, basically just on the north side of the Interstate 20 corridor, north side of Highway 11.
Hey,
Knoxville is right there. Yes.
Hey, just getting another update. Tornado warning is issued for Hale and Tuscaloosa until 5:15. And this is that tornado-producing storm that was located near Union, 8 miles north of Utah, moving northeast, 40 miles per hour. And again, that's in Hale and Tuscaloosa County until 5:15.
Yeah, so again, there's the tornado right there. We see it down. Knoxville is right there. I'll tell you what, let's zoom out, show you the polygon so we can see who all's in that polygon. And most likely it will include the city of Tuscaloosa. Let's see if they do indeed include the city. Yes, so okay, the city of Tuscaloosa is now officially under a tornado warning. University of Alabama campus under a tornado warning for this tornadic storm down to the south. There's a very dangerous storm down here that's coming out of Sumter County, crossing the Tombigbee River, heading for Forkland. That storm likely has a tornado down with it. It's just a mean storm on radar. But again, let's go into the Tuscaloosa County storm, the storm that's coming out of Utah, just north of Utah. And it's moving northeast. So again, it's about right there near Knoxville. It's moving northeast just like that at about 50 miles per hour. And again, these are the times of arrival here. This is what time it will be in your local area. So Knoxville at 4:18, you got to be safe now. If you're in Knoxville, shelter now. If you are in Foster's, we need you in a shelter now. 4:30 is the time for Foster's. Maxwell at 4:36. Again, the city of Tuscaloosa at 4:44. So if the circulation holds together, this could move into the city of Tuscaloosa. Again, that's at 4:45. If you are in Holt, that is 4:48. If you are in Coaling, that's going to be, yeah, I don't know if you hear the alerts. The University of Alabama has an alerting system, and they're telling us about a tornado warning. Hey, we already know about it, but thank you for the alert. So if you are in Tuscaloosa, 4:44, Holt, 4:48, Coaling, 4:53, Brookwood at 4:58, and Aberdeen at 5:07. So those are going to be the times of arrival for this confirmed tornado that's down. Based off of the structure of the storm and the fact that there's a competing storm to the south, I'm not so sure this thing is going to hold together. But again, let's treat it like it will, all right? These storms have been tough today on radar. We've had a lot of damage across Alabama. Let's treat this like this storm will continue forever. Let's just treat it like this storm's going to stay down for a while. So tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. Technically includes the city of Moundville. The main threat is going to be on the north side of Moundville. But again, if you are in the city of Moundville, it's a close call for you. Let's stay sheltered. Down to the south, a very serious situation, another storm that's developed down there that is likely producing a tornado. This is going to be down over the Forkland area. Coming out of Sumter County, you see right there, there's Forkland, there's Greensboro and Hale County. Again, this is going to be just north of Demopolis, but this storm means business. This is a rough storm on the radar. We'll pull it up, pull on the velocity, and just show you this together. A very strong signature there. Hey, we'll say this is the one that is north of Utah that just prompted the tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. Doesn't look as impressive as it did about 5 minutes ago, but please understand, we're not going to forget about this storm. We're going to watch it carefully. We're going to treat it like a tornado still down. So again, we got several storms of concern here. We got one that's basically moving into the Forkland area of West Alabama. That's in Greene County. If you are in Demopolis, okay, if you're in Demopolis, we want you to pull over. Do not drive north of Demopolis on Highway 43. All right, don't drive north of Demopolis. Trust me, this thing is a dangerous storm. Most likely, this has got a larger tornado that could be down. So this is coming up on Forkland and Sawyerville and Greensboro. These areas will be impacted by this tornado that is moving northeast. Okay, so let's go to the north. Let's look at the other storm. And tell you what, let's switch radar perspectives. Okay, the one that's in Greene County, the rotation is almost diminished now. But again, it's a storm of concern. We still have a tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. Let's treat it like a tornado still down, and let's treat this thing serious, as it has the potential to produce a tornado as it is moving northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. So again, another tornadic storm that is possibly, that could be on the ground. That's in Greene County. That is moving northeast towards Tuscaloosa County. But again, that storm is not showing as great a sign of rotation as it was just a few minutes ago. We'll go over to Brianna just for a moment.
Hey, just letting you know, the National Weather Service has continued that tornado warning for Sumter, Alabama until 4:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Tishobe, and that is 10 miles northwest of Demopolis. Just like he's saying, if you are in Demopolis and you want to head north, do not do that. If you are north of Demopolis, and I would say even pushing Demopolis, you want to be in your safe place right now. And this storm is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, and we're seeing that, you know, these storms need to be taken very seriously because they can get very serious very quick. And unfortunately, kind of along with that, we do have some reports from Calhoun County. According to Matthew West, the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office, there have been 3 reported fatalities within Calhoun County, and hopefully, you know, there's no more. But we are keeping an eye on this. I mean, these are very serious storms that are moving through our state, and we unfortunately do have that report coming from Calhoun County's Sheriff's Office. But keeping safety in mind, you can save your life when you are going under these warnings. You know where to go, you know where to seek shelter, and you know how to stay safe. And we want you to know when to do that and how to do that, and that's why we're here. That's why we're tracking out these times for you, so you know when it's going to hit Tuscaloosa or any other place around the area. But just for that update right now, you know, that tornado warning will be continued for Sumter, Alabama until 4:30 p.m., located over Tishobe, 10 miles northwest of Demopolis, just like Richard has been talking about, and this has been, or is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Back to you, Richard.
All right, Brianna, so unfortunate report of fatalities being reported across Alabama, something we had feared today, but based off some of the strength of the tornadoes, not really surprised by what we're seeing. We just certainly hope there's no more loss of life today. So please, if you are in the path of any of these storms, treat them serious. The environment is conducive to producing these large, long-track tornadoes. So if you're in the path of one of these tornadoes, treat it serious. We don't want any more loss of life. All right, so let's just treat these things like they're producing large tornadoes, and we'll get past this. But again, this is just one of those days we're going to deal with a lot of damage, and we're already dealing with that now. Not only are we dealing with the tornado potential, flash flooding is tremendous across north and central Alabama, so that is something that we are concerned about as well. So I'll tell you what, let's go back over to radar. And again, we've got a mess out there, several thunderstorms that are ongoing that are severe, that are tornadic. Let's take you into Blount County and look at that storm just for a moment. I think, did the Blount County tornado warning expire, Brianna? I think so.
Let's see.
Yeah, that one has expired.
Yes.
Okay, so Blount County storm has weakened now. It has expired. There's no longer a tornado warning for Blount County. You've got an intense storm there, but it is not considered tornadic. Let's go down to the south. Again, we got a strong storm that's in Jefferson County, not considered tornadic at the moment, but again, that could change as the potential is there for these storms to rotate. We got a tornadic storm that is on the Tuscaloosa and Greene County line right there. This storm is moving northeast, basically following the interstate, and that will be coming into the city of Tuscaloosa and Duncanville and Taylorville within a matter of about 15 to 20 minutes from now. This storm is not as impressive as it was earlier, but again, a dangerous storm. Let's treat it serious. This storm down here that just crossed 43 in Forkland, now that is a mean supercell storm. This thing is capable of producing a large tornado here in West Alabama. Let's look at the velocity with that. And by the way, we got a beware region, a bounded weak echo region, what we call a donut hole that's popped up on there. And, you know, the last time we saw that, Brianna, that was in Hale County with the storm that first started that produced all the damage across Shelby and Bibb and Calhoun counties. So, again, this is another storm that could continue to ramp up and produce a long-track tornado. So that one is concerning, very concerning there. Let's go over to velocity. Look at this thing and just watch this together.
Hey, Richard, just want to give you an update while you're doing that. They have canceled the tornado warning for Hale in Tuscaloosa. They've expired the tornado warning for Greene County as well as Sumter County.
Yeah, so this one to the north, again, we just talked about it. It just doesn't look that impressive anymore. So the Weather Service is allowing us to relax just a bit on that particular storm. Okay, so the tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County has been allowed to expire. Let's make sure. Okay, so yeah, the tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County and Hale County for northern Hale County has been allowed to expire. The storm coming out of Greene County, you still see the polygon down there, but it's going to disappear shortly. This storm has almost fizzled out, so there's no longer a tornado warning for the city of Tuscaloosa, Duncanville, or Taylorville, or Moundville. All right, so again, now look, that storm's still there. It could ramp back up, but right now we're not seeing indication of that. So that storm has weakened enough to no longer have a tornado warning. Let's go down to the south and show you this one. And this is the storm that's coming out of Forkland. If you're in Greensboro or Sawyerville, take cover now. Take shelter now. This is a storm that could produce a long-track tornado. This has everything it needs to work with. The environment is almost perfect for a tornado here. And the storm has that look. It just has that characteristic of producing a large and long-track tornado. So again, that is a storm of concern in West Alabama. Let's look at the velocity signature with that and just see what it looks like. And a very tight indication of a tornado coming across the Black Warrior River. This is basically near or just south of Sawyerville, and this is coming up on Greensboro. So again, we've got a dangerous tornadic signature coming up on Greensboro. It may skip just north of town. I think it stays below Havana, the Havana Junction. This is moving northeast kind of like that. So again, if you are in Greensboro, let's be in shelter now. If you are Havana points north towards Moundville, this particular storm is going to stay just north of town, or just south of town, excuse me. So this storm's going to stay down here. So let me pan off to the north. I do want to look at that storm that is coming out of Greene County. And again, yeah, there's nothing there. We have totally lost the rotation. So again, the National Weather Service allowing the tornado warning to expire for the city of Tuscaloosa, for the University of Alabama campus, for Taylorville, for Duncanville, and for Moundville. There's no longer a tornado warning with the storm. However, we will watch it carefully. This thing could still spin up. So let's treat it like this thing could redevelop. So here's the watch warning map. We now have one tornado warning left currently, and this one's probably going to be going on for a while. This one is basically approaching Greensboro. So a dangerous storm that could be producing a tornado. And I would say, based off the signature, Brianna, this thing most likely has a tornado down.
Richard, right. And, you know, just reminding that that the tornado warning for Green and Hale is going to be continued until 5 p.m. Located near Duffy's Bend, 11 miles southeast of Utah, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So they are continuing that tornado warning for Green and Hale until 5 p.m.
Yeah, this tornado is heading right for Greensboro. If you are in Greensboro, we've got a dangerous situation for a tornado that is most likely down, and this thing is approaching town now. So if you are in Greensboro, we need you sheltered immediately. This is as serious as it gets. This is a dangerous situation of a tornado that is likely down. Again, this is not a confirmed tornado. Let me say that. Brianna could correct me if they change that. This is not a confirmed tornado. But I will say this storm has every indication of producing a large and violent tornado that's coming up on downtown Greensboro. Look at the donut hole. This thing is unreal. The structure of this is just incredible. So again, if you are in Greensboro, especially downtown and to the north side of town, we got a violent tornado signature. This thing's got to be down. The Weather Service has not mentioned or confirmed that yet, but I will say I've seen enough of these things here. That tornado's got to be down. It has come through Forkland. It is coming up towards downtown Greensboro. I need you in shelter now. If you are in Greensboro, shelter now. If you're in a mobile home, get out of that. Find a site-built home or a storm shelter, somewhere to go, a gas station, anything, a store. Just got to get out of a mobile home. You got to get out of a mobile home. This thing will produce a tornado that will destroy a mobile home. There's no doubt. This thing just is so impressive. So we got to treat this thing like there's one down. And I'll tell you what, let's look at the velocity signature with that and just look at this together. This thing is so tight. The rotation here is very impressive. Let's look at the debris signature and see if we got anything that's obvious. May have something there. That may be a debris dropout there. So we may be seeing a debris being lofted by this tornado. So again, it's crossing the Black Warrior River now. It's heading for downtown Greensboro. So this is as serious as it gets for the city of Greensboro. We got a damaging tornado that's approaching town, and just based off the signature, based off what we are seeing, it's got to be one down. And I would imagine at any time the National Weather Service is going to confirm that. Look at the donut hole. This thing is right at Sawyerville. If you are in Sawyerville points north, you're okay. But if you're in Sawyerville, if you're down Highway 14 to downtown Greensboro, you got to be in shelter now. This dangerous situation of likely a tornado down that's tracking northeast just like that. So again, the hole there, what that is, you got a mesocyclone, an updraft, a rotating updraft. The precipit's being slung out around this thing through centrifugal force and in upward motion. So you get this kind of the hole in the radar sight. You kind of miss your precip there. For rotation to occur like that, it's got to be intense. And for the environment today, if you have rotation that intense, most likely you got one down. So again, if you are between Sawyerville and Greensboro, if you are from Harper Hill down to Greensboro, let's just go ahead and get a shelter now. The potential for a tornado is too high, and the potential for loss of life is too high. Don't just be complacent with this thing. This is a dangerous situation. So let's go over to our velocity. And again, very tight evidence of rotation down here. There's Sawyerville, there's Greensboro, that's Highway 14. Highway 69 that splits down to the south goes down to Marengo County. If you are on 69 below Greensboro, you're okay. If you're below the split of 25 and 69 south of there, I think you're okay. But if you're from the split of 25 and 69 down there, just on the south side of Greensboro and points north to Harper Hill, you got to be sheltered now. If you are on 14 from Greensboro to Sawyerville, shelter now. Again, get out of mobile home. There's a very large mobile home population in Greene and Hale counties. A mobile home with research and science can only withstand up to an EF1 tornado. If what we are looking at is correct, I think there could be a strong tornado here. So again, out of a mobile home in a site-built structure, lowest floor, and as many walls between you and the outside as possible. One of those interior rooms, a bathroom, hallway, closet, something that will protect you from flying debris. Bike helmet, put on a bike helmet. That could help with this situation. I want to chat with Brianna Duncan as well. And Brianna, anything new coming out of this storm or any other storm out there?
Right now, no, Richard. But for the Greene and Hale County, it's still sitting at a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. But from what we're looking at, this should be taken seriously. Treat it as if we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground, just to be safe, even if there's not. And then we're also watching Jefferson County a little bit closely, looking at some potential rotation in Jefferson County. But for right now, our focus is going to be on Greene and Hale counties. So right now, no updates, but as soon as I get those, I will let you know.
Yeah, I'm just looking at radar kind of behind the scenes here too, Brianna, and it looks like the core tornado is going to pass maybe a mile or two on the north side of Greensboro. It is going to be such a close call, so let's go down into the storm and show you that. Again, you mentioned Jefferson County, watching carefully. I do see that rotation right there. Let me just show that just for a moment. Again, there is that rotation right there. It's kind of broad right now, but this could change. The storm that we are certainly concerned about is the one that's coming up on Greensboro, that's basically on the south side of Sawyerville. I do want to mention again the tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County has been allowed to expire. The storm has weakened. This storm is clearly becoming the dominant storm. And again, I'm just trying to get you the best radar perspective there. There it is right there. A very strong evidence of rotation between Sawyerville and Greensboro. This tornado is crossing Highway 14 now and continues to move off towards the northeast at 50 miles per hour. And tell you what, let me do a track on this thing because it is going to continue. And I tell you what, if you are northeast of this storm, I would treat it serious. This is one that could drop a large, violent tornado that could be on the ground for a while. We've already seen that happen. So let's do a track on this.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we do have the radar indicated tornado warning for Hale County until 5 p.m. Large, extremely dangerous tornado, just like what you were talking about, located over Sawyerville, 7 miles west of Greensboro, and this is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So just like you said, we have this confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Sawyerville, west of Greensboro, that's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So right on the dot with that. And then they've canceled the tornado warning for Greene, but all of our eyes are looking at Hale.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, let's talk about this. So I tell you what, Jen, if we can pull this full just for a moment so everybody can kind of see their community here. This is a big deal. We got a large and extremely dangerous tornado that could cause the threat of life and property. If you're in a mobile home, please get out. Do not take a chance with this thing. This is as serious as it gets. So if you're in a mobile home, out now. If you're in a car driving on Highway 14, pull over, find a place now, stop at somebody's house if you have to. If you're on Highway 69 between Greensboro and Harper Hill, pull over. Do not drive into this thing. This is going to be a large tornado. It will take your car right off the road. Don't matter what you drive, it's going to take it right off the road. So do not drive into this tornado. If you are ahead of this thing, these are the community times of arrival of this large an extremely dangerous tornado. We're talking about the cities of Greensboro at 4:37. So now I think the tornado is going to be on the north side of Greensboro. Instead of in downtown, I think it's going to be on the north side of Greensboro. But again, if you are there, shelter now. I just cannot stress how serious this is. Hogglesville at 4:51. If it continues, it gets into Bibb County. You got Pondville at 5:06, Brent 5:18, and on forth through there. So again, shelter now. You've got the warning. We know where this tornado is. It's confirmed down. We've been talking about this. The signature has been just so impressive with this thing that we got to take it serious. So let me take that off now, and let's go down into this tornado that is confirmed. Again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado down. So let's go into that. Again, this is very close to Greensboro. This is it. This is your large tornado right here that is look at that. The signature is just surreal. It's crossing Highway 14 now between Sawyerville and downtown Greensboro. It may shoot the gap here, but again, there's people that live out here. There's people that live here, and again, your house is going to be impacted by this tornado. This is going to be a large one. It could be a significant size tornado, and I just do not want to take a chance with this thing based off of the structure of what we're seeing and based off of what we can potentially impact. So 102-mile-an-hour winds, it's got to be stronger than that. There's no doubt, just based off of what we're seeing, this thing's got to be stronger than that. This is an impressive tornado signature. It has passed to the east of Sawyerville and continues off towards the east. Brianna?
Yes, we are getting that tornado warning continued for Bibb and Perry as well, for the tornado warning being extended to them.
Oh, my goodness,
for
look at that.
Bibb and Perry. Yeah, it's
Goodness.
awful that what we're looking at, and still this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is located near Greensboro, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So for Bibb and Perry counties, if you're watching, this monster is coming your way as well, and this is until 5:30. Richard?
Yeah, this thing's going to cross 69. I think it's going to be a hair north of Greensboro. Thank goodness this thing is not over downtown Greensboro. If that was the case, I couldn't imagine what we would see in downtown Greensboro. But this is a large and violent tornado down. It's come right over the Melton area, basically on the southeast side of Sawyerville. This tornado continues down. It's tracking basically about to track over Highway 69 as we speak. So if you're ahead of this tornado, this damaging, life-threatening situation, if you are ahead of this tornado, you got to be in shelter now. We see it on our radar. We see the debris signature. That's it right there. There's no doubt there's a tornado down. We see it there. Again, just understand this is as urgent as it gets in terms of a tornado potential there. Let me clear that off the screen. Let's do, I'll tell you what, let's zoom out just a bit, because, Brianna, you mentioned this tornado warning has been extended to the northeast just a little bit. So let me zoom out just about. I want to show everybody out there, okay? This is a violent tornado that is basically on the northwest side of Greensboro. This is going to be south of Havana Junction. This is as serious as it gets in terms of a tornado signature. And let's kind of do a track on this thing. I'm going to zoom you into it where you can see it. There's your tornado, again, on the north side of Greensboro. This is going to move into Bibb County, so that's Highway 25 right there. Your tornado is right there, about a mile or two north of Greensboro. In fact, this thing is about to cross 69 within a matter of a couple of minutes. There's a new update, so let me zoom in just a little more. And there it is. There's Highway 69. Again, this thing is clearly on the north side of Greensboro. This is on the north side of downtown Greensboro. But it's such an urgent situation that even if you are in Greensboro, I want you to be sheltered now.
Yes, Richard, and this is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour, so gone up about 5 miles per hour. Still confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Greensboro. This tornado warning again for Hale County until 5, going northeast at 55 miles per hour.
So again, we got a confirmed large and dangerous tornado basically on the north side of Greensboro. And tell you what, let me zoom into this thing and show you a real tight view of this, who's going to be dealing with this tornado. So again, there it is there.
Just getting some updates also from the National Weather Service. We have some chasers reporting a large wedge tornado 5 miles north-northwest of Greensboro. And then another kind of reiterating that, likely a large wedge tornado moving through Hale County, debris being lofted quite a bit up into the atmosphere. But yeah, that is pretty much confirming what we're seeing. Large, extremely dangerous wedge tornado north-northwest of Greensboro moving through Hale County right now.
Yeah, this is just as serious as it gets. This is a tornado that will level your house. If you are in the path of this tornado, please seek shelter immediately. This is about to cross Highway 69. Let me tell you what, let me do some roads on here so you can see where we're talking about for this tornado. This is Redwood Road. If you're on Redwood Road, you got to be in shelter now. All right, so, and again, that's where this thing's heading. This is Highway 69 right here, Alabama Highway 69. This is crossing Highway 69 as we speak. Let me clear this off. And again, this is just such an urgent situation. Redwood Road, if you're on County Road 4, this deadly tornado is going to track over County Road 4 on the east side of Highway 69. Again, Redwood Road, if you are on, let's see, Redwood Lane, County Road 3, County Road 32, if you're on County Road 32, this violent tornado is about to cross. It's going to move right over County Road 32, basically where Highway 25 interchanges with County Road 32. This is an extremely dangerous tornado that's currently over County Road, Big Bush Road, County Road 19. The tornado is currently over County Road 19. So again, I just wanted to give you some of the roadways there. This deadly tornado that's tracking across the Greensboro area. Again, the tornado itself is down. It's just on the north side of Greensboro. It's a large, what we call a wedge tornado. This is going to be one that could be down for a long time. But again, that's right there is County Road 32 that interchanges with Highway 25. The tornado itself is going to move right over the intersection of Highway 25 and County Road 32. So if you're on 32, basically between Highway 69 and Highway 25, this violent tornado is about to cross right in between those two major highways. So again, County Road 32, you're going to be in the path of this violent tornado. You got minutes, 2 or 3 minutes at most, and this is going to be crossing County Road 32, and then this is basically going to move onto Highway 25. So if you know where County Road 32 meets up with Highway 25, that's where this violent tornado is going to be. It is crossing 69, and most likely it's about to cross 25. So again, a very dangerous situation of a tornado confirmed down, a large and violent tornado. We've got reports of that. We know it's down. There's no doubt. Everything is screaming evidence that this thing is big.
Just getting reiteration of that, Richard. We're continuing that tornado warning. The tornado damage threat is catastrophic for our Hale County until 5 p.m. Confirmed, like we were saying, large and destructive tornado located near Greensboro, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. If you are in this area, you need to take shelter now. We are already getting damage reports from Greensboro, roads blocked with trees down Highway 14 and County Road 21. We are already seeing the significant damage that is going through this area right now. So you need to be in a safe place now if you're in this area. This is no joke. This is an extreme threat to property and life. I'm going to throw that back to you, Richard, so you can talk more about that.
Yeah, so this is a tornado emergency for this storm. So this is classified by the National Weather Service. This is a tornado emergency. This is a violent tornado. This thing is a killer, okay? If you're in a mobile home, you don't have a chance. You got to get out of a mobile home. I'm telling you, please get out of a mobile home. You may not have much of a chance in a side-built home. This thing is just violent. A devastating, large wedge tornado that has crossed Highway 69 just a few miles north of Greensboro. It is about to cross Highway 25, and then it moves into Bibb County. So, again, this is a catastrophic situation, a term used by the National Weather Service, which is only saved for major tornadoes that are a threat to life and property. This thing will wipe out a home. This is a home leveler tornado. I'm not saying that to scare you. I just want you to realize this is the real deal. It doesn't get more serious than that. This is a type of tornado that's an EF4, EF5. Even a side-built home, you got to try to get in a basement or underground if you can, if you're out ahead of this thing. This will destroy a home. So I tell you what, we need to do this just for a moment, because I know other people in other parts of Alabama are asking about what is happening. So let me show you, everybody out there, just for a moment. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because there's not much happening elsewhere other than storms that are not tornadic at the moment. And again, I just want to show you what things look like right here. We got this dangerous supercell thunderstorm well south of Tuscaloosa and well south of Moundville. We got active thunderstorms ongoing across portions of central Alabama. But again, the tornado warning and concern is that one storm down there that is producing a life-threatening tornado. This is a catastrophic situation. I cannot stress the urgency of how serious this thing is, and this is coming right up on Bibb County. So again, you're going to be next under the gun for that. So let's take you down to that storm, because again, look, if you lose power, we are also streaming on Facebook Live, so you can get that information on the WVUA 23 Facebook page. You can watch us on that. So if you lose power, that's another source of information for you right there. So let's go down into this storm, and there's your violent tornado just on the north side of Greensboro, northeast side of town now. That's your tornadoes coming up on Highway 25. If you are in Pondville, we need you sheltered right now. So if you're in Pondville, shelter now. This is as serious as it gets, a violent tornado down that's on the northeast side of Greensboro. Let's pan this off to the southeast, southwest just a bit. Pondville, Eoline, that is Highway 5 that runs down into Brent and Centerville. If you're in these communities, shelter now. Again, out of a mobile home, site-built structure, underground if you can, wear a bike helmet, hard-sole shoes, a whistle, anything you can that will help you. And even after this tornado passes by, it can help alert people for search and rescue that are going to be looking for you. So we always tell people, have a whistle or air horn, something that you can alert people with. So again, the violent tornado is on Highway 25 as we speak. I do want to check with Brianna while I get this information behind the scenes here. Brianna, anything new coming out of this storm?
Right, Richard. If there's any way we can take the iPad, we do have a photo. If it's going to load, I don't know if it's going to load right now. We do have a photo coming in from the Greensboro tornado. Right now we'll stay on radar, but while I get this pulled up, this is a photo that we've seen on Twitter. If we can pull up the iPad, this is the tornado that we have seen from Greensboro right now, and it is not a joke, and they are still continuing this tornado warning, just confirmed. This is a life-threatening situation, catastrophic, once again reiterating that, confirmed large and extremely dangerous and destructive tornado 8 miles southwest of Mertz, 10 miles northeast of Greensboro, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. And they are also now issuing a tornado warning for Jefferson County until 5:30. This is not confirmed on the ground, but a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over northeastern Birmingham. Very populated area, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Right now, we are looking at the storm in Bibb and Perry County, because you can see right here, this is what we're looking at around the Greensboro area, a large destructive tornado with catastrophic threats to it. This is very life-threatening, threat to property. This is again 10 miles northeast of Greensboro, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, so moving pretty fast. And then also we do now also have that tornado warning issued for Jefferson County until 5:30 p.m. And that is not confirmed on the ground for Jefferson County, just a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, but it is something we are keeping an eye on, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Richard.
All right, Brianna, so let's go back into the storm. We'll put on our debris signature. It is clearly still down, and it looks like the tornado has passed over County Road 32. It's now over Highway 25. It's on top of Highway 25. It's basically moving into northwest Perry County, and basically the Hale and Perry County line there. Again, we still see the tornado down. The velocity signature remains very impressive with this. There's no doubt this tornado is violent. Here's our TVS, our debris signature. Let's pull on the information on that. And again, this thing is just unreal. The structure of this tornado impact of 10, wind impact of 10. Again, this is as serious as it gets for this storm. So again, we got a devastating tornado that is moving basically out of Hale County. It's about to move into northwest Perry County. It is crossing Highway 25 as we speak. A next stop will be communities like Pondville in Bibb County. But again, a tornado impact of a 10. That is incredibly high. It can get above that. I have seen it get above that, but not very often. So again, that's our tornado impact with that. We know there's a tornado down. There's no doubt about it. So I tell you what, we need to show the other tornado warning. Brianna had mentioned there is a brand new tornado warning for Jefferson County. So let's go up to that. There's a tornado warning for Bibb County. And by the way, this does include Brent and Centerville, downtown Brent and Centerville. All right, so we've got a tornado warning for Jefferson County as well. This is going to include areas basically to the east of downtown Birmingham. That is another tornadic thunderstorm there. That's the one we've actually been watching carefully. We had some rotation on the radar. Again, technically downtown Birmingham to Trussville is in that polygon for a potential tornado there. Let's put on the velocity and just kind of look at this thing together. And again, there it is right there. There's our potential tornado that could be down, coming up on Trussville. So again, this is in Jefferson County. That's a tight circulation. All right, so if you are, and I tell you what, Jen, if we take this full just for a moment so everybody can see their town on the screen there. If you're in Oakville, that's Interstate 59, Trussville, we got a tornado that could be down, at least a developing tornado. This signature is impressive, and I would not be surprised if we see a tornado drop out of this. So again, if you're Oakville, Woodcrest, Queenstown, Trussville, up to Argo, let's be in a safe place in Jefferson counties. We have a potential tornado. This is not confirmed. This is a potential tornado that could be down. And again, just based off what we're looking at, I would not be surprised if a tornado touches down from that. Look at the scan. So new update now. And again, this is a dangerous situation for Jefferson County in a very heavily populated part of Alabama. If you are east of downtown Birmingham, all the way to Trussville, let's be in shelter now. Again, lowest floor of your home, meaning walls between you and the outside as possible. Let's look at the radar. And again, it's that storm. It's got that look to it. Tell you what, let's look at the debris signature. If there's something down, we're going to know real fast. I don't see anything right now. But again, if you're in East Jefferson County, east of downtown Birmingham, is that what we got there? Let's see. Hang on, put on the velocity. Let's see if that matches up. All right, this could be a tornado down over Oakville. So again, we may have a tornado down over Oakville.
Yes, Richard, in Jefferson County, confirmed tornado located over northeastern Birmingham, moving northeast. And this is north of Irondale. So Jefferson County until 5:30. This is now a confirmed tornado located over northeastern Birmingham, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour.
All right, so yeah, we just saw that literally same time. We saw that debris pop up there. So again, we have a tornado that's down basically over the Oakville area. If you are in Trussville, we need you in shelter now. There's a tornado down that's heading towards Trussville, and based off the signature, this thing may be down for a little while. So again, this is a dangerous situation for East Jefferson County in central Alabama, right on the interstate. This tornado is literally right on the interstate, Interstate 59. We got a dangerous situation for a tornado heading towards Trussville right now. And again, this is moving northeast. Brianna, remind me the speed on that.
Yes, Richard. Looks like it's going northeast at 55 miles per hour.
Okay, northeast at 55 miles per hour. So let's just go ahead and track this thing out, show you where it is heading, because it's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So again, it is approaching Trussville as we speak. I'll tell you what, let me put on the velocity. And let's do a track on this thing. Goodness, that signature looks good. That thing looks impressive. And when I say good, I don't mean that in a good way. That means that's not good. If you see a signature like that, that's dropping a tornado. So let's look at, tell you what, let's do a storm track on this thing. We need to show who's going to be in the path of this. So again, it's right there now, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Okay, so we got Trussville at 4:58. You need to be in shelter now. If you are in Trussville, did you see what happened in Shelby County? You saw what happened in Greensboro on the north end of town. Do something about it. Don't wait. Don't be complacent. There's no excuse on a day like today. No excuse to not do something. I'm telling you, I don't care how hard-headed you are, go to shelter. There's a tornado down here. There's another tornado down northeast of Greensboro heading towards Pondville in Bibb County. Brent, Centerville, you're going to be next. So, again, don't be hard-headed. This is a tornado down. Argo at 5:05. Springville at 5:13. Goodwin's Mill, 5:21. Asheville, that's at 5:29. Gilbert going down towards Ohatchee and Rainbow City, some of the same towns that were hit earlier. So again, this is a dangerous situation for a tornado that is confirmed down. This is in northeast Jefferson County, northeast of downtown Birmingham. Okay, let's go down to the south. I want to go to that other storm that's coming out of the Greensboro area that should now be into northwest Perry County. Let's just look at this thing together. Very tight evidence of rotation still there. Still likely a tornado heading towards Pondville. If you're in Pondville, out of a mobile home, okay? Out of a mobile home, please hear me. If you're in Eoline, if you are in Brent, if you are even up towards West Blockton, I think Pearson, you're going to be okay. Duncanville, you're going to be okay for sure from this one. But again, this is moving northeast like that. Let's look at the debris signature. There, look at that thing. It just keeps on going. We've been watching this thing from Sumter County when it crossed over to Alabama, and this thing touched down on the Tombigbee River, and it just keeps going.
Absolutely,
this
Richard.
This impressive tornado.
They are continuing that tornado warning for Bibb and Perry, still looking at catastrophic threats. Confirmed large and destructive tornado near Mertz, southwest of Brent, just like you're talking about, moving east at 55 miles per hour. So once again, they are, continuing this tornado warning until 5:30, and this is a confirmed catastrophic potential tornado on the ground near Mertz and southwest of Brent, moving east at 55 miles per hour.
Brianna, we got Keith Dobbins, who is over in West Blockton. He's actually at a storm shelter you see on the top screen there, and thank goodness people are heeding the warning and doing something about it. So again, Keith is out at the West Blockton in one of the storm shelters there. And look, if you live in a mobile home, if you live in a brick house, it doesn't matter. If you don't feel safe in your home, go now. Go ahead.
Just have another tornado warning issued for St. Clair County until 6 p.m.
Okay.
Tornado producing storm located over Alton, and then they're expiring their tornado warning for Hale County.
Okay, yeah, the tornado warning. The tornado is clearly out of Hale County now, so this thing is moving directly towards Brent and Centerville. And I tell you what, let me step off just for a second. I want to look at my other. I've got a radar source I like to look at here off the screen, and again. This thing's just nasty. This tornado that's coming towards Brent and Centerville is something else. Did they update the warning here? It looks like they may have made a change to the warning.
The latest warning we've gotten is at 4:54. Observed catastrophic damage potential. Till 5:30, confirmed large and destructive tornado located a few miles southwest of Brent, moving east at 55 miles per hour. And we do have that addition of St. Clair County tornado warning until 6 p.m. Just like we mentioned, this is not confirmed on the ground in St. Clair County, but this is located over Alton, but you should take it seriously. We've seen that even though things are weak one moment, they can be strong the next, and that has been a common theme that we have seen throughout the day today. This is over Alton, like I said, over Trussville, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Again, this is in St. Clair County, and also taking a look at Jefferson County, they're seeing a lot of lightning in Jefferson County, which is kind of an indication that there is some intensification. We now have a tornado emergency for Brent and Centerville. If you are in Brent and Centerville, you need to be in a safe place right now. Debris going up to 8 kilometers. And if you are in Brent and Centerville, if you are in these areas, you need to be in a safe place right now. This is absolutely detrimental to you, your property, your loved ones, your life. You need to be in a safe place if you are in Brent and Centerville. I'm going to throw that back to you, Richard.
Yeah, so again, this is a tornado emergency, another one. We know there's one down. This is a large, violent tornado right there. We see it. This thing is so close to Pondville. If you're in Pondville, you need to be in shelter now. You should have been in shelter 15 minutes ago. We've seen this thing coming. There's no excuse. Go now. If you're in Brent or Centerville, go now. Okay? Brent, Centerville, shelter now. Out of a mobile home, there's no excuse. Out of a car, find a storm shelter now. We hope and pray this thing lifts before getting to Brent and Centerville. A lot of people live there. There's a big population right there in the middle of Bibb County. This thing is heading right for Brent and Centerville. It missed Greensboro by just a few miles to the north. It was such a close call for downtown Greensboro. We only hope this thing misses downtown Brent and Centerville, but it is heading right towards those two cities, right there together. So again, we got a dangerous situation, a tornado emergency now for Brent, Centerville, and Bibb County. Again, if you're in Pondville, shelter now. In the other box you see down there, that is the velocity, that's the wind speed inside the thing. We should mention, too, that in Jefferson County, in East Jefferson County, we've got a dangerous storm also that is producing a confirmed tornado. I want to briefly go to that. I'm not going to spend a lot of time there. I know there is a tornado situation there as well. But again, I just want to show you that briefly for Jefferson County. This tornadic storm is going to move into St. Clair County. Let's see if we still have a debris signature. I do not see that, Brianna. I don't see a debris signature up in Jefferson County. You see the velocity. The couplet's not as impressive. So again, let's watch that. If you are in Jefferson County on the Jefferson-St. Clair County line, we have a dangerous storm that could potentially produce a tornado. It did just a moment ago. We go over to Birmingham radar. Again, there it is there, basically on top of Trussville. Now, we think the tornado may have lifted, but again, this could drop down again. So please understand, if you are in Springville, if you're in Asheville, let's go ahead and be in shelter. Even Odenville, let's just go to shelter now and let the storm pass by. It's moving fast, about 50 miles an hour. It's not going to last long. So go to shelter now, let the storm pass by. Let's go down to the south. And again, this storm that is essentially coming up on Pondville now, or basically on top of Pondville now. This is a very serious situation for tornadoes down. I do want to mention this, and Brianna, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see anything else tornadic back here for now. But again, if something changes, get in my ear as soon as you can.
Right, I will. And, you know, we really just need to hit this hard. If you are in Brent and Centerville, you need to get to a shelter now. Now is too late. You need to get to a shelter now. This is catastrophic. This is a very life-threatening situation coming from the National Weather Service. Yeah,
the structure of this thing is just surreal. This is, my goodness, this is a tornado. This is I think we got a new update. Did we get a new update, Brianna, from the Weather Service?
Yes, Richard. They're continuing that tornado warning with those catastrophic risks for Bibb County. Confirmed large and destructive tornado located near Harrisburg, 8 miles southwest of Brent, and this is moving east at 50 miles per hour, and they've canceled the tornado warning for Perry, Alabama. All
right, tell you what, let's get in tight with this thing, and we need to look at some roads ahead of this tornado emergency. Again, obviously, if you're in the larger areas like Brent and Centerville, it's coming your way. Let's put on the debris signature. Gosh, this thing's unreal. And look, please understand, we are not trying to scare you, but if I'm scaring you to do something, so be it. You got to be in shelter now. The tornado is over Morgan Road. Okay, just listen to me carefully. Listen to every word I say. If you are in Bibb County, listen. Peach Orchard Road. If you're on Peach Orchard Road, tornado is about to track over you right now. Morgan Road, shelter now. Ridgeville Lane, the tornado's on top of you. It's too late. Kennard Road. If you're on Kennard Road, the violent tornado is about to move right over you. If you're on Duff Road, okay, hear me, Duff Road, the tornado is going to be there within 5 minutes. Okay? Bear Creek Road in Bibb County, not in Tuscaloosa, but Bear Creek Road in Bibb County, the tornado's about to cross over you. Circlewood Drive, Taper Road, okay? Let's see, Ward Avenue, Grandview Drive, Hickory Street. We're going to be naming all these roads tomorrow when we're out doing damage surveys. Go somewhere now. Duff Acres Lane, okay? Freeman Drive. I'm pulling these up on the screen for you so you can see it yourself. It is currently crossing Highway 25. It's over Kennard Road right now. A devastating, large, violent tornado is crossing
Highway 25 now on the east side of Pondville. Let's look at this thing over the past few minutes. It looks like the tornado is going to move right over Brent in about 10 minutes or less. So 10 minutes downtown Brent will have a violent tornado right over town. We hope and pray this thing lifts, but if it's not, this is going to be a devastating blow to downtown Brent. So you've got to be in shelter now. This thing is serious business. It's one of the most serious tornadoes we've had in a long time. This tornado is a threat to life and property. If you're in a mobile home, you have no chance. You have no chance if you're in a mobile home. Get out now. Site-built structure, okay? You just got to do something. Please do something. Just do something. We've already had loss of life today. Do not be complacent with this storm. There's plenty of storms where nothing happens. This ain't it. This is a storm that's got one down. We are looking at debris. That is the tornado itself right there, crossing Highway 25. Pondville, it is now on the east side of town. That's Highway 5 that runs into Brent Centerville and does a little split right there in Brent. Here's a new update, okay? Here's your tornado right there, almost to the split now of Highway 5 in Brent, okay? This is going to be not far from the Walmart there. Downtown Centerville, you're going to be under the gun from this. Next up would be Gary Springs in Bibb County. That's the Cahaba River. Okay, so just listen. This tornado's down, and it's a large tornado. Brianna Duncan also in the studio with us. Brianna, anything on this storm that's new?
As of right now, no, Richard, just that, extended tornado warning that is considered catastrophic for Bibb County, like you said, near Brent. This is moving towards Brent, moving east at 50 miles per hour. And this was located near Harrisburg. Other than that, the tornado warning for Jefferson has been canceled, so we don't have to worry about that right now. All eyes are looking at Bibb County right now as we have a serious life-threatening situation going on, and this is the real deal, y'all. If you're at home and you're watching, or if you're looking at Facebook Live and you're watching and you're in this area, you need to be in a safe place now. I know sometimes we have a habit of not taking things seriously because we have severe weather so often in the state of Alabama, but right now is not the time to do that. Right now is the time to go to your hallway, go to your closet, go to whatever safe place that it is, find a shelter if you have one and go there. Do not go outside and try to see if you can see this. Do not go outside and try to see if you can see damage. I know that's sometimes a habit because Alabama gets severe weather all the time, and people generally start to think that it's not that much of a big deal, but this is the big deal. This is the deal. You want to stay in your safe place now. Go to your safe place now. Richard.
Brianna, I was just looking at the velocity couple of this thing. It is so consistent. It has not changed at all over the past 30 minutes or so. So this tornado, it's almost no stopping it now. It's coming up on Brent. We're going to get a new update any second, and it should be right here at the split of Highway 5 in Brent. So again, we've got a dangerous, damaging tornado confirmed down. This is a life-threatening situation. Brianna.
Absolutely. We've got that update. This is considerable, extremely damaging, large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Harrisburg near Brent, moving east at 50 miles per hour. This is now being extended into Chilton and Shelby counties until 6 o'clock tonight. This is a serious situation. So now we have this, of course, in Bibb, and it is being extended, like I said, into Chilton and Shelby counties, moving east at 50 miles per hour.
And I know we're focusing on the larger city there, Brent and Centerville. There's people outside of Brent and Centerville, I understand that, but obviously you've got a huge population right here that's going to take a direct hit from this tornado. It looks like the tornado is going to be coming right up on the south end of Brent in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Maybe you have 5 minutes at best, and it's going to be over you, on top of you. This thing's moving northeast. Brianna, what speed was that, 50 or 60 miles per hour on this tornado?
Yes, 50 miles per hour moving east.
All right, so again, this is a damaging tornado that is moving into Brent as we speak, and Centerville in Bibb County. And I tell you what, let me just kind of zoom you into this thing just a little bit. I want to show you a wider perspective of this thing. Let me step off and do that. Show you a wider perspective of this thing as it continues to track in that direction. So again, we just cannot stress how serious this is. This is as serious as it gets. Here's a new update. All right, let me give you some roads, okay? Darden Road, if you're on Darden Road, the tornado's on top of you now. Bibb Lane, Partridge Street, Heritage Park Drive, Partridge Street, again, if you're on Hill Street, Cooper Avenue, if you are on Platinum Road, if you're on Depot Street, if you are anywhere in downtown Centerville or Brent, shelter now. Please, please, please do something now. This isn't something we're trying to hype up. This is, again, as serious as it gets. There's your tornado you see coming right up on them. Looks like it will be on generally the south side of Brent, on the kind of the south side of downtown, so to speak. But it's such a close call. We need everybody sheltered now. We've also got Keith Dobbins, who's over in West Blockton now, at a storm shelter there, and he's going to be driving south as soon as this tornado passes and he's okay, and we'll get that information exactly what has happened down there, but we can only hope this thing will lift. But again, this is just as urgent as it gets. So again, it looks like the core tornado is going to be south of Walmart there in Brent.
Right, just like you're talking about, just got a new update for the National Weather Service. This tornado warning has been considered catastrophic, like we're mentioning, for Bibb County until 5:30, and this is confirmed large, extremely destructive tornado located over Brent, just like we've been talking about. If you're in the Brent area, you need to take shelter now, and this is moving northeast now at 55 miles per hour, so speeding up just a little bit. And again, this is located over Brent, and this is a catastrophic potential for this tornado. It's such a threat to life and property. You need to take this seriously if you are in this area in Bibb County. Richard?
Yeah, just kind of looking at the velocity behind the scenes there, and it certainly looks like the core of the tornado is going to be on generally the south side of the city of Brent. Again, you see that brand new update there. Here's Centerville. It's going to be coming up on, again, Highway 219 in just a matter of a couple of minutes or so. That's the Cahaba River right there that runs through downtown Centerville, and beside Brent there, again, that's the Cahaba. This thing is moving northeast very quickly now, but if you're at Gary Springs, we need you in shelter immediately for this violent tornado that's down, and this is going to cross Highway 82 out here, basically on the kind of southeast corner of Centerville, but certainly just a urgent situation with a tornado that's down. We know it's down. Tell you what, let's do a path on this thing because we need to show everybody that's going to be ahead of this storm. So let me zoom out just enough to do that. And again, I don't want to take too long on this. I just want to show you everybody in the path of this tornado. Again, it's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So there it is right there, moving northeast just like that. And again, let me get it out at about 50. And there's the times of arrival. These are the communities in the path of this tornado right here. So again, Brianna, this is what we're looking at. Centerville right now, shelter now. Gary Springs at 5:16. The Oakley area at 5:28. Montevallo at 5:35. Calera, if this continues, we're looking at 5:42. Columbiana, by the way, all this is over in Shelby County, Calera, Columbiana. We're talking about those times, and then it continues to Chelsea at 6 p.m. It is 11 minutes after 5 o'clock now. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott, along with Brianna Duncan and Jennifer Herbert, we continue to monitor this life-threatening tornado that is basically on the southeast half of Brent or Centerville right now as we speak. This is a damaging tornado. Let me clear this off the screen, and I tell you what, if there's any new information coming out, if you want to pass that as soon as you get it, Brianna.
Right, and, I'm looking so far, don't have anything, but I will let you know when I do. The most concerning thing that I've seen, not necessarily for this, but the deaths in Calhoun County have come from Ohatchee. That's the latest update I have on that, and those are 3 deaths there. Y'all need to take this seriously in the Bibb County community located over Brent, like we've been saying, and now this has been extended to Chilton and Shelby County. So if you're in those areas that Richard just went over in the track, you need to take shelter before it gets to you, not before it is too late. And if you're just now joining us again, if you do lose power, you can watch us on Facebook Live. And with that being said, don't be the person that goes out and tries to see this thing. This is not something, first of all, that you want to see, but second of all, this is very life-threatening situation. This isn't something that is a joke or where you should go and look. This is serious. You need to take shelter now.
So again, this is Highway 82. The tornado, there's downtown Centerville. It's basically on the kind of southeast side of town, so to speak. But again, it certainly looks like the core of the middle of Brent and the middle of Centerville and Points North has just barely missed this tornado. But again, it's on the south and east side of town doing utter damage. When you see a debris signature like that, we know it's doing a lot of damage. And again, that's homes being ripped apart right now as we speak. So if you are ahead of this thing, seek shelter out of a mobile home, site-built home, interior room. And again, this is going to be a tornado. It's been on the down on the ground for a while. This thing's been down since before it got to Greensboro. And this thing has not lifted one time. So this is a long track, catastrophic tornado that's coming out on Highway 82. It's basically crossing Highway 82. If you are in Gary Springs, this is a violent tornado. It's just about on you now. You've got less than 5 minutes before it's on top of Gary Springs. And again, if you're on Highway 82, if you're anywhere near Brent and Centerville, stop now. Pull over, find a site-built structure, somebody's house. You can knock on the door, and we'll get past this tornado. This thing's racing northeast. It's only going to last 60 seconds, and it's gone, just like that. So when this tornado starts to hit your house, you got 60 seconds, and then it's gone. That's how fast this will happen, and this will come up on you fast. Again, there's your tornado. It's now on the east side of Centerville. It looks like, if our radar is right, it looks like the core of downtown Centerville and Brent missed the tornado, but again, it's got the southeast side of town. It's now the east side of town. There it is right there. There's our damaging tornado as we speak. So let me pan it off to the northeast just a little bit so you can kind of see who else is ahead of the same. I'm going to step off just for a moment, and I want to give you some roads and some streets this tornado is directly on right now. Again, Montgomery Highway out on the east side of Centerville. That's where your violent tornado is currently located. Airport Street, Airport Road. This thing's already crossed Stallings Road. Next up, if you're on Gary Springs Loop Road, this tornado is about to hit you directly. If you are on Deer Creek Road, if you're on Pine Tree Road, Deer Run Drive, okay, these neighborhoods out here, this tornado is coming your way. Pine Tree Road, I just mentioned that. This is coming up on 6 Mile too. Let me zoom out just a little bit. I just want to kind of show you where this tornado has gone. And it has, goodness, it stayed mainly on the south side of Brent and Centerville. If you see that, Brianna, the core of the tornado is basically on the very southeastern part of Brent and Centerville downtown. So again, this is doing a lot of damage right now. It's crossing 82, but it is coming up on 6 Mile. So if you're on 6 Mile out on the Cahaba, this tornado is coming your way now. Let's look at, again, Thomas Mill Road, Lakewood Circle there, 6 Mile Run, Coppers Creek Crossing, Pine Tree Road, just mentioned that. Thomas Mill Road, already mentioned that. County Road 171, West Ashby Road, Lakewood, Burnt Spur, areas like that, you're going to be directly hit by this tornado. After that, this begins to move into some heavily populated areas like Wilton in Shelby County. Go ahead, Brianna, you got something?
As of right now, no, Richard, just making sure all batteries are good for me. But as of right now, they're just taking a look at that insane debris ball that you're talking about. It's massive. This is an extremely life-threatening situation.
Okay, so again, this thing has moved basically on the south side of Brent and Centerville. Okay. And again, I'm just kind of checking some things behind the scenes here. So with reports, and obviously this thing was a big deal and continues to be a big deal. So if you are just now joining us, we got a violent tornado down. Basically,
hey, Richard,
go ahead.
Just having another update come through. As of 5:16, the tornado warning, catastrophic again for Bibb County, large and destructive tornado located over Centerville, and this is moving east at 50 miles per hour. And they're also continuing the tornado warning for St. Clair until 6 p.m. as a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado is located over Odenville, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. And this is that tornado warning for St. Clair County. But as for this tornado emergency that we're seeing here in Centerville and Bibb County, this is moving east at 50 miles per hour still.
All right, so northeast at 50 miles per hour. Tell you what, let's take our velocity. I want to show you that. Again, this violent tornado is coming up on a 6 mile now. This is, let me pull up our velocity. I just want to kind of look at this. And I'll tell you what, Jen, if we can, let's just take this full just for a moment, just so everybody can see what is happening here. This is our violent tornado signature, basically on the east side of Gary Springs now, coming up on 6 mile. That is moving northeast. And again, this is just unreal, the signature here. We knew this was possible going into this, but just to see a tornado like this is utterly devastating for these areas. So again, 6 mile, you're in the path. Ashby and Oakley, we need you in a safe place now. This tornado is going to be coming up on you within 10 minutes. So again, Ashby, Oakley, Bibb Mill, even Bibb Mill, let's just be safe. This thing could shift north or south easily. It's already crossed the Cahaba River right here that runs through Centerville. This thing is going to be coming up on south, west Shelby County, Wilton, Montevallo. I will say this, most likely the tornado will stay south of Montevallo, but again, let's go ahead and be in that safe place now as this violent tornado signature continues to track northeast like that. But no doubt, this thing is impressive, and you know, I don't even know if we can read the winds on here right because we're getting our radar flipping here just a bit. Yeah, see, it's showing some odd numbers there, but again, this is certainly a violent tornado down. The colors, the winds are so strong inside of this tornado. Our color scale, it goes off in the opposite direction. Again, that's called range folding. So we're beginning to see that actually happen. So it's not showing the correct numbers. Most likely winds inside this thing are over 150 miles per hour, maybe 200 miles per hour inside of this tornado based off of what we are seeing here. So this is an urgent situation. If you're in Ashby or Oakley, Wilton, in southwest Shelby County, this tornado is going to be coming up on you within 10 minutes. Basically riding the south end of Highway 25 right now, within just a couple of miles south of Highway 25. That is where this confirmed large and violent tornado is now. Okay, let's just take a quick moment and let's go to show a wide view of everybody out there and make sure there's nothing else we need to focus on right now. Fortunately, this is really the only storm of concern. Well, take that back. We've got a tornado warning St. Clair County right there.
Yes, Richard, that's till 6 p.m. This is not confirmed on the ground, just a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado located near Odenville, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour.
So again, if you're in Odenville, safe place now in St. Clair County, we have a potential for a tornado that could be down. With that, this is an urgent situation of a tornado that could be down in St. Clair County. The most serious situation by far is obviously what's happening down to the south. And I'm just looking at some information here. I'm seeing a lot of damage in the Greensboro area, just on the north side of town. And again, if I'm not talking about your area, that means you're okay. Just checking Facebook Live here. I do want to remind you that we are streaming on the WVUA 23 Facebook page. We have significant damage. It's on the north side of Greensboro, and clearly we're going to have significant damage in Brent and Centerville on the south side of town. It looks like, and if radar's off by half a mile, we may be wrong, but it looks like the core of downtown Brent and Centerville missed the brunt of the tornado just to the south.
Hey, Richard, just having another update for that Chilton and Shelby County tornado warning. This is still considered very catastrophic, very seriously taken situation until 6 p.m. And just like a little update for y'all, this is located near Ashby, 8 miles east of Centerville, moving east at 50 miles per hour. And this is something that we haven't seen in a long time. And this is, again, catastrophic, potentially a catastrophic event for you in places like Centerville, Ashby, and this is moving east at 50 miles per hour. And Once again, that is for Chilton and Shelby counties until 6 p.m. this evening, and we are watching that like we've been watching and moving east 50 miles per hour, just like I mentioned, in case you want to do another track, Richard.
Yeah, the last tornado we had this strong in Alabama was most likely on April 27, 2011 in our part of Alabama. April 28th of 2014, we had a violent tornado in North Alabama. For our local area, it's probably been April 27, 2011 since we had a tornado this strong, this type of magnitude. But again, look, this is obviously not the same day as April 27. This is one tornado, and we've had several tornadoes today, but that day we had 62. Can you imagine 62 of these things? There's one of those right now that is producing a large tornado. This is just a very serious situation in East Bibb County. Let's do a track on this thing. Because I know there's a lot of folks that are out ahead of this large and violent tornado that's going to be dealing with this. So again, it's moving off towards the kind of northeast, maybe east-northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. These are community times of arrival. Again, we want you in a safe place before this, all right? And look at the screen here. You got Oakley at 528. Okay, just go down the screen. Now, I'll step out so you can see that. Wessington at 536, Calera at 541. Again, that's when this violent tornado is going to be there. Wilsonville at 601, Harpersville at 609, Sylacauga. If this continues, this will be at 613. Winterboro, this will be at 621. So again, Oakley, if you're in Oakley, you got to be sheltered now. This thing is as serious as it gets. This is a dangerous, confirmed tornado down, and it is approaching Oakley right now. Out of a mobile home, site-built structure, underground if you can. If your neighbor has a storm shelter, get in that now. So let's go into this thing. All right, this is the radar look. This is as classic as you will ever see of a supercell thunderstorm. If you were to look at a textbook of a supercell thunderstorm producing a massive tornado, that's it. This is as classic as you will ever see of a violent tornado. 6 Mile is right there. This is on the south side of 6 Mile. Oakley, you're going to take a direct hit. I'm telling you, if you're in Oakley, you're about to take a direct hit. This will level your home. Okay, I'm not trying to scare you. I just want you to know this is as serious as it gets. Get as far down as you can. Get in the lowest floor if you can. If you're in a home on a crawl space, get under your house. Just anything to protect yourself from this massive tornado. So if you're on in a house with a crawl space, get under the house, put a helmet on, do anything you can to protect yourself from this violent tornado.
Absolutely.
There it is right there.
We're also getting an update for the tornado warning more in eastern Alabama. We do have that tornado warning being extended to Calhoun and Etowah counties until 6:15. And again, this is not the same storm system that we're looking at right now, but just another potentially tornadic storm that is going to be in Calhoun and Etowah counties until 6:15. And this is located near Asheville, northeast of Odenville, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So again, this is not confirmed on the ground, but just something that we're watching as it moves through the state of Alabama into Calhoun and Etowah County. But right now, our main concern is this emergency that's going on in Chilton, Shelby, and Bibb counties at the moment that we're watching right now. This is very life-threatening. This is a catastrophic event. They're not lying when they describe this as catastrophic. You need to be in a safe place now. Richard just tracked out those timings for you for those different cities. When you see your city on there, you need to go before it hits your city, not just when you hear about it. You need to be proactive, not reactive, and that's how you save your life in a storm. So if you are, watching the news and you're watching us here live on TV or on Facebook Live, know that we have this tracked out for you, and we can do it again if we need to. You need to be in a safe place before this reaches your area. This is a very life-threatening situation, again, for Chilton and Shelby counties, and we do have that extension in Calhoun and Etowah and St. Clair counties as well.
All right, so if you're just now joining us, it is almost 5:30. I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. Just want to kind of reset things just for a moment because this is certainly a unique situation with a violent confirmed tornado that's been on the ground for quite some time now. And I know we haven't focused on a lot of other areas right now because this takes our main concern. This is a killer tornado this takes precedent of any other thunderstorms. If you got a thunderstorm at your house, if it's not severe, we're not talking about it right now. We're talking about this killer tornado that people's lives are at stake right now. So we're focusing on this tornado right now. Brianna Duncan also, she's working on getting some pictures and video from the Greensboro area and Centerville as well, and we'll get those to you as soon as we can. But again, this is an urgent situation. So if you are in Ashby or Oakley, if you're north of Bibb Mill, if you're on Highway 139 down there, north of Bibb Mill, that's where this tornado is about to cross now. I do want to take just a moment to show a wide view just for a moment, because I know people are asking about other parts of Alabama. I get it. You want to know what's happening in your area. No problems in Tuscaloosa, no problems north of there. We do have a tornado warning that is over here in St. Clair County. That has been extended into portions of northern Etowah County. This possible tornado is on the north side of Raglan, approaching the south side area. Again, this is not a confirmed tornado, but it is a storm of concern. Obviously, it is a storm of concern. As it does have a potential to produce a tornado based off the environment. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. Look at the velocity, got a strong indication of rotation on the north side of Raglan, coming up on south side in Hoax Bluff. So if you're in Hoax Bluff or south side, we need you in shelter now. Just because this isn't a tornado emergency doesn't matter. It could become a tornado emergency at any time. We've seen that over and over again. We have a very dominant storm down to the south, and that is a storm that is obviously prompting a lot of concern right now. And again, this is moving into Shelby County, southern Shelby County as we speak. Again, this is an urgent situation. This tornado has just not changed any at all. The supercell that is producing this tornado is like a perfect engine. It's just a perfect cycle. And this thing is producing just a large, long track tornado. So again, that's what we're looking at there. The National Weather Service office is in Calera. Have you talked to those? You guys heard from them, Brianna?
They mentioned taking shelter potentially at 521, but haven't heard anything since then. No, I have not.
We've had that happen a few times where there's a direct threat to the National Weather Service office. What they do, they put all their workload on other National Weather Service offices like Atlanta or Huntsville or somebody else that can take the load of issuing warnings and reports temporarily while the guys in Calera take shelter from this violent tornado that is down. So again, this is about to move into, tell you what, Jen, okay, never mind. This is about to move into a very populated part of Alabama. It's on top of Ashby now, and it's about to move into southern Shelby County, basically the north end of Chilton, the southern end of Shelby. Let's go to the debris. I'll tell you what, before we do that, let's go to the hazard. Just want to see what's showing here. And obviously TVS, TVS with a debris signature. I do want to see what the information is on that. I'm just curious.
Hey, just getting another update from the National Weather Service. They're continuing, of course, this tornado warning for catastrophic damage potentially in Bibb County. A large, of course, a large confirmed and destructive tornado located over Ashby, 7 miles southwest of Montevallo, and this is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. If you are in Ashby, you need to take cover now. This is a very life-threatening situation. We're already getting pictures coming in from Greensboro, and we're trying to take a look at those. But for right now, if you're in areas like Ashby, you need to take cover now. It is too late for you. You need to be in a safe spot now. Now, if we could potentially go to the iPad, we have some photos coming from Greensboro. So this is from Greensboro. You can see this tree uprooted right here, this power line being folded. And you can see some potential flooding here, uprooted trees, falling trees, and then this power line that's been shifted. Going back to some of these other pictures, we saw this one earlier. This was this huge threat to life and property in Greensboro, and this is continuing on. Now, this is major damage northwest of Greensboro, and they're reporting that their family is okay since they shared this photo. And this is, you can see pieces of metal that have been thrown into this yard, leaves off the trees just shredded, and You can see, I'm assuming this is their home. Horrible, horrible damage. This is such a life-threatening situation. If you are in the path of this storm, you need to take shelter now. I'm just showing you right now what this is looking like. And then this is a video. Not sure if it will play. We've been having some issues with videos today on the iPad. But you can see, you don't want to be this person that's outside. Hold on. Trying to get this reconnected for y'all. Let's see.
Hey, I'll tell you what, while you do that, Brianna, let's go back over to the radar. I do want to show you this. And tornado impact is a 10. And again, it's been just kind of sitting there at a 10 the whole time. So a very well-defined tornado debris signature still there. Let's take that back on and again show you where this thing is. This is going to be the debris signature. And there it is right there. It's right on the Bibb-Chilton County line. It's going to basically move kind of northeast into southern Shelby County. So in the city of Calera, we need you in shelter now, as the potential is still very significant of a large and life-threatening tornado that's right there. So again, that's what we're watching. I want to put on the velocity. Let's just kind of look at this. Again, very, very, very violent signature here coming up on South Shelby County. Let me move this over just a bit, because this tornado is moving fast. And again, if I'm not talking about you, that means you don't have any tornadoes ongoing. The only exception is if you are in south side. All right, if you're in south side to the north, you need to be sheltered. Here, new update. Look at that. Still a very, very tight signature there. So if you're on South Calera or Calera, Springs Junction, that's where this tornado is heading now. Roberta right there. This is going to clearly stay just south of downtown Montevallo. But if you live on the south side of town by a few miles, you need to be sheltered now out of a mobile home, out of a car. We don't want anybody driving on Highway 155, Highway 31, Interstate 65. Everybody please stop, pull over, and find a place of safety as this large and violent tornado continues down in that part of Alabama. Again, this is as serious as it gets. Let's put on the velocity, or I'm sorry, let's put on the debris signature. And again, there it is, just very, very tight signature that continues. So let me step off just for a moment. I want to read you some of the roads here. I want to just kind of zoom in and show you very small areas of that are going to be directly impacted by this violent tornado. And again, this is coming up on South Calera now. So you've only got 5 minutes, and it's going to be on South Calera. County Road 54, this tornado is directly on top of you. County Road 111, again, the tornado is right on top of you now. It continues moving northeast. County Road 772, you got Highway 155 there. If you're on County Road 969, County Road 1016, again, all these areas are going to be impacted by this. County Road 33, County Road 724, County Road 725, 724, County Road 95. Again, and then you get into South Calera, and this dangerous tornado is going to be moving your way. Let me do a quick update on this thing. And again, you see it's curling more northeast right now. Let me put back on the reflectivity. We'll get a better look at this thing out of Birmingham. So it may be curling northeast just a bit, more kind of east-northeast. So again, this thing continues to be a tornado down. It is approaching Calera directly. And we hope this thing will lift before reaching Calera, but it's been on the ground for so long, we're just not so sure it will. But I will say this, the debris signature is not as tight as it was just a few minutes ago. Okay. Hey, Russell Whedon, Hale County EMA, we got you on the phone with us. Hey, Russell, tell us what else happened down there.
Yeah, it looks like the tornado stayed on the ground the entire length of Hale County. It started over in Storyville. It stayed on the ground all the way out through the forest. We have major road blockage, major structural damage, and injuries.
Russell, did it miss Greensboro downtown, or did it clip the north side of town?
It was about 3 miles north of Greensboro. Out on County Road 19 is the closest place it came to Greensboro.
And you said there's some injuries down there. Any word of fatalities or any idea of that?
No fatalities, but there's about 6 or 7 places we hadn't gotten into yet. We're trying to cut into each one of these areas.
Russell, have you seen a lot of mobile home damage from this?
Yes, I have, and site-built homes also.
Okay, what kind of explain what you've seen in terms of mobile home damage? We're just trying to tell people ahead of this thing how serious this is. What type of damage are you looking at with mobile home?
Yeah, on County Road 19, there's a mobile home upside down in the middle of the road, so that tells the whole story. It was moved about 100 yards and flipped upside down. The roof is up in the woods, and the floor is in the middle of the road. We're trying to move it out of the way now.
Gosh, goodness gracious. Yeah, we're trying to urge people to get out of mobile homes. Obviously, that's such a dangerous place to be in a tornado like this, but we are happy to hear that the downtown Greensboro was spared by the tornado, but we do appreciate that update, and if you come across anything else, if you'll give us a holler.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, Russell. Again, Russell Whedon, Hale County EMA, with us there and letting us know what has happened down there. Obviously, there's some injuries and significant structural damage with this tornado that's crossed the entire county of Hale County. And this tornado continues now, coming up on Calera, and South Calera is about to cross Highway 31 now. And again, this is just an urgent situation. Brianna had brought up some pictures and video earlier that some of the damage we've seen down on the north side of Greensboro as well, and some of the tornado images there as well, and that's what we continue to deal with. And I tell you what, I'm going to check something kind of behind the scenes here too, and I tell you what, while we do that, Brianna, anything new coming out of this?
As of right now, we just have a damage report in Springville. 1 tree reported down, and Highway 11 shut down at the middle school from flooding. But the National Weather Service has expired the tornado warning for Bibb County and canceled the tornado warning for St. Clair County. So if you're in Bibb or St. Clair County, you're in the all clear for now. But that tornado warning is still catastrophic. Moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, this is still very strong, very serious, and something to be looking out for if you are in the path of this. We've already, like I said, gotten reports, and hearing about this mobile home that we just heard of, that is heartbreaking. If you are in a mobile home, there's your proof right there. You need to get out of your mobile home, and you need to seek shelter somewhere safer. Find a community shelter before it gets there. Do not wait until it is too late, and you can potentially save your life and save your family's life from doing something like that. Just go somewhere before it hits. But as of right now, no other reports coming in. Just scrolling through, looking and seeing what people are saying. Potentially the death toll could be up to 5 in Calhoun County, still waiting on some more confirmation on that. So that's now gone from 3 to 5, and hopefully we will not see any more. But take today seriously. If you're at home watching us, you need to be in a safe spot now if you are in the track of this tornado, Richard.
All right, Brianna, so this is where our tornado is now. It's basically just south of Roberta. This is coming up on South Calera now, and basically on the Chilton and Shelby County line. This is just south of the radar site in Shelby County. Again, if you are in Calera, Springs Junction, this very dangerous tornado is coming your way. And I tell you what, let's put on the velocity. I just want to show you this. And again, whoa, hey now, this thing may be lifting. You see that? Okay. Maybe, just maybe, this thing's about to lift. Still, this is a very dangerous situation. We are going to treat it like it is still down in Calera. But I tell you what, before it moves into this major populated area, if this thing were to lift, that would be a wonderful thing before it hits downtown Calera. So again, let's treat this thing like it is still down. But I will say this, the signature has dramatically decreased in like the past 2 or 3 minutes.
Absolutely. And, while it has decreased, we still are seeing this tornado being extended as of 5:41 for Chilton and Shelby counties. This is still considered catastrophic and a very dangerous situation, confirmed. Yeah. Large tornado located over Calera, like we've been mentioning, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So even though we're looking at weakening, we're still considering this a catastrophic event, but we will keep our eyes on that. Yeah,
Brianna, we're going to assume this thing is still large and down. So just understand that I don't mean let your guard down. We're just saying maybe there's hope for Calera But again, it's just such a close call there. But if you are in Calera or Springs Junction, you got to be in a safe place now. The tornadic circulation is basically over South Calera as we speak. And again, there's downtown Springs Junction that runs up to Columbiana. If you are in Columbiana, we need you in a safe place now as this large tornado is approaching your area as well and continues to track northeast just like that. So again, we have a tornado that is still likely down on the Shelby and Chilton County line. And I'm just kind of checking some information too. And I'll tell you what, Brianna, if I tell you what, I'm going to toss you just for a minute. I'm going to work on getting something for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking through social media, trying to find any reports of anything that I can find. This is just a monster tornado, just hearing people's experiences, going through and looking at other radar. This is a serious situation, and even though it's technically looking like it's weakening, it's still large and destructive right now, crossing I-65. So if you are on I-65, you need to pull over, get out of your car, get in a safe place. This is, again, crossing over I-65 right now. Looks like we have some live coverage coming in. Richard, you want me to toss back to you?
Yeah, Brianna, this is Justin Heineman. He's over in Shelby County. He's on the interstate there in Calera. And again, he is going into the tornado, actually from the Chilton County side. He's driving north into the tornado. And we are watching his stream, obviously, very carefully to see if this large and destructive tornado is on the ground. So we do want to thank Justin for sharing his video with us. This is a live video. Again, he's about to see this tornado cross Interstate 65 now. So if it's still down, we're going to find out about it here pretty soon, as this does continue to move off towards the northeast into Calera. So we're just kind of watching this thing together and see what we've got here. So again, I'm going to pull this back up. So there you go. He is on Interstate 65 there. Basically, he is riding the interstate north into this tornado. So Justin is trying to get visual if this tornado is still down. Again, he is just below Calera, approaching Calera now. Again, he's a trained storm spotter. He knows what he's doing. So we're not at all worried that he's going to be in any danger at all. But let's just watch this video carefully and see if we can see any visual what is happening. Again, this is the tornado that's coming up on Calera now. It may be rain wrapped, may be hard to actually see the tornado itself. But let's just watch this live together. Again, we got a very dangerous situation for Calera. And we've got his live shot there. He's traveling up Interstate 65, generally towards the direction of the tornado itself. And again, it's tough to see if there's one down or not right now. We know at some point there's a large tornado down, and it is in the process of crossing Interstate 65. So again, you're looking live on Interstate 65 just below Calera. And Justin Heineman is out storm spotting, and it looks like he is pulling off there. Not sure if he sees anything or not. It's kind of hard to see behind the trees over there. So let's just see what he's getting a visual of right now. And again, that may be it off on the side of your screen there. So what you're looking at, we're watching this back here, if that could be a potential tornado or not, from his live shot. And obviously the clouds are just screaming around this thing. So this is certainly a dangerous situation. Looks like they're going to keep going up Interstate 65 there. Tell you what, we're going to watch his shot, and I want to go back over to radar just for a moment. And tell you what, we'll keep an eye on his shot. Jennifer, I'll keep your eyes on that and holler at me if he comes across the tornado. I do want to remind you we have a tornado warning for southern Etowah County, northern Calhoun County. We got numerous flash flood warnings in effect as well. Obviously, tornado watch continues as well. Let's go into this dangerous storm, and while we do that, I want to go to the one that's up to the north just for a moment and show you that. And again, Jennifer, stop me if you see his shot come across that tornado. And again, this is another dangerous storm that is capable of producing a tornado in Etowah County. That's going to be to the east of Gadsden. Let's just look at this thing together. We'll put on the velocity and let's just watch. Yeah, very tight signature right on the Etowah and Cherokee County line, basically at Glencoe. So if you're in Glencoe back towards Piedmont, basically some of the same areas that were hit by a tornado just earlier today, we need you back in shelter. And I tell you what, some people may not have power there. We are on Facebook Live. You search for the WVUA 23 Facebook page. We are broadcasting on there. So if you lose power, just know the way you can get us. But again, call your friends. If you got friends and family there, give them a call. If they don't have power, they would certainly appreciate the heads up. But again, this is going to cross 74 between Piedmont and Gadsden. That's where this is going to shoot the gap in between Piedmont and Gadsden, and then come up on Highway 9 below Center. Okay, so that's that next tornado. That's another tornado we're watching. Let's go down to the south and show you this other tornado. And this is the one that's in Shelby County. Again, a very, very dangerous storm that we continue to watch. Looks like this thing's wrapped back up, Brianna. This thing is probably on the ground. I would be willing to bet this thing's on the ground. So let's look at the debris signature that's coming up on Springs Junction now. So if you're in Springs Junction, we need you in a safe place immediately. Look at the debris signature. Let's see if it's there. There it is. All right, tornado's back down. Obviously, it's still there. Springs Junction, below Shelby Springs. It will be coming up on Columbiana, if not just on the south side of town in Columbiana. We got a tornado that's down for sure. This thing is back down. Whether it ever lifted or not, we don't know. But we do know briefly as it was going through South Calera, it may have temporarily lifted. Obviously, it's back down. I do want to check with Brianna, too. Anything new on this?
Yes, we do have a continuation of that tornado warning for Shelby. Confirmed large and destructive tornado located over Calera. Like we've been talking about, this is catastrophic threats. And this is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And we are getting a few different sources saying that they've seen it cross I-65. Whether our storm spotter has seen it yet, I have been seeing a few in the National Weather Service saying that they've seen it and it's the real deal. It's huge and life-threatening for sure. And then we are just keeping on looking at this tornado in Shelby County that has a catastrophic damage potential to it. Looks like we have another report from a spotter. Tornado just crossed I-65 near mile marker 21, and this is east-southeast of Calera. So we do now have confirmation that this definitely has crossed I-65, and it was definitely a threat to you if you are in that area. And this is, again, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is located over Calera, moving northeast. So if you are in Calera, and if you're in that path, that northeastern path of Calera, you need to be in your safe spot. Absolutely right now. This is a very life-threatening situation, Richard.
All right, so again, if you are on Sweet Gum Road, Highway 42, this tornado is crossing that now. We got a Mustang Trail, we got a Highway 315, and again, this is basically coming up on Columbiana, Horton Farm Road, Lake Paradise Drive, Brown Sawmill Road. These are going to be directly impacted by this tornado. Highway 315, Buckeye Trail, also, let's see, again, Mustang Trail, Christina Lane, again, Sweet Gum Road. These are all past. Donaldson Road. Let's see what else we got. August Road. All these areas are going to be directly impacted by this large and extremely dangerous tornado that's
Absolutely.
Down. Go ahead.
We have another update, Richard, and this tornado warning also has been somewhat extended as well to. We've already been talking about Shelby, but now extended to Talladega counties. Yeah. So if you were in Talladega counties, this monster is heading your way. It's knocking on your door, so just be prepared. Go ahead and get in your safe place now. And of course, as we have been doing, Richard will track out those times for different cities as it heads on its track northeast at 50 miles per hour. Okay, so again, there's no doubt this thing is down. I just named some of the roads there. There's Shelby Springs there. That is Highway 25 up there. Let me pan this down just a bit because this tornado is moving rather rapidly. So let me pan the screen down. There's a new update. Here's your tornado right there. That's it. There's our tornado emergency. That's Highway 25. So if you're in
Kingdom Crossroads. This thing is heading directly your way. So again, and there's the Coosa River on the edge of your screen. So this is a major catastrophic tornado that's obviously down and doing significant damage. And I'll tell you what, Brianna, too, if you want to find those pictures online that we're going to show for you of this large tornado, we'll get that here in just a moment. Let's look at the velocity on this thing and just look at it together. Again, very, very tight couplet there. This is on the south side of Highway 25. In fact, if you're on 25, you likely got some rough weather, the strong inflow winds into this tornado. But again, your rear flank downdraft wraps around the bottom side of this tornado. You have 100-mile-an-hour winds around the bottom side of this tornado easily. But again, that's it right there. It continues to track northeast. So let's do a path on this thing and show you. Tell you what, before we do that, I'm going to take just a minute, okay? Show everybody out there. Let me put on the reflectivity. I don't want to forget about anything. I promise I'm not trying to forget about anybody. Our main focus is clearly on this deadly storm. We have some storms over West Alabama. These are not severe. Clearly our only severe storm, in fact, it looks like that warning has expired up in Etowah and Cherokee. Our only tornado warning is this one here. So again, for other parts of Alabama, we got thunderstorms in spots, but it's not something that's classified as severe, and we don't see any sign of that becoming severe for now. But again, clearly this is an urgent situation, a large tornado down. I just want to check the reports so far. And obviously, we're going to have a lot more of these pop up here in just a moment. In fact, I don't think these have updated yet, so they will obviously update. We're going to have a lot of those reports pop up. So let's go down to the tornado of concern. Obviously, we have a large tornado still down in Shelby County. Let's do a track on this thing. Let me take you directly into that storm. And again, Brianna, this is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour, I believe.
Yes, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, and we're really just harping at Columbiana. You should be in a safe place now. This is a serious threat to somewhat of a bigger city as well.
Yeah, so here's the times of arrival, okay? It's 5:54 now. We're coming up on 6 o'clock. We've been on nonstop since, 11:30, I think, this morning. So a little over 6 hours now. And again, we continue to deal with this severe weather outbreak. We got Wilsonville at 6:08. There's Childersburg, okay? We just talked about Childersburg, too. In Columbiana, we talked about you, but again, Childersburg, we're looking at 6:18. Winterboro, okay? That's going to be in Talladega. All these are over in Talladega County. Winterboro, Talladega. All right, and again, you see some of those cities that's in the path of this tornado. If you see your town on this map, that's what time it's going to be at your house. Again, this large, violent tornado. Most likely, this tornado could exceed a mile wide at times based off of what we have seen. And I would not be surprised if we got a tornado that big right now. So let me clear this off. Let's go down to this storm again. And I tell you what, I'm going to put on the debris signature because that gives us a clear definition of where the tornado is. Let's zoom in this thing. All right, so there it is. Obviously still down. Columbiana, this tornado is going to be on the south side of town, basically on the south side of Highway 25. And again, there's downtown Columbiana. This thing is going to be basically skirting the south side of town as we speak. So again, this is just a massive tornado down. We cannot stress urgency. So you got to get out of a mobile home. If you're a mobile home, get out of that now. A site-built structure, a storm shelter. If you don't live in a structure that is considered safe, and if you live in a mobile home, go somewhere else that there is a safe alternative. If you have a friend that has a site-built structure, if you have a friend that has a storm shelter, you can go to a restaurant, a gas station, some sort of store. And again, this very large tornado is scraping the south side of Columbiana as we speak. So again, we've had several large towns be impacted by this tornado. We've had Greensboro on the north side of town, Sawyerville on the south side of town. We've had this large, devastating tornado come through Brent and Centerville on the south side of town, and came through Calera, and now it's still down, and it's on the south side of Columbiana. So I'm just afraid that we'd get fatalities out of this tornado based off of what we've seen. All right, new update. Again, your large tornado between Kingdom Crossroads and Columbiana. Kingdom Crossroads, Columbiana, on the south side of Highway 25. Clearly, the core of the tornado is on the south and east side of Columbiana, but again, it's scraping these neighborhoods here, the people that live out here. So if you live on the southeast side of Columbiana, you've got a devastating tornado there right now. And I tell you what, Brianna, I want to check with you just for a moment because I know we got new information coming.
Absolutely, Richard. As of 5:55, like we said, we have this tornado warning continuing, this catastrophic threat for Shelby and Talladega counties moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a large, extremely dangerous tornado. We've been harping on this because it is such a big deal. This is a huge deal. This is very life-threatening. This is a tornado emergency. This is now has been considered a tornado emergency as it threatens life and property to extreme damage. Columbiana, you are in the eye of the storm, quite frankly, and you need to be in your safe place now. I do have photos if we do want to look at those right now. This is from Greensboro, like we looked at earlier. This is also from Greensboro. You can see the horrific damage that has been going on there as it moves through the state of Alabama. And then this is from our own Chelsea Barton as she traveled. This is from Mount Carmel Drive near West Blockton. You know, we talked about West Blockton a lot earlier today. And you can see mobile homes with their roofs ripped off. This is, you know, a site home with their roof pretty much missing for the most part, and you can see even in their backyard so much tree damage that is going through their neighborhood right now. And then here's another picture, not quite sure what it looks like, maybe like a porch.
Yeah, that's a kid's playground.
Yeah, absolutely. So devastating. And I did want to share this as well, not quite a picture, but if you're in Shelby County, a family reunification location has been established in the parking lot of Baumhauer's, and it has the address there, 1001 Doug Baker Boulevard, Site 112 in Birmingham. And if you need assistance locating family members from this area, please speak with law enforcement here. Just wanted to forward this to everyone at home because this is such a big deal. If you are separated from your family in such a horrible situation like this has been put in place to help you find family if you have been separated for any reason or need an update from them to make sure they are safe. But as I get pictures in, I will let you know, Richard. But as of right now, that's what we're looking at.
All right, so again, obviously, this is certainly still a catastrophic tornado. No doubt this thing's still down. So let's pan our map up just a bit. I tell you what, let me zoom out just so you can see this thing better. No doubt this thing is still down. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. I know I've said that. How many times have I said that? But it's just to reiterate, this is the real deal. All right, this thing's coming up on Wilsonville. Okay, you're going to be next. Wilsonville, that's the Coosa River right there. You see the Coosa River, that's Highway 145. The tornado's on the north side of Kingdom Crossroads now. This large and violent tornado is coming directly up on Wilsonville, small town of Wilsonville. There are so many camp houses and lake houses out here. We just cannot stress the urgency of anybody in the direct path of this thing. You need to be in shelter now. This is incredibly devastating tornado. And again, we're not trying to frighten anybody. We just want you to know how serious of a situation this is. So again, this is Lay Lake. All right, so if you live on Lay Lake, we're talking about southeast of Sylacauga, south of Childersburg. Okay, we got Chelsea Barton over in Centerville. Chelsea, what do you have down there?
They're good. They're good.
Go ahead. Hey, Chelsea, can you hear me?
Richard, hey, we're here on Walnut Street in Centerville. I'm joined by Centerville Mayor Mike Oakley, who's here to tell us what his town experienced about 45 minutes ago as this large catastrophic storm ripped through the area. Mayor, what have you heard?
Chelsea, we've had extensive damage. We've got trees down, power lines down. All our crews, all available crews, we've called in assistance from other parts of the county. You can hear them coming. We've got folks trapped in storm shelters down Old 82. Some of y'all might remember the old 82 bypass. And so and as you can see right behind me, this huge oak tree, over 100 years old, in one of the old houses that was here when the Yankees invaded. It's fallen across the road, and they're clearing it up. So we're having to work piece by piece in hand with a power company who's doing their best to get the down power lines.
Have there been any reports of injuries at this point? Do you know that yet?
Haven't heard any yet. Thank goodness. And we do know 2 friends are trapped in a storm shelter, but they're fine.
Gotcha. What areas were the hardest hit for folks familiar with Centerville?
If you're going down out of Town Hill toward the river bridge, the Cahaba River, that area starting that way out towards, like you going to Montgomery the old way, was torn up. Towards Brent got hit. It was spotty, but it seems to be more damage here with trees, power lines, and structures. I know there's 3 houses that were pretty much destroyed out this road about a mile. And where you guys were the other day with the fire, the pallet fire, that area got hit really bad.
I know you told me just moments before we came on live that you watched the storm approach with your family and friends at your church. Tell us about what that was like. The Baptist church has an underground kind of a family life center, and we opened it as a safe place. And we all assembled there. We probably had 50 people there. And me and one of our retired power company guys were standing on the porch of the church, and you could literally see the, as they say, the ominous black cloud approaching from Brent. And, you know, we had James Spann, and we had Richard Scott and all of them live, you know, and listening to it. And it was crazy. I mean, and we could see it coming, so we were like, hey, everybody downstairs. And then you could see out the back window the first circle of the tornado, trees, limbs breaking, got calm, then the second wave came through. And I was on the phone with the Brent mayor and, assessing damage, saying, let us know if you need help. She said, let us know if you need help. We worked together. This was on the heels of us sending crews to West Blockton today for the damage they had. Right. Mayor Daniel Sims in West Blockton and Bobby White in Brent. We really worked together. This area has been cleared. There's no longer a threat from that storm here in Centerville. We're seeing people start to come out. What's your message to folks, though? I know you guys as first responders don't need people just riding out to see the damage and just to look around.
That's the biggest message. Stay home. You're going to see plenty of pictures on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. Don't come out. We've got guys, we're having to block the road, send people up another road that was blocked that we didn't even know about, trying to get to the people that need help. So I know you're interested. We've all been there. It's curiosity. Please, just stay put. We'll send messages out. When it's clear, you'll have plenty of time to look.
What do folks need to do if they do need some help? Is there somewhere they can go in the city, or can they call a number to get help?
Well, I'll give my cell phone number, 205-928-1050. They can call me and I can get them whatever they need, whether it's medical, whether it's emergency, whether they're trapped. We got crews back here, as you can see and hear, clearing up the roads, and that's what they're going to be doing the rest of the night.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor. Again, we're here with Mayor Mike Oakley in Centerville. No injuries reported at this time. Fortunately, several homes, structures demolished or damaged, as he said. We're going to go with him to assess the damage here shortly, and we'll have more updates on WVUA 23 and on our social media pages as well. Richard, back to you.
Hey, thanks, Chelsea, for that update, and good to hear that there's no injuries or fatalities reported in that area. We do have some entrapment, but again, the mayor said they're okay. So this is what we're looking at. This is the storm of concern. It's coming up on Lay Lake right now. So basically, Wilsonville, you are under the gun for this potential tornado. And let's look at the velocity signature. And I will say this, the signature has come down just a bit now. Look, we saw that happen earlier, but it did not last long. It pulsed right back up. So again, if you're in Wilsonville, we still have a tornado right there coming up on town, but we still think there is a tornado down that's about to cross the Coosa River at Lay Lake. I do want to mention too, Brianna, you've got an update while we kind of look at the storm.
Yes.
Go ahead, Brianna.
Yes, Richard. They are, continuing that tornado warning for Shelby and Talladega counties until 6:30 p.m. And this is still a considerable in the words of the National Weather Service, considerable threat for a large and dangerous tornado located near Columbiana, and this is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So we saw it moving from 50 miles per hour, now moving 35 miles per hour. So slowing down quite a bit, and we are keeping an eye on that. We went from catastrophic to considerable. So that doesn't mean let your guard down at all. This could, gain strength very quickly, just as we've seen it happen. But as of right now, it looks like that it's slowing down in terms of how fast it's traveling, and again, traveling northeast at 35 miles per hour, Richard.
Yeah, so again, this tornado is still down, but again, it has shown some sign of weakening perhaps. It doesn't matter. We've seen that happen before, and it pulls right back up like that. So again, if you're in Wilsonville, you need to be sheltered. That's the Coosa River Lake. You need to be sheltered if you're in any one of these structures here. There's a lot of lake houses and camp houses there. You got to be in shelter now, as this tornado is likely still continuing on the ground. So let me tell you what, I want to zoom out just a little bit, because I'm trying to show everybody in the path of this thing. So again, we still obviously have our debris signature coming up on Wilsonville now, about to cross the Coosa. You got Childersburg that's going to be directly in the path of this thing. Okay, and that's over in Talladega County. So again, you cross the river, that's Talladega County. This is Shelby. You got Wilsonville there. This tornado is about to cross the river into Chilton County. So I want you sheltered in Childersburg. Excuse me, that's Talladega County. In Childersburg, I need you sheltered now. This is, again, a dangerous situation of a tornado that's still likely down, basically coming up on Wilsonville as we speak. And then next stop is going to cross Highway 53 here, that crosses basically where it crosses Lake, the Coosa River, down to Childersburg. I think that's where this tornado is going to cross. If it does continue, and most likely this tornado will continue for some time. We do hope it weakens, but we cannot guarantee that, as this is certainly still a dangerous, very dangerous situation. But Wilsonville, we need you in a safe place. Forest Hills, Childersburg, areas like that. We have that potential for a tornado that's likely still down in that part of the Shelby-Talladega County line. And I will say this, Brianna, based off the radar display, this thing may be cycling down just a bit.
Yes, Richard, and they are, looking at that in Shelby County, that this is weakening just a little bit, but still keeping our eyes on that, because we've seen it before, and we'll probably see it again, things weakening and then tightening back up and being dangerous yet again. Looks like we got a new update, tornado warning. And for Shelby and Talladega, confirmed tornado located over Wilsonville, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And I will say, with this update, they definitely are not, pushing that it's extremely dangerous, catastrophic, but that doesn't mean to not take it seriously. Yeah. This is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Brianna, it looks like we may be losing our debris signature. That's it there. It's kind of getting sheared off to the north just a bit. So I do think, based off the velocity signature, this tornado may be in the process of lifting if it hasn't already. Doesn't mean that it's over. This thing could easily recycle and produce another large tornado. But this is our debris signature. And again, there's evidence this tornado may be either in the process of lifting or has lifted already. Again, as you heard Brianna mention, the National Weather Service lowering their tone just a bit on the warning statement, as in this is a possible tornado. So this thing's been on the ground for a while. In fact, it touched down. What time did it touch down, Brianna?
Let me see if I can find
that.
I'll get right back with you.
It was in just below Sawyerville when this thing first, at least that we were aware that it touched down back before it got to Sawyerville. So this thing's been on the ground for quite some time. In fact, we can look at that. I'll look back on the radar, and we'll just kind of follow this thing along over the past several hours. So it is currently 6:10 now. So let's follow this long track tornado. You see it's still on the ground. That's back when it was near Greensboro. And the TDS popped up for the first time when it crossed the Black Warrior River. That was at 4:24 this afternoon. So it's been on the ground for over an hour and a half. So yeah, we've just been following this tornadic storm all the way across Alabama. This storm had basically the perfect environment of shear, instability, uplift, everything that is critical for tornado formation. This thing had it all, and again, that's why this is such a big deal. So again, just to show you on the other screen there, that is the velocity. My hand just disappeared, see that? That's the velocity over there, and I forget that's multiple camera views. So our director in the control room is probably laughing at me right now. So it's been a long day, folks. So we still have a situation where we have a possible tornado that's basically moving across the Coosa River now. And again, things are quietening down for now. Hey, let's not jinx things, okay? For now, things seem to be toning down just a little bit. And I tell you what, Jen, let's take this box full. I just want to show everybody out there, and let's put on reflectivity, because this is a good time to be able to kind of take a little break and show everybody out there, rather than focus on one storm so much. And I'm so sorry that I haven't spent much time talking about everybody out there. This has been a situation where we've had a violent tornado down for an hour and a half now, and we've been honed down on that because there have been no other tornadoes other than that one in Jefferson during the same time frame. So I've tried to focus all of our energy on one storm that was a catastrophic storm that had that threat for loss of life, and that's what we were concerned about the most. Right now, we have no additional warnings in our coverage area. We have that one tornado warning over the Shelby-Talladega County line. I'll put on the reflectivity, and you just kind of see this together. And again, let me pull this up if I can. I'll tell you what, let me go back. Know what I did there. By the way, still got a high risk of severe weather across all of our coverage area except for area south of Demopolis. It doesn't matter. Everybody's in a risk this evening. But what we need to do, too, is kind of look into the future and see what's coming at us next. A lot of people asking about that. Is this it? So I don't think so. I don't think it's over. So let's show you radar. We got showers and thunderstorms out there. The one tornadic storm that's moving across the Coosa River, across Lay Lake into warning to Spire.
Yes, they have canceled the warning for Shelby and Talladega.
Saw it disappear.
Looks like it has been on the ground for about 100 miles.
100 miles?
Yes.
Holy cow. This tornado's been down for 100 miles, almost across the entire state of Alabama. So again, the National Weather Service tomorrow, next few days, will send out survey crews and look at exactly what happened, how much damage was caused. Obviously, we know the damage is quite extensive. But for right now, as of 6:14, there's not a single tornado warning in our coverage area, West Alabama to East Alabama. So as of 6:14, there is no tornado warnings in our coverage area. We'll take it when we can. Still got a PDS tornado watch. We've got flash flooding issues that continue across the coverage area, and that is obviously going to be a concern. And let's look into the future. We haven't done that really at all. We haven't had time. We've been focused on, obviously, dangerous storms. So let's look at our model data. And before we do that, we'll pull up the satellite and radar, and let's just kind of see what this thing is doing back to the west of us. And again, there's more storms initiating with the cold front, but so far, those are our main supercells that's come through. And let's look at our model data here while we got you. We're going to stay on for a bit. We're not going to go back to programming right now. So again, here comes your next round this evening. Maybe not as significant as the cold front moves in. So again, we're kind of running out of our best upper air support. This event was kind of expected to taper off after sunset as the best upper air support begins to lift out to the north. But obviously still we're in a risk of severe weather for the next several hours, and we'll maintain that the issues we're dealing with will maintain that threat level out there. So we don't want you to let your guard down as we continue to deal with the potential for severe weather. But for the first time since 11:30 this morning, we don't have any tornado warnings. How about that? That's awesome. Oh, happy to report that. But it's not over. We're not quite out of it yet. Our main axis of severe thunderstorms is pushing into East Alabama. Let's go into the storm that had prompted the long track tornado that is currently over into Shelby County on the Shelby and Talladega County line here. So let's just look at this thing. Again, the National Weather Service allowing the tornado warning to expire there, but it's certainly still a situation where things could change. Let's put on our velocity product here. Just kind of look at this together. And yeah, there's nothing there. The rotation is gone. It has totally diminished within this thunderstorm. So that is awesome to see. But let's keep an eye on that storm. That's a troubled storm. We don't want to just let it go because we know things could change in a hurry. So let's go back to the west. I just want to show everybody out there before we do anything and just make sure we don't have anything major trying to sneak up on us. We've got some storms down in Coosa County near Rockford. Got a severe storm down below Meridian. We've got a few showers and thunderstorms over West Alabama. Certainly looks like most of the energy was taken up by these storms that have passed through now, moving in East Alabama as well as Georgia. So we continue to deal with that as well. So again, that's a look at radar. And the latest situation we got, we still have a dangerous situation with the potential for severe weather to continue, but we're kind of in a little bit of a break right now in terms of tornado warnings. I do want to remind you we'll continue coverage on Facebook Live as well and bring that information to you. We got Mike Royer, who is also in the studio with us, and Mike, you've got an update for us. Oh, okay, we'll go to you in just a second, Mike. So he's going to have a report for us and let us know that information. So Jen, if you just tell me when we're ready. Okay, yeah, you tell me when you're ready, and we'll go over to Mike for that update. But again, just show you radar, what we're dealing with. Currently, there's no active warnings in our coverage area. We've got a severe thunderstorm back in Mississippi to the south of Meridian. We got some strong storms in East Alabama. These are, for the moment, no longer tornadic. Again, that could change, but we're kind of running out of the best dynamic support with the system. The low pressure is pulling way up north, and we're beginning to see some effect on these storms. Now, again, let's just hang out for a little bit and make sure we don't have any additional tornadic storms because that is certainly a possibility. We have had so many tornadoes today across Alabama. We've had reports of loss of life and obviously injuries. And these tornado icons are going to pop up everywhere on this map over the next hour or two as the National Weather Service compiles this information. This was just from one tornado. Again, we had the other long track tornadoes consistent on the ground from Sumter County all the way to the Coosa River. That tornado was on the ground, stayed on the ground that far. So we continue to deal with that. And that storm is really beginning to weaken just a bit. Okay, so that storm's weakening, no longer tornadic, but we will maintain the threat level with that. All right, so I do want to show you this. We maintain a high risk of severe weather, but I can tell you now the threat is beginning to drop just a bit across Alabama, and so we still have the risk of severe weather, and we'll maintain that risk through this evening. But I tell you now, high risk today was certainly valid. So that's what we're dealing with that. I want to show you this from Brian Denny. This is in Tuscaloosa, 71 now, still wind out of south at 8 miles per hour. It is certainly a warm and muggy evening across Alabama. So we have some fuel for storms to work with, so we don't totally think it is all over with. Information online, WVUA 23 on Facebook and Twitter, and also our Facebook Live will be on there as well. We'll continue coverage on that, so just if you lose power or if you can't watch us on television, that's where you can get us right there. So again, just want to remind you that information as we do continue this event. But so far things are at least temporarily quietening down just a bit. The active storm system continues to pull off towards the north. We got these cells back in East Mississippi. You got to watch carefully. We got some cells down here below Meridian. We need to watch carefully. It's going to move into southwest Alabama. And there's no doubt there's a little bit of a sweet spot here, basically below Interstate 20, where we had more of a tornado issue out of that. And again, these storms are pushing east pretty quickly now. More storms back to the west that have that potential to become severe, but hopefully things will begin to settle down just a bit. This is our model data. Again, 11 o'clock tonight, still evidence. We could have a few broken cells out there, a few supercells, and those could spawn tornadoes. I think the chance after 8 p.m. goes down pretty quickly as up air support lifts out and the shear begins to diminish a bit. But again, we'll watch radar carefully for that. And then tomorrow morning, conditions are going to be much more quiet across Alabama. Friday, it's going to be a beautiful day. No problems with weather on Friday. Conditions will be looking pretty good there. Okay, we got Mike Royer, who is here in the studio with us. And hey, Mike, how you doing this evening?
Richard, outstanding job today. You and Brianna and your entire team. If you haven't talked on TV for 6 hours, you don't know what it's like to talk on TV for 6 hours. We're going to take you off camera. You take a break, get some water, relax, and we're going to do a few other things, including talking to Chelsea. It's been on the one hand, a fortunate day that it's not been worse, but 5 people are dead in Calhoun County. We're still assessing damage in other parts of our viewing area here in West Alabama and other parts of the state. Some other people injured somewhat. We only know of those 5 deaths, 1 death this morning in Mississippi. So it's been a very difficult day. And though there are no warnings now, Richard and his team will still be keeping an eye on the radar and on the weather. And if something pops back up, he'll be back up. But for now, we want him to catch his breath. Chelsea Barton has been out all day with our photographer Keith Dobbins in several cities, seeing locations. You saw her a moment ago interviewing Mike Oakley, the mayor of Centerville. And do we have Chelsea yet or not quite yet?
Here. They're going to be doing shots. So block 23, yellow folks, block 23.
Hello.
Chelsea, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Chelsea, come in and tell us what you're doing, where you are, and what's going on.
All right, Mike. Right now, we are in Centerville. As you saw just a few minutes ago, we did an interview with Mayor Mike Oakley. We are now actually en route in our news vehicle with him to the Centerville Airport, which we've been told is a total loss, that planes were destroyed and flew away. He's actually on the phone with someone right now in the back seat behind me, so I'm going to wait until he gets off the phone to share with us what he knows. There have not been any injuries reported at this point. Several homes and structures demolished and damaged. We are headed again to the Centerville Airport, which he just got a phone call. That is a total loss. He looks like he's off the phone right now. Mayor Oakley, can you tell us again just about where we're headed and what we're prepared to see?
We're headed out east of Centerville, out old 82, the old 82 bypass. There was damage from the Town Hill. If you're familiar with Centerville, right above the Cahaba River Bridge, out old 82, all the way to the airport. Damaged structures, damaged trees down, power lines down, several people trapped. Haven't heard any injuries yet, but if there's not, I will be totally amazed.
Thank you, Mayor. He is taking some more phone calls there in the back seat. We will give you guys an update when we know more. Again, we are headed to the Centerville Airport, which we are told is a total loss and that planes have been damaged or even blown away out here. I will share with you guys, while I have you, some updates from Hale County. We're going to shift now from our Bibb County update to Hale County. I spoke with Hale County EMA Director Russell Whedon about 15 or 20 minutes ago, and he said that they have some severe damage there in the Sawyerville area. That's just north of Greensboro. County Road 30, County Road 4, 3, 29, and 19 are all blocked. He said there's flattened brick homes on County Road 19 there in Hale County. They're assessing those major road damage, road blockages right now. He said they're taking crews out there to start cutting people out of their homes that are trapped in there. He, again, has said there were not any reports of injuries, but pretty much the same thing Mayor Oakley just told us. He will be completely amazed if no one was injured from this catastrophic storm. We will get with him, Russell Whedon, a little bit later. He said that he would give us updates once he was able to get down into some of those areas and assess that damage. He said some of the roads there are even blocked by mobile homes, so mobile homes taken off their property by the winds and are now blocking roadways there in Hale County. We'll check back with you guys again. We are in Bibb County, headed to the Centerville Airport. Keith Dobbins, Mayor Mike Oakley of Centerville, and myself are headed there now, so we'll give you guys another update as soon as we know more.
Got power lines down, trees down. It's pretty bad. And Brian said the airport was total loss, Rod.
Thank you very much. I will mention Chelsea and Keith had to take shelter in a storm shelter today. They were gathering information and pictures, and the officials there told them they had to get in the shelter now, and we're glad that they are safe. Brianna Duncan has been on the air with Richard all day today, and as you know, has done an outstanding job of giving us an update. Brianna, I'm going to come over to you now. Some additional information. You also have some other pictures to share tonight.
Yes, Mike, we have been getting a few pictures from social media and people in general. If we can pull up the weather iPad, I'll show that. You know, I talked about the reunification location in Shelby County, and this is one of the pictures from today near Ohatchee, where we've had some, unfortunately, some fatalities. But as you can see, this was the real deal, y'all. It was dangerous in our area today, and this is Highway 65, and we have some search and rescue on the scene. This is, you can see major structural damage, large trees on homes. You can see several trees have fallen and been broken, leaves ripped off the trees, and trees broken as well, fallen. And this was very obviously such a dangerous day for our state, and we've seen several videos as well. I know sometimes we have a hard time looking at videos on our iPad, but this is in Oak Mountain. Let's see, let me get this done for you. For some reason, videos are not working today, but you don't need the video to know that this has been crazy. I mean, we showed that video earlier today of the extreme tornado that has come through our area. I'm going to try and reconnect this iPad while we look at some other photos. This is another picture from Alabama. Look at that. That's a huge tree that has been uprooted and fallen on a house, and that's just two different angles for that. It's been horrible, and as it's moved through central Alabama. This is from north of Greensboro through North Perry. Look at this. This is from Greensboro, like I said, and we were on the phone with someone from Greensboro as well. Take a look at that. That is huge. Definitely a life-threatening situation there. And like we've mentioned before, don't try to go out and take pictures of damage. Leave that to people where it's their job. You know, make sure that you aren't going out and seeking damage and seeking any trees that have fallen. I'm going to throw that back to you, Mike.
All right, Brianna, good job. That first picture you showed looked like two tornadoes, but it wasn't, was it? Richard, honestly, do you think that was two?
You know, it may have been. You know, you get satellite tornadoes. It's unreal.
It looked like two, but those are scary pictures. Brianna, thank you. Let me say this before I toss to Richard. Richard's going to wrap up our coverage. Tonight at 10, we'll have complete coverage of all that happened today, but also how the weather affects some things. COVID vaccinations, some sites that had to be canceled have been moved. We'll have that information in our newscast tonight at 10. Richard, I hope you get a nap and something to eat in between newscasts tonight.
Hey, Mike, you know, we'll eat when we can, I guess, with weather like this. But let me show you this. And the good news is there are no current warnings in our coverage area. At the moment, we got some active thunderstorms out there. We do have a storm we're watching that's going to come into Choctaw County. So, yeah, heads up down in Marengo County. We need to watch that carefully. I do have a severe thunderstorm warning for that. But, again, as the best dynamic support pulls away, the shear begins to weaken just a bit. I do think some of these storms will begin to settle down some. But for West Alabama, there's no sign of ongoing severe weather. The storms that were in East Alabama no longer considered severe right now, but again, it is something we'll watch. So before we go, let me check. It seems like every time we do this, something else pops up. So let me go down to these storms and just double check, and we'll toss over the program here in just a moment. And again, I tell you what, Brianna also watching the National Weather Service chat room, and I know she'll stop me if they mention anything at all. The storm is coming into Clay County, out of Coosa County. Again, no sign of rotation at the moment, but a storm we'll carefully watch. The storm coming upon Talladega still looks interesting, but again, not a tornado warning for that. And again, I don't see any sign of rotation, so that's good news. I do want to mention this too. If you have damaged pictures of your area, let me go over to that graphic and show you this. If you want to tag us on social media, on Facebook and Twitter, we will show some of those on TV coming up later this evening, tonight, and also post some of those through social media as well, so you can see what all has happened today. It's been a tragic, severe weather event. We've had loss of life. many homes damaged and destroyed across Alabama. We are hoping this thing is going to wrap up pretty quick. We're still going to watch radar trends this evening. If we have a tornado warning, we will be right back here on TV to let you know about it, and we'll stay on nonstop. So what we'll do is we will take a break and we will join Program in Progress. All right, it's now 7:05. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott here, Brianna Duncan and Jennifer Herbert and the entire crew, and we are back on air with us. I think we are about to get a tornado warning from Marengo County, and just want to kind of give you as much a heads up as we can for that potential there for a rotating thunderstorm coming out of Choctaw County. Hey, I do want to mention this. We are also on Facebook Live on the WVUA 23 Facebook page. You can join us on that. It certainly looks like the severe weather event is beginning to really wind down across portions of Alabama. We are still in a threat, but we're not seeing that potential for these large, long-track tornadoes like we had earlier, but we still expect a few possible tornadoes this evening. So let's go down into Marengo County. Again, there's no formal tornado warning right now, but the National Weather Service, as well as we are, carefully watching this storm below Pennington now. And again, this is coming out of Butler in Choctaw County. So if you are in West Marengo County, really from Linden to Myrtlewood back towards Dixon's Mills and Sweetwater, we have a potential developing tornado now that's going to cross into Marengo County. And this is going to cross the Tombigbee River in just a matter of a few moments. Again, it's 6 minutes after 7 o'clock now. That has not formally happened just yet, but we do think it is a possibility. That's why I wanted to pop on here with you and just give you a heads up that if you are in south central Marengo County, we could get a tornado warning. So if you are in Nantahala, Sweetwater, Dixon's Mills, Miller, Calvary, even as far north as Linden. Let's watch this carefully. Let's be ready to take action if we do need to. In fact, if you're close to the river, I would go ahead and take action just to be safe. We don't want to take a chance with this thing and wait too long. Let me put on the velocity with this. And again, there's our couplet basically on Highway 10 east of Butler now, below Pennington. This is going to cross the Tombigbee River very close to Ezel's Fish Camp in Lavaca. If you're familiar with that part of Marengo County,
and we do have a tornado warning from Marengo County from the National Weather Service, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour.
Northeast at 50? Okay, so again, tornado warning formally down from Marengo County. That's the reason we want to go on, give you as much notice as we can, just in case the Weather Service decided to go with that tornado warning. And I tell you what, let me put on the warning display here, and let's just look at this thing together and just show you that. And Marcus, that's you back there. If you'll punch up the graphics for it. There we go. Thank you, sir. Oh, you're good. All right, so let's put on the warning. And there's the polygon. This does formally include the city of Linden and Myrtlewood, Rimbert Hill Road, down towards Octagon, Miller, Calvary. If you're at Sweetwater, I would be safe. I would stay in that shelter now. I'd go to that shelter, stay there. And let me say this, the storms we have had today, if you're in a mobile home, please get out. Get out of a mobile home. Don't take a chance with this thing. This thing could easily spin up a tornado. We've seen it happen several times. Again, while we say the environment is becoming less favorable for tornadoes now, we still think we could have a few. So it only takes one tornado to be a threat for life and property. So if you're in Marengo County, Myrtlewood, Nantahala, Sweetwater, Linden, Calvary, Miller, we have a potential tornado developing down there that has that possibility to produce damage. So this thing could spawn a tornado this storm. Let me take you over to the velocity product, and let's just show you that. And again, there's your rotational signature. I tell you what, I'm going to take this down to Mobile. I think from Mobile we'll get a better perspective of this potential tornado. Yeah, there we go. There it is right there. So you get a much better view of the tornado. We were sampling winds from Birmingham, a long way away. Radar beam is quite high off the ground that far away. So again, we're checking out the Mobile radar, and we get a better perspective into this thunderstorm. And again, there's your area rotation. And I'll say this, it's not overly impressive. We have seen long track tornadoes today begin just like this. So while we are saying it is not overly impressive right now, does not mean it will stay that way. So let's go ahead.
least course of regret. Let's go to those tornado precautions and safe place now as this potential tornado comes up on Linden and Calvary. And let me step off just for a moment. I want to do kind of a little loop for you, and let's just see where this thing has been, and this gives us an idea of where it is going. All right, so you see this loop here. So basically moving from Butler to Nanophilia in Marengo County. Most likely the core of the tornado will stay south of the city of Linden. But again, if you are in Linden, let's just go ahead and go to that safe place now, as we do have that potential for a tornado down there in central Marengo County. And this is it right here. This is where your possible tornado would be, and it's tracking northeast like that. Let's do a track on this. And again, Brianna, you said 55, correct? Northeast at 55 miles an hour. I think that's what you mentioned, the speed on that.
Yes, Richard. It's going to be from Marengo County, 50 miles per hour. Okay, 50 miles per hour. So let's go back into that storm and do a track and just kind of give you an idea of what time the tornado will be in your specific area down here. And again, if this is moving northeast, it may make it to Perry County. And understand, we cover Sumter, Marengo, Perry, Chilton, and points north. So again, if this tornado continues, we could be on for a while. Let's do a track on this thing and move it northeast just like that. So again, that's the path of it. It's going about 50 miles per hour. Back that up just a little bit. There we go. So these are the times of arrival. So again, Lavaca, that's where Ezel's is. Ezel's Fish Camp, the restaurant down there. Been there many times. They've got some awesome fried catfish. So if you're ever down there, hey, that is a great place to be, kind of right on the Tombigbee River. So unfortunately, this tornado's there. Hopefully, it will miss the restaurant, but it's over Lavaca now. This is coming up on Rembert, which is Rembert Hill Road, the dirt road that runs into Highway 69 just west of the city of Linden. Again, if you are where Rembert Hill Road meets Highway 69, back on April 15th of 2011, there was several mobile homes that were destroyed in that area by a tornado. That was a fatal tornado there on April 15th of 2011. And again, we're not saying it's going to be a tornado that's strong, but the potential is there. And we want you to be safe. We want you to be ready for this thing. So again, if you are in Linden, I really think the core tornado threat is going to be on the south side of town, south of the old Marengo Academy. Especially down towards Calvary Baptist Church. If you're at Calvary Baptist Church, the Octagon Road, that's where we do think the better chance for the tornado is going to be down that way. Now, it could shift north or south just a bit, so anybody in this path, let's be safe. If you're in Hugo, we're looking at 743, Thomaston 747, Consul, that's at 753, Alberta. That's, by the way, over on the Wilcox and Dallas County line. For 802 for folks that are interested in that part of the state. Again, that is outside of our coverage area. In the Montgomery TV market, but Alberta sits right there. Not Alberta in Tuscaloosa, Alberta in Wilcox County, just north of Camden, north of the Alabama River. So again, let's look at the information on this thing and tell you what, let's clear this off. Again, there's a rotational coupler right on top of Ezel's. That's exactly where that thing is, right over the restaurant now, crossing the Tombigbee River as we speak. It's below the paper mill. It's below Pennington. So if you are basically at the paper mill in Myrtlewood or just outside of Myrtlewood on the river, it's going to be crossing the river just south of there and tracking basically like that towards the south end of Linden, our Calvary Baptist Church, and then Thomaston. You'll deal with that potential tornado as well. So that's the latest on that. Let me show you a wide view just for a second and everybody kind of out there because I know there are other folks watching from other parts of Alabama. And let's just take just a brief moment to show everybody. Again, there's a tornado warning down in Marengo County, a supercell down there that has shown the indication of rotation. The Weather Service deciding to trigger a tornado warning. We got a few thunderstorms in Greene County, South Tuscaloosa County, no problem out of that. We do have some storms over near Anniston now. And I tell you what, let me take that off. And again, this is some storms need to carefully watch over in Calhoun County. We've had some tremendous issues of tornadoes today across that part of Alabama. And again, we've got some cells that are still ongoing, but I don't see any classic signature of what you would think a tornado would be produced by. Yeah, just nothing impressive there. So that is good.
let's go back to wide view, show you everybody out there. I want to show you the watch warning map. And again, we still maintain the tornado watch in effect for central Alabama. That technically goes until 8 o'clock. And I tell you what, Brianna, have they mentioned extending that watch? I know the environment kind of gets a little iffy after 8 o'clock.
Right, Richard. Looking as of right now, it doesn't look like we've had any updates on that, but I will keep you posted to see when that does come. But as of right now, we just have that tornado warning for Marengo County until 8 p.m. But we also have some news from Calhoun County, where Ohatchee, like we've talked about before, but right now we have it confirmed that there have been 5 fatalities, and there's been substantial damage to properties and homes in that city, and they're still, you know, kind of seeing what's going on there and assessing the damage and looking for people and making sure people are safe. But when it comes to tornado watches, I don't know if maybe I'm just missing it, but as of right now, it doesn't look like anything about extending it or anything.
Okay, and again, we'll make sure, we'll check for weather service. Looks like they did add some counties to the east there, so perhaps that's till 8 o'clock. We'll check on that. But either way, it doesn't really matter. We still have an ongoing risk, at least across portions of our coverage area. It certainly looks like things have at least quietened down just a bit. We don't think this is going to be a significant additional tornadoes out there, but there could be a few. And that's why we're focused down over Marengo County. See that red polygon? That is a tornado warning. And let's put on the hazard display and just kind of look at this thing together and see if we got anything popping up on our computer here and showing indication of hail, seeing indication of some rotation down Calhoun County. Need to watch that. So again, we do have some areas of rotation, looks like, but the main concern for the moment is down in Marengo County. So again, these things up here in Calhoun County, Brianna, Jennifer, if you guys want to watch this pretty carefully and make sure we don't have anything try to spin up down there. But right now, we are focused on Marengo County. Let me go down into this county here and show you. And I'll tell you what, while I've got you on, I'm going to just check some reports here kind of behind the scenes. And I've got a lot of friends and family down in Marengo County. And it looks like, did we get a new severe thunderstorm warning?
Yes, for green and hail.
Okay, yeah, so we got a severe thunderstorm warning just been added for Greene and Hale County in West Alabama. I tell you what, that's it right there. You see that? This is what has happened. All right, so we've got an environment that's conducive to what we call splitting supercells, and that is your right turner, that's your left turner. These things often produce some really large hail, so we need to also talk about that. If you are in Forkland, yes, that's going to be some large hail coming into Forkland now. We could see hailstones in excess of golf ball size there. What is the warning discussed there, Brianna? Did they give a hail size on that?
Looks like from, I don't see any right now unless Jennifer has one for an inch. That's what we are seeing, 1 inch for Greene and Hale counties for that severe thunderstorm warning is wind up to 60 miles per hour and hail up to 1 inch at this point. Okay,
and I'll say this, based off of what we're seeing on the radar, I'd be surprised if we saw anything less than that. I would say maybe a quarter to golf ball size about to come through Forkland on 43. So anybody driving south of Utah on 43, you best pull over for a while and let this storm pass on. This is going to be fast. It's not going to last very long. But again, this is not a tornadic storm. This is a storm that could produce some pretty big hail based off what we're seeing with our radar. I would say we could see some quarter to golf ball size hail, and that could cause some problems with your vehicle. Again, there it is now over Forkland. Again, that's a large hail potential, not a tornado potential there. We're talking about very large hailstones coming across 43 north of Bird Eye, north of Demopolis. Let's go down to the south and show you what we got down here. This is the tornadic thunderstorm that is in Marengo County. And our potential tornado, we're triggering now a mesocyclone. So let's look at that information on that and just see what we got. This is basically coming up on Rembert Hill now. Tornado impact, fortunately, is fairly low, but the wind impact is quite significant at a 10. So we may have some strong straight-line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. And obviously, the potential for a tornado is there. Let's put on the velocity and just look at this thing together.
And again, yeah, that's why we're seeing our computer algorithm here trying to depict more strong straight line wind potential. But I can tell you now, there is rotating wind down here. So between Myrtlewood and Rembert Hill Road, that's Linden. So this thing's tracking kind of northeast just like that. So if you're in Half Chance, Octagon Road, Hugo, Dayton, Thomaston, I would go ahead and go to that safe place now. So we have that potential for a tornado that could be there with that particular storm. Again, it's not something that's guaranteed there's a tornado down, but that is what we are seeing is that possibility with that. Let's see. Okay, we're about to get a new tornado watch to we're about to get a new tornado watch to replace the ongoing PDS tornado watch. So most likely we're going to get a standard tornado watch rather than a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. So that's going to be coming out here in just a moment. And I do want to remind you, for folks asking through social media, we are on Facebook Live as well. So you can join us on there for updates if you can't watch us on television. So again, we've got a possible tornado that's coming up on central Marengo County. This storm is not quite as impressive as it was about 10 minutes ago when the Weather Service decided to trigger that tornado warning for Choctaw County and then central Marengo County. But again, there's still some broad evidence of rotation down here, and that potential of a tornado could develop. I don't think this is going to be like the Greensboro tornado. I think this is going to be most likely a brief tornado if one is down. But again, it doesn't matter. If a tornado is a tornado, those are dangerous, and those can be a threat to life and property. So that's what's tracking northeast into Linden. I'll put on the radar. Let's try Birmingham. That may be too far away. Let's try Mobile. Yeah, I like Birmingham's perspective better. You can see the structure a little better with this storm. So, yeah, your back edge back here, that's where your potential tornado is going to be. But, again, the structure of this thing just does not look overly impressive to me. It doesn't mean that there's not a tornado down. So, least course regret, Marengo County. If you are from Jefferson Country Store to Providence Baptist Church to Linden to the old Marengo Academy, down towards the dirt road of Rembert Hill Road, I would be in a safe place, certainly, as the least course regret. Obviously, out of a mobile home, there's a big mobile home population in Marengo County, and we just want you out of that. We want you in a site-built structure or storm shelter, and obviously, we've seen what's happened today. We had a loss of life today. And we may have that number go up just a bit, unfortunately, based off of some reports of what we're seeing across portions of Alabama. So, again, still a tornado warning from Marengo County, and that goes until 8 p.m. It's now 7:22. Let's go out to our home view just for a moment. I do want to mention there are some intense thunderstorms that's over Greene County. We've got large hail potential, and that cell is tracking northeast. So just a heads up for Hale County, we could get some large hail down there, maybe in excess of quarter size. And again, that's moving northeast. So if you've got a car parked outside, say towards the Havana Junction, just a heads up for you, I'd bring it in. If you are really from Sawyerville to the north side of Greensboro to Havana, I would plan on the possibility of large hail. Go ahead, Brianna.
Yeah, Richard, looks like looking back at that severe thunderstorm warning for Greene and Hale counties, we have a little update on that. Wind still at 60 miles per hour, but hail being updated to 2 inches for Greene and Hale until 8 p.m.
Yeah, so again, not surprised by that based off what we're seeing on the radar presentation. We got a large hail core that's crossing the Black Warrior River. This is coming up on Sawyerville, areas that were hard hit by a tornado earlier today. And now we've got large hail. This core is going to be coming basically up towards Akron, Havana, Ingram area on the north side of Greensboro. So if you got a car parked outside, don't say I didn't warn you. You got large hail coming your way, and you're going to get dings in your car if this thing holds together, especially in Sawyerville and Evansville up towards Akron, Havana. That's where this particular cell is heading. And it means some business with large hail and also the potential for damaging winds with that. But again, the large hail is certainly a concern. Look at the hail size in this thing now. We're seeing our coloration very high on the scale. Typically, we don't see colors like that. So we could see a core larger than golf ball size there, maybe potentially a small area baseball size hail in that storm. That's coming up on Sawyerville as we speak. So again, just wanted to show you that. Here's the watch warning map, and again, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Greene and Hale County. As I was mentioning, the potential for large hail. with that storm. And just checking this thing. Yeah, this thing's got some huge hail with that. So again, it's coming right up on Sawyerville now and the Havana Junction. So again, if you are at the Havana Junction, that's where my wife is right now. Park the car inside somewhere because we're about to get some large hail. So again, if you are at the Havana Junction, park that car inside. So we don't need some dings. I don't want to have to call insurance tomorrow. So, all right, we got a potential tornado down in Marengo County. We still got flash flooding issues ongoing for Jefferson and Blount County and also St. Clair County, portions of Shelby County, dealing with that flash flooding situation. We do have that tornado watch that remains in effect, and we may see that extended just a bit, according to the SPC. We do think they may extend that tornado watch just a bit. So let's go back into radar and let's just kind of give you a tour here of what's happening. Again, we've got storms over in Calhoun County and Cleburne County. Those are strong. Those are not classified as severe for the moment. We got more storms that are ongoing down here to the south. We got, again, a potential hail-producing storm that's coming across the Black Warrior River. A large hail core, also maybe some small hail in Moundville now. That hail core is moving northeast towards Duncanville. So, again, we do have that potential for some large hail in excess of quarter size in that part of the state. Let's go down to the south and show you the storm that has prompted the tornado warning for Marengo County. And yeah, you know, you got that feature back there, a little bit of a hook feature on the backside of that storm. So again, if you're in Linden and point south towards the Calvary Baptist Church, that's where we're looking at the potential for a tornado that could be down. And Brianna, I tell you what, have we had any updates on that?
As of right now, no. The last update was just that severe thunderstorm warning with the 2 inches of, or the hail potentially up to 2 inches for Green and hail. But other than that, no.
So, yeah, so far so good. Things are mighty quiet down there. And I tell you what, I got a lot of friends and family. I grew up in Marengo County in the city of Linden, and I've got my phone over here beside me. So when I step off, that's what I'm doing. I'm peeking on there to make sure I don't have any reports from friends and family. So if you see something, I'll get that information out pretty quick so you can relay that to me through my phone if you have my cell number there. So again, for the city of Linden, we possibly have some small hail there. It looks like based off what we're seeing on radar, maybe some pea-sized hail, maybe some dime-sized hail. I wouldn't expect anything larger from that, but your potential tornado is going to be right on top of Rembert Hill Road, about to move into the intersection where the corner store is in Old Marengo Academy in Linden. Again, the main tornado threat is going to be south of Jefferson. If you're at the Jefferson Country Store, I think you're okay. You may want to just hang out in a safe place to be safe, considering what's happened so far today with a loss of life and quite a few injuries. But again, if you're up towards Providence, some small hail up that way as well. All right, here's a new update. The hail core is moving northeast of Linden now. Let's see. We've got, again, still that potential down there near Rembert Hill of a possible tornado. This is going to be moving out of that tornado warning polygon pretty shortly, so we'll have to either see the National Weather Service make a decision whether they want to extend that or if they want to let it go early. So again, the tornado warning goes for 30 more minutes, but I can tell you it's going to be out of that within 15 minutes, most likely. So let's look at the velocity, and we'll check it out of Birmingham. And again, still some evidence of rotation. I will say this, I'm not overly impressed by this. The rotation is not as significant as we've seen earlier today. But still, based off of what has happened, based off the environment that is still conducive to producing a few tornadoes, let's treat it serious as if there's one down. And let's swap over to Mobile radar. I just want to get two different perspectives out of this just to make sure. We don't want anybody to let your guard down. We want to treat this thing like a tornado could be down with that storm. Tell you what, let me zoom back in just a bit and show you that part of the storm. Let me go into that. Press the wrong button. All right, we've been here for a while today. So let's go down into this storm. There it is there. I'm going to pan down to the south. We'll look out of Mobile. And again, I just don't see much now. I don't see much evidence at all of rotation. And Brianna, I mean, we're looking at this thing kind of together, and I don't see that strong of evidence of a tornado there. But we'll continue the tornado warning
National Weather Service going to continue that till what, 8 o'clock?
Yes, Richard, looks like it's, yes, till 8 o'clock, and, you know, they haven't really acknowledged that it's weakening or anything like that, but we are keeping an eye open for that as well.
You know, one good thing they haven't mentioned, the fact that strengthening. They haven't said anything about strengthening, so that's always a good thing. I would rather them not mention the fact that it's weakening than, you know, mention that it's strengthening. So, again, the structure of this thing does not look nearly as impressive as it did a few minutes ago. I think this storm's about to run out of steam. Most likely we're going to see this warning expire earlier, ahead of schedule. I don't think this is going to go through 8 o'clock unless something dramatic changes. You still got a hook echo feature down here, and I would stay safe until this warning is canceled, just to be cautious. Okay, hey, while things are kind of quietening down here with Marengo County, we've got Jabari Pruitt, who is down in Hale County. Hey, Jabari, can you hear me down there?
I can hear you, yes.
Jabari, what you seeing, and what part of Hale County are you in?
Well, right now, Richard, we are on County Road 19 in the Base Mill community, this area here. We are in the parking lot of William Chapel Church. Now, William Chapel Church sits up on a hill, and it was damaged pretty bad. This is the second time the church has been damaged by a tornado back in 17. It was damaged, and then it was rebuilt, and today it was damaged again. It looks pretty much like a war zone down in Hale County on County Road 21 as well as County Road 19. We've seen a number of houses that used to be houses. They are pretty much demolished. Earlier, I did a Facebook Live on our website, on our Facebook page, rather, and they were looking for bodies. Officials were looking for bodies, but we did find out just moments ago that all of the people that were in those houses on County Road 21 are accounted for. They had left and gone to another house, and nobody knew where they were, but they are safe. We've actually been in parking lots of two churches. New Jerusalem Church also damaged in this tornado. Right now, we have not seen anybody, or we've heard where they've been injured or taken. Right now, it's just kind of, people are trying to assess the damages that are in their yards and their houses, whatever is left of it. But pretty much everybody's kind of walking around, kind of helping each other. Trees are down, power lines are down. Right now, it's lightning pretty bad where we are at this point. But like I said, every official that you can name are in this area here someplace. There are several roads on County Road 19 as well as County Road 21 where, you hear power saws and tractors trying to move debris and trees off the roads and, just out of people's houses. And some people whose houses did, kind of make it through, had just a little roof damage. We kind of, been driving down the road, and we've seen some of them on top of their roof trying to cover the holes or something, small holes or patches or whatever on top of that. But right now we're just kind of still making our way through the area. Everything is moving pretty slowly. Everybody kind of have to be careful because power lines are on the ground. But, again, a lot of houses completely demolished, a lot of houses severely damaged, and then there were some who, like I said, did make its way through it, but just had a little damage on it. But it seems like everybody's kind of pulling together to, get through this bad situation.
Now, Jabari, you've been in quite a few tornado paths over the years, obviously. Kind of what would you consider this one in terms of not really a rating, but how powerful this tornado would have been based off what you've seen in the past?
This one right here, it really, really reminded me a lot of the tornado in 2010. We saw a lot of just big trees uprooted out of the ground, and a lot of houses were leveled. It wasn't a lot like, 2011, but I will say that it's pretty strong. It was pretty powerful from what I've seen. I mean, when you just kind of look up on a hill and you see where it once stood, where it was 5 or 6 houses, and now none of them are standing, that's pretty powerful. So that's kind of what me and 2 of my interns here are witnessing, and this is their first time witnessing, and they're just pretty much kind of in amaze, like they've never seen anything like this, in person. So it was pretty, impactful here.
Now, Jabari, I know this is kind of an odd question, but for people that's never been in a tornado path before, kind of describe the smell. There's always that very distinct smell you get near a tornado path. Have you noticed that?
And I do, and like you said, I've been in the business almost 25 years, and I've covered a number of tornadoes, aftermath and during. And when we got out of the area, it was just this smell of wood, like a gas and wood. That's what we kept smelling. And I've been with my interns, and I've said, hey, be careful when you're walking. Make sure you watching when you're making steps, because I don't want you to walk on any power lines or just nails or something. It's something to be very cautious about. But that smell, it's a smell of wood and gas and that's just what it is. I definitely understand where you were coming from.
And Jabari, you did mention that the people that were missing initially, that they have been located. They're okay. They
have been located. Yeah. They are okay. I did interview a lady that made her way there. She said that her house, she actually made it through the last two tornadoes, and she kind of made her way up. I think word had kind of circulated in the community that the 3 or 4 people whose houses were demolished, they were unaccounted for. So everybody, when I did the Facebook Live, I was showing that video, all of the officials kind of, in that area trying to find bodies. But she did come up and she let everybody know that they were safe and where they were. But they have been accounted for. But, when we were interviewing her and once we finished, I did hear another official, and we haven't been able to confirm that, on County Road 28, officials were searching for bodies there. But, the way that they have roads blocked off and big equipment in the roads, you just kind of don't know, because we're in an area where there's a lot of dark back roads, and we just kind of don't know, which way to go, just kind of how we are. So we just that's the only thing that we know now is what they said, that they were looking for bodies on County Road 28, but they haven't come back and said anything as if those individuals have been located. But the individuals that we know that I first reported on, they have been located.
Well, that's some good news there, Jabari, and I do want to thank you for that report down there. Hey, you guys be safe. There are some storms in the area. Fortunately, no tornado threat for your area right now, so I think you're going to be okay. But you guys be safe out there traveling back.
Thank you.
All right, so again, I want to mention this, the tornado warning, and this is the reason that we stayed on a little bit longer with Jabari, because the tornado warning has expired for Marengo County. We had been mentioning the fact that the storm just does not look that impressive anymore, and it has lost that structure, certainly lost its supercell structure to it. I do also want to mention we got large hail potential that is in Hale County still, and I tell you what, Brianna, if there's any updates on this storm, it looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Duncanville.
Yes, Richard, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties for wind 60 miles per hour, hail at 1 inch. And they continued the severe thunderstorm warning for Hale County, but canceled it for Greene County.
Okay, and again, this is the severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Hale County, and it looks like the core of the hail threat is now east of Havana. So again, it looks like the hailstone, the larger hailstones kind of missed Havana just a bit to the east, but again, down on Harper Hill, if you go down 69, just past Havana, past the big curve down there, that was some large hail that moved across Highway 69 there. So fortunately, if you are in Havana, it looks like we have... Are we up? I think we, guys in the control room, can you hear me? Okay, we're back. We had a little quick issue there, but anyway, we're back with you. So if you're east of Havana, that's where that large hail is, basically between Havana and Ingram, and that's moving northeast. So let's go back into Tuscaloosa County, and I do want to show you this severe storm that's coming in, some large hail potential that is just on the southeast side of Tuscaloosa. And again, we're not seeing any evidence of a tornado with this, but we are seeing some large hail that's falling in Duncanville. Also up on the Holt-Peterson area, we're looking at, especially on Highway 216, some large hail coming through Brookwood. And again, we're saying large hail. Most likely this is going to be a max of quarter size, which can put pings in your car.
So again, if you're in these areas ahead of some of these severe storms, keep in mind we could have some issues with that. This isn't overly widespread in terms of additional severe weather. But again, we still have this going on down in Tuscaloosa County as well. I'll tell you what, let me go back over to our, and I'll tell you what, Marcus, if we can take our Bryant-Denny camera, I'm going to pan, and wow, it's dark outside. When did it get dark? I guess. Yeah, I guess we're focused on weather so long, it seems like you forget what time of the day it is. So again, we're looking off towards the east from Bryant-Denny. This is in Tuscaloosa, and we're looking off towards that severe thunderstorm. And I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of lightning. I'm honestly surprised by that. I would have figured we would have seen quite a bit more from the stadium. You see some off in the distance, but again, that storm is pulling away from the city of Tuscaloosa. We got more storms down to the southeast of town. Those are generally moving off towards the northeast now. But I tell you what, Brianna, I don't see any sign of rotation with any of this. And are you seeing anything from the Weather Service or reports?
I am not, Richard. Just, keeping that severe thunderstorm warning for Bibb and Tuscaloosa. But when it comes to rotation, tornado warnings, tornado warning was canceled for Marengo County. And other than that, no reports.
Yeah, so that's good. That's wonderful news to report. Marcus, go back over to our graphics and show you radar. We're not going to stay on here much longer. Just want to let you know what's happening out there now. I do want to remind you, we're on Facebook Live. You search for the WVUA 23 Facebook page. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for southeast Tuscaloosa County from Coaling down to Duncanville. And eventually, places like Pearson's is going to deal with this. Pearson in the next 10 to 20 minutes, you'll deal with that severe storm as well, and that potential is for large hail, not necessarily a tornado. But I will say this, it certainly looks like our event is quietening down just a bit. I think the best upper air support's beginning to pull out and pull away from Alabama. We're not totally out of the woods just yet, but it certainly looks more promising in terms of the active severe weather is toning down some. Obviously, we're still dealing with large hail potential with this storm coming out of Hale County and into southeast Tuscaloosa County and northwest Bibb County. So that is still a problem we are maintaining. We'll look at the reports so far. And again, we are beginning to see the tornado icons pop up there. But hey, look, there's going to be a lot more pop up. We've had tremendous issues with tornadoes today across Alabama. We've had loss of life. And as the reports continue to pile up there, we're going to see more tornado icons pop up on your screen because some of these are on the ground for a long time. In fact, Brianna, the tornado that went through the Greensboro area, that was on the ground for nearly 100 miles.
Yes.
And that's one of the longest track tornadoes we've had since April 27, 2011. That's got to be that. That's one of the longest tornado paths we've had in our part of Alabama in many, many years. So it's been about 10 years since that's happened. The Beauregard tornado we had back in 2019, March 3rd of 2019, that was on the ground for 68 miles. So we'll see when the National Weather Service sends out the survey crew and they determine how long these tornadoes were down and the rating of each tornado. But I'll say this, based off the structural damage we've seen tonight and today, some of these are going to have a pretty high rating. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of these rated stronger than EF3 based off what we're seeing here. So I tell you what we'll do, we're going to go to program in just a moment. And I just wanted to, let me clear this off here. And I believe we still have the tornado watch. Yes, the tornado watch is still in effect here for central Alabama. Notice southwest Alabama has been cleared from the tornado watch and portions of East Mississippi as well. Still got an environment that could produce a brief tornado or two. I think this event is beginning to wind down just a bit. If we have a tornado warning, we will be right back here on program. We'll let you know about it and give you that latest weather information. Otherwise, we will send it back over to program in progress, and we'll be here watching it carefully and have updates through social media as well. So we'll see you later on tonight. We think the severe weather risk is over, but again, this is our last supercell thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado
In fact, speaking with the National Weather Service, we are certainly concerned about this thunderstorm. And it has that look. My goodness, this thing is really wrapped up in just the past 10 minutes or so. And we have a serious situation for a tornado just north of Urbana. And again, if you're in East Chilton County, that's what we're concerned about. It is just unbelievable how fast this storm wrapped up. Maybe 15 minutes ago, we were just kind of watching it. This thing has become a classic supercell thunderstorm and is showing very strong evidence of rotation and potentially a tornado. Now, that's the Coosa River. This is Coosa County. We got Rockford, Bentleyville, Lyle, Dollar. You're going to be in the path of this tornado. It is clearly to the east of Clanton. I know technically downtown Clanton is under a tornado warning, but this is clearly to your east now. This tornado has crossed Interstate 65 and Highway 31 in Chilton County. Tell you what, while we put on the velocity information, Brianna, I want to check with you with the National Weather Service and any kind of updates on this particular storm that they're mentioning.
Not right now, Richard. We are looking at a possible TDS. Look, here we go. Wow. Right now, just talking about it. Continues the tornado warning for Chilton and Coosa until 10 p.m. Confirmed tornado located over Higgins Ferry Park, 10 miles east of Clanton. And this is moving east at 70 miles per hour. 70 miles per hour. Fast motion of this storm. Again, there is our confirmed tornado. That's the Coosa River right there. Again, you got downtown Clanton back here. This is clearly east of Clanton now. And again, we got a TDS. So let's pull that up on screen and just see that. We have seen so many of these today. There it is. Again, we have a confirmed tornado that's down in East Chilton County. I know this thing kind of ramped up quick, but I need you to listen carefully and get in that safe place. We have another confirmed tornado down that is about to cross the Coosa River in just a matter of a few moments. And again, this thing is moving east at 70 miles per hour. So I want to do a track on this confirmed dangerous tornado now. And that's going to be moving out of Coosa County and basically crossing the southern portion of Coosa County, coming out of Chilton County. So let's do a path on this thing and give you an idea of where this thing is heading. Again, the forward motion of this is going to make it difficult to track because of the fact that it's moving so fast that this thing is going to move in these areas a lot faster than most people would expect. So again, times of arrival for your city in your community when this tornado is going to be on top of you. In fact, let me redraw that. I just want to kind of redraw that because we got a brand new update, and I want to make sure that we have the very latest information for you because we know that information is critical and could potentially be just life or death situation for some of you because in fact this is a confirmed tornado in a populated area that's going to be moving into a populated area within the next 15 minutes or so. So again, it's moving generally towards east or northeast at 70 miles per hour. There you go. We got Rockford at 921. So that's going to be the community in the path of that. The main next city is Rockford. So 921, it's 908 now. So you have got to get to that safe place as fast as you can. The Hatchet area at 929. Alexander City, that'll be at 935. Dadeville at 943. And keep going down the list. This thing continues. Even Roanoke at 1006. So at that point, that would be in Tallapoosa County and would be outside of our market, our coverage area. So if it crosses Coosa County, moves into Tallapoosa or Randolph counties, and at that point, this tornado would be outside of our market, our coverage area. So we would let that storm go. But again, in the meantime, we cannot let this thing go right now. This is as serious as it gets. Another confirmed very dangerous tornado down. This thing is basically crossing the Coosa River as we speak. So if you are at Dollar, that's Highway 22 that runs to downtown Rockford. If you are the town of Dollar there in East Coosa County, this confirmed dangerous tornado is literally crossing the river as we speak. And this thing certainly means business. So I want to check with Brianna Duncan as well. And Brianna, anything coming out of this in terms of reports? Right now, no, Richard, but just looking at radar, this is looking pretty impressive. Our signature is looking quite large, but nothing from the National Weather Service, just, you know, that this is a continuation of that tornado warning until 10 p.m. and that this is a confirmed tornado on the ground located over Higgins Ferry Park, 10 miles east of Clanton, and this is moving east 70 miles per hour, so moving really fast.
And we want to mention this too, Brianna. This is Mitchell Lake that's going to be crossing on the Coosa River. This is going to be above the dam there, the Mitchell Dam, about just a few miles above the dam. And this is going to be crossing County Road 27, so heads up if you're on County Road 27. If you're near and north of Highway 22 that runs to Rockford, County Road 29, the town of Lyle, the town of Bryant. Again, there's a lot of camp houses down here on the Coosa River. Again, we're talking about Mitchell Lake, so there's a lot of camp houses on Mitchell Lake right here on the Coosa. And if you are in these areas, especially if you're in a mobile home, you got to get out of that now. You don't have much time. This thing is racing off towards the east. I know this thing it may have snuck up on some of you because we kind of went into this big lull period after active tornadoes today, but we got another one down, and this thing is confirmed crossing the Coosa River at Mitchell Lake. The dam is again down there. There is Highway 22. We got the town of Lyle there. Rockford, you're going to be next under the gun for this confirmed large and dangerous tornado. Let's put on the hazard display. Just want to look at this together. Obviously, this thing's so wrapped up. Brianna, it's incredible just how fast this thing changed. It looks just like the storm earlier, both storms earlier. That had confirmed large tornadoes. So we know this thing means business, and this is as serious as it gets. Look how tight this couplet is. So again, this is over Mitchell Lake right now. This very dangerous tornado is confirmed down. We know it's down. There's no doubt about it. So you got to do something about it. If you're on Mitchell Lake, on the Coosa River, take shelter now out of a mobile home in a site-built structure, lowest floor of your home as you can. And again, get as many walls between you and the outside as you can. We're talking about an interior room, in a closet or a bathroom, anywhere that can protect you from debris. Put a bike helmet on that can protect your head from debris. This thing is just incredibly wrapped up. We just don't see signatures like this often. And when you do see these are certainly a screaming tornado potential here, and we know it's one down. Again, we're seeing the strong evidence of rotation there on our velocity couplet. Again, seeing 80-mile-an-hour inbound and outbound winds there. So again, that's representing some incredible winds involved with that. But there's no doubt there's a tornado down. And again, this is maybe a mile and a half south of the town of Dollar. So if you're in Dollar, shelter now. This is now into Coosa County. I can tell you if you are in Chilton County, if you are back towards the Cooper, Interstate 65, Gap of the Mountain, you're okay. This tornado is clearly to your east now, and it is still down, and it is still causing damage. So let's look at the debris signature. Still a very large area of debris being lofted here. So again, there's no doubt this thing is producing damage. So again, it continues to move east across now Coosa County. This thing is going to really race across the county. It's just unreal the speed of this thing, 70 miles per hour compared to other storms today that are moving at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So that is the latest on that. Let me zoom out just a bit. Okay, so there's the town of Rockford, and based off the trajectory, we think it's going to hit Rockford almost directly if this continues. So if you are in downtown Rockford, you need to go ahead and go to that safe place now. We only have a matter of about 10 to 15 minutes at most before it is on top of you. So basically following parallel to Highway 22 that runs into Highway 231 in downtown Rockford. You go to the north, you got Hanover up there in North Coosa County, Weguffka up there. This is clearly going to stay south of Weguffka in northwest Coosa County. This is more towards the central part of the county. And Brianna, this thing looks like it's moving more east rather than northeast.
Yes, they mentioned that it is moving east at 70 miles per hour from the National Weather Service. When that warning came out, they acknowledged that it was, 10 miles east of Clanton and moving east 70 miles per hour. So this thing is racing across Coosa County right now. And like you said, pretty much headed straight for Rockford. So if you were in that area, you need to go ahead and take cover. And this is a serious situation. This is confirmed on the ground. This isn't a tornado-warned storm that has a potential to have something on the ground. This is something on the ground, and with what we've seen today, there are no chances that can be taken. We've had horrible weather today in the state of Alabama, and this is not anything new for us today, but we know what to do. We know where to go. Get in your safe place and stay safe. You can protect your property and your life by staying safe in this situation, Richard.
Yeah, so again, we're still watching this dangerous situation of a tornado that is confirmed down. That is across portions of central Alabama. This is in Coosa County. They just crossed Mitchell Lake now. Still over a lot of camp houses and lake houses out here. That's a Traveler's Rest. I think it's going to stay north of there. The Speed area, Walona, this is going to stay north of you. So again, for Lisle, even Bentleyville, if this thing were to veer a little bit to the left, this thing may become closer to the Bentleyville area. But if you were anywhere between Rockford and Bentleyville, you've got less than 10 minutes before this confirmed large tornado crosses Coosa County, moves directly over you. But again, if you're in Chilton County, there is no longer a threat for you. And I do want to show you this. I want to show you the reflectivity because this thing is so impressive in terms of the structure. A wrapped up supercell thunderstorm with our tornado right there over Mitchell Lake. Again, there's the dam right there at Mitchell Lake, and you go up the Coosa River, go down the Coosa River. This is where we're talking about northeast of there, just by maybe 3 miles at the most. But if you are in Lisle, we need you in shelter now. This is, again, a dangerous storm that is producing a confirmed tornado. And again, here's a new scan. Very wrapped up supercell thunderstorm, and I tell you, it'll be interesting to see how long this thing will maintain itself. The better environment is beginning to pull out of Alabama in terms of producing these large long track tornadoes, so it will be interesting to see if this thing can maintain itself given the fact the better dynamic forcing is lifting out, the better shear is moving out. So we'll see how long this tornado can go. But right now, there's no doubt there's one down, and it is doing damage. So let's go back to our hazard map here. I want to show you that. And again, obviously, we've got a tornado down. We'll see our shear marker mesocyclone popping up. But our debris signatures, what kind of tells the tell? There it is there. And I will say this, Brianna, the debris signature is not as oppressive as it was the last scan, but we still have a signature, so we still have a tornado down. So that is certainly concerning. Let's go back over to the velocity product and look at that. Yes, still no doubt there's a tornado there. Let's go up on Lisle now. Again, there's the banks of Mitchell Lake right there, Coosa River that runs north and south. But if you're in Bentleyville or Rockford, you got to be somewhere now. You got to be in that safe place as we have that obviously the potential of an impact from a tornado. Let's go into this storm and show you this. I will say this thing may be becoming a little more sloppy, Brianna.
Hey, yeah, and we have an update from the National Weather Service, too. They've, canceled the warning for Chilton County. That doesn't come as a surprise for us. But they've continued the tornado warning, of course, for Coosa until 10 p.m. And this is still a confirmed tornado located over Rockford, as we've mentioned, moving east at 70 miles per hour. So this is being continued. Yeah, so this is about to move over the city of Rockford, which is right there. That's the intersection of Highway 231 and Highway 22 in central Coosa County. The rotational signature is becoming a little more sloppy compared to what it looked like about 5 or 6 minutes ago. So we're hoping the fact that we're getting out of the best dynamic forcing and the best uplift and the best shear, that this thing won't last very long compared to the other storms that lasted for almost 100 miles across Alabama. So we've had 2 tornadic storms move across central Alabama that produce large violent tornadoes for consecutive miles. But again, the environment is beginning to decrease in terms of that sweet spot, so to speak, of where tornadoes are more favorable. So we are beginning to notice it's still an excellent couplet. So please don't take it that I'm saying the threat's over. We're just going to watch this thing and see if it will maintain itself, and hopefully it will weaken. But if you're in Lisle, you got to be in shelter now. Let's go over to the correlation coefficient. This is the dual pole technology, the dual pole part of our radar. And again, we still got debris, but it's beginning to get a little more messy here. Perhaps it's over mainly timberland. Perhaps it's not picking up a lot of structural debris. But I would say this, as this thing moved over Mitchell Lake with all the camp houses and lake houses out there, you would think the debris signature would be
incredible right now, and it's not as incredible as it was before it came over the Coosa River. So again, Lyle, you got to be in a safe place. We're still got debris there, so most likely we still have a tornado down that is tracking towards Rockford. Okay. So that's the latest on that. It's passed by $1. It's clearly out of Chilton County now. It's totally into Coosa County. I'll put back on the velocity. This thing is moving very fast now, so we're just trying to keep up with this thing. Let's do a track on this. Let's tell you who's ahead of this tornado that's down. And we will move this thing. Let me move the screen over just so you can see this a little bit better. So again, your tornado's over Lyle now. Next stop's going to be Rockford. That's going to cross Highway 231 somewhere near Highway 22. You got Cruzville there. Kellyton's over there at the top of your screen, on the edge of your screen. Look, if you're in cities like Weguffka up here in North Coosa County, you're okay. The tornado's going to be down to your south. Now, you got some rough weather up there, but in terms of the tornado, that's what we're mainly concerned about. It's going to be clearly south Weguffka. But again, there's Moriah there. There's Bentleyville. This tornado is going to be moving directly over Lyle. Next stop's going to be Rockford within 5 to 8 minutes. Rockford will be impacted by this tornado. So that's the latest on that. Real fast, let me show you a wide view to show everybody out there, because I know there are other spots in Alabama, other people watching in other parts of the state, and you may be wondering what's happening in your area. This is the latest. Again, we got this tornadic supercell in Coosa County now, but there is nothing back here to the west. There's no indication of additional severe weather to the west of this. So if you are in West Alabama, I think our risk of tornadoes is over for tonight. But again, the thread has shifted clearly off towards the east now, so we are centered on Coosa County as that potential. We do have a confirmed tornado down with that. That's where it is right now. It's tracking east-northeast or east at about 70 miles per hour. This is going to be out of Coosa County most likely within about 20 minutes, Brianna. This thing is moving so fast now. So if you are in Coosa County, this thing's going to be out quickly. And I will say this, if you are impacted directly by this tornado, the fact that it's moving at 70 miles an hour, it's going to last less than 60 seconds where you are, most likely 20 or 30 seconds. It hits you and it's gone. So just be ready for that. All right, so if you're ahead of this tornado, be ready for that quick hit of a tornado, and then it gets east of you. So hopefully you don't have impact where you are, but if you do, just be ready for that, because this thing is a serious storm. I do want to mention this too. We're on Facebook Live on the WVUA 23 Facebook page. Brianna, you got an update? Hopefully good news?
Yes, I have an update from the National Weather Service. They are continuing this tornado warning, this confirmed tornado located over Lyle near Rockford, just like we've been talking about, but it has slowed down significantly. So we went from 70 miles per hour, moving east 70 miles per hour, and is now moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Wow.
So it has decreased significantly in speed, and that is the latest update that we have been getting from the National Weather Service. It definitely has slowed down for sure, Richard.
All right, so northeast now, it's changed direction. And, you know, we see these things happen often with these supercell storms. They can veer to the right, they can veer to the left. We see that often. And the tornadoes we had today, interesting to note, they just made a straight line. They did not ever make a veer to the left or right. The two big tornadoes we had earlier today across central Alabama, this one's acting a little different. And that is, again, a sign of the environment changing. This isn't in the same environment we had just a couple of hours ago when we had a violent tornado move across central Alabama. Again, there's no doubt this thing touched down. Let's look at the velocity and just kind of watch this together, and we hope this thing is running out of steam. Let's look at this. All right, it's still there. We still have that tight couplet, but again, if you've been watching over the past 20 minutes, this thing has changed a lot. Okay, so it's passed over Lyle now. If you're in Bentleyville, since it's moving more northeast rather than due east, if you're in Hanover, let's go ahead and get that shelter now. So basically from Rockford to Hanover on Highway 231, if you live up and down 31, if you're traveling on 231, let's go ahead and get to that safe place now and pull off the road and find you a shelter, as we do have that certainly still a potential of a tornado down. And let's look at the debris signature with this. And, Brianna, we really lost it. It looks like we've lost the debris signature. There's still some debris there, but it certainly looks like this thing spun down a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, Richard. The National Weather Service has, acknowledged the fact that this has become a little bit more sloppy in terms of organization, but also hoping that we aren't looking at another recycling. We've seen that all throughout the day today. Things weaken and then they strengthen. We're really hoping that that's not what's going on right now, but it's definitely not off the table. So once we find that out for you, we'll let you know. But as of right now, it does look like it's getting a little sloppy, getting a little unorganized, but it could potentially ramp back up, Richard.
Yeah, we have seen that a few times today, Brianna, that these things are cyclical sometimes. Now, we did have a couple of tornadoes today, just bulldozer tornadoes that stayed on the ground for a long time and just did not change for, 60, 70, 80 miles, some even longer than that. So this one is one of your more cyclical storms where it pulses up and pulses down. So that is also concerning because of the fact that it can change pretty quick. And we often see that when they go through these reorganization processes where they spin up quickly and you just don't have a whole lot of warning. That's why we just didn't have a whole lot of warning with this storm. Basically, by the time it was issued, it was on the ground. And we hate that. We don't intend to not warn you ahead of time, but sometimes these things can happen so fast that you just have no time to react. So that's why it's always important on days like this to have a plan ready to go, how you're going to react to a tornado whenever that tornado is down and whenever that tornado approaches your area. So again, Bentleyville, Hanover, we need you in a safe place as the potential is still there for a tornado. Let me zoom out just a little bit. I want to show you a wider perspective there of Coosa County. Since it's moving more northeast, we're looking at Cruzville, Goodwater, that's in northeast Coosa County. Now, if this continues, we may have to see a warning issued for Clay County. All right, so that's up here. So this could be moving more towards Mellow Valley in southern Clay County rather than Alexander City in Tallapoosa County. So we're watching that, but let's keep an eye on it. This thing could easily reorganize, but the structure is certainly changing within this thunderstorm to where it is not the classic look we had just 10 minutes ago. So what I want to do, let's put on the velocity. Let's just watch the winds. That's what's most important, is to see that couplet, to see if anything is changing within the wind and the thunderstorm. And so far, we may still have a tornado down. We still see some indication of that rotation just west of Rockford, between Lyle and Rockford there. But again, Bentleyville, you're going to be under the gun. Here's a new update. And again, we may still have a tornado down, but the odds of a large tornado being down have really dropped off quite a bit. So we're not seeing the strong indication of a large tornado down like we were just a few moments ago. And I'll tell you what, I want to do this. I want to go back with our radar product and just show you how fast this thing spun up. Because it was fast. We went from no problem to a big problem to hurry. So again, at this point, this was at 8:52. The storm was just south of Clanton, had some broad rotation, and then at about 9 o'clock, I think that's about what time we went on air. What time did that tornado warning issued? 9. Yeah, so again, 9:07 is what time the tornado warning is issued. So at that point, we had a confirmed tornado already down. In fact, at 9:07, it was already down. We were on air at that point. So again, that's where it is tracking right there. You see where we had the TDS signature pop up, and notice how now the rotation is weakened dramatically. See how much it's changed just over the past 10 minutes. But clearly this is moving more towards the Goodwater area. And even Alexander City, we want you to be in a shelter in a safe place now, as we do have that potential for a tornado that could be down with this storm. So
we do have a report coming in already. Chilton County 911 has damage reports along Cargyle Creek. Trees down at least one house, down on at least one house, power lines down, and they're getting some road numbers right now. But as of right now, Chilton County looks like it has sustained a bit of damage, but we'll keep those reports coming in. And once again, this is coming from Chilton County's 911, and they have power lines down, tree down on at least one house, and they've seen damage reports already from this storm, and I'm sure that's not the only that we'll see tonight, Richard.
Yeah, considering this thing moved right over Mitchell Lake, and there's so many, it's a very popular part of the lake. There's so many camp houses and lake houses out there. This thing was down when it crossed the lake. So, I mean, we know this thing has done a lot of structural damage to some of those camp houses. It's just a matter of time before that information comes out. Keep in mind, it's 9:30 at night now, so it's a little different compared to during the daytime. We could easily see these tornadoes, and we could see the information that came out with you. We could see, you know, reports and pictures just almost immediately. Well, this one's happening now at night, and it may be harder to see the tornado there, but we still have some evidence of some rotation on the north side of Rockford. So let's tell you what, since it's changed speed just a bit.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead.
Just kind of updating you on that warning. They have kind of weakened back a little bit on what they're saying. It's, you know, still a warning until 10 p.m. for Coosa County, but less than a confirmed tornado. This is now turning back into that severe thunderstorm setup that could produce a tornado around Crewsville near Rockford, just like we're talking about. And it looks like it's picking up speed again, moving east at 70 miles per hour, as well as already having, like I said, damage reports coming in, trees on a house on County Road 481, and power lines on a house on County Road 483. I'm assuming that is going to be in Chilton County, but this is still going through Coosa County right now until 10 p.m. and now moving east at 70 miles per hour, Richard.
All right, so it's changing rapidly, the structure of this thing. It's so interesting to see how the storm kind of interacts with the weakening wind shear and the weakening up air support with this, and also the decaying instability. So this storm just spun up like crazy here over the county line, and now seems to be decreasing just a bit on its intensity. So tell you what, let's do another track on this thing, because this is going to be, again, moving east now, once again, 70 miles per hour. So this thing is basically changing every update. So let's move east at 70 miles an hour if I can, and that's going to be about as good as we can get on that. So Kellyton, that's at 9:39, Alexander City. So again, this moves more to Tallapoosa County rather than up to Clay County. New side, that's at 9:54, Davison, that is going to be at 10:01. And again, Roanoke, that's over in, again, near the state line there of Georgia and East Alabama. We are looking at 10:17. And then you notice how the time changes there. We increase by a whole hour increment after it gets past Rock Mills into Texas, the town of Texas. That's because of the fact that it moves into Georgia. Georgia's an eastern time zone. So, again, we gain that immediate hour there. So our computer here detects that, saying, wait a minute, it's 11:28 over there and 10:28 over here. So that's the reason you see that big jump in time. So let me clear that information off. Let's go back into this storm and just check this out carefully. Again, this is over in East Coosa County. And I tell you what, just for production staff purposes, and the news is coming up at 10 o'clock, we plan on joining our 10 o'clock news as scheduled based on the fact that this is going to be moving out of our coverage area most likely before the 10 o'clock hour. So for the control room and folks behind the scenes are trying to get ready for our news coming up at 10, that's what we're looking at for that. This is going to be out of Coosa County well before 10 o'clock. Brianna, technically the tornado warning's until 10, right?
Right, Richard, right. And we are getting more reports coming in from the same person as we were getting before. We have trees on a house, County Road 481, power lines on a house on County Road 483. Even more reports coming in from County Road 481 in Chilton County along Cargyle Creek, and multiple structures have been hit. And then just, you know, a minute later, got another report of multiple houses hit on Chilton County Road 720. So Chilton County really got this hard, and hopefully we don't see that continuation in Coosa County, but we are keeping an eye on that and looking for any more storm reports. It looks like Chilton County really did get a heavy piece of this, Richard.
Yeah, and I would say, Brianna, by the time this got across the Coosa River, across Mitchell Lake, it looks like the tornado's in the process of lifting at that point. So most likely we have some lake houses and camp houses damaged there. And then once it got on the other side of the lake, this thing just really weakened just a bit. But again, I'm struggling now to even see any sign of rotation at all northeast of Rockford. If anything, maybe some broad and weak rotation. So I'll tell you what, let's go over to our reflectivity now and look at this. Let's just check it out. Yeah, this structure is really becoming ragged now. This storm is not as impressive. It's still got some structure of supercell characteristic, but again, it's not as impressive as it was just a few minutes ago. So this has changed a lot. It's still a supercell. It's still most likely got some small hail and good water. Again, the possible tornado is going to be heading towards Alexander City. And I would say this, unless this changes dramatically in the next 5 minutes, most likely the Weather Service either they're going to allow this warning to expire early or they will not extend it over into Tallapoosa County unless this thing begins to ramp back up. So I just don't see them doing that. Again, I don't issue the warnings that the National Weather Service office does. It depends on who's behind the warning seat, the warning coordinating seat. But again, most likely they're not going to extend this unless it spins back up. So while things are quietening down just a bit with this storm, we're beginning to relax just a bit. Still got a tornado warning, so in good water. You need to be in a safe place. Anybody along 280 and Highway 9 there in northeast Coosa County, let's stay in that safe place now. Certainly want you out of a mobile home, as there could be a potential this thing could ramp back up. We just don't see any indication of that now. So while we are kind of relaxing just a bit, let's go back out to wide view. I do want to show everybody out there, and this is it. I don't anticipate any additional severe weather issues. I'd be really surprised if we did. We got a few showers out there over West Alabama. This is not causing any problems at all. We still got a tornado watch for portions of Alabama, and let me pull that on and show you what we got. And again, this is just for East Alabama. So again, all of Central and West Alabama to the west of that storm, there's no longer a tornado threat. The tornado watch has been expired. And again, you saw that update with that tornado warning there. It's gone.
Looks like it just lifted.
Okay.
Yep, just now canceled the tornado warning for Coosa County, but they are continuing that severe thunderstorm warning and could see hail within an inch for Coosa County until 10 p.m.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what, because we're coming up on news time, we are going to go back over the program here in just a second because we need a little time to revamp before our news comes up at 10. But again, we're going to have all kinds of information, storm coverage information, what we have gone through today. This has been a tragic day across Alabama. There's been a high loss of life today across Alabama. Multiple tornadoes have touched down. And again, you don't see a tornado icon everywhere one touched down. We know there were tornadoes down. We saw the signatures, especially down here for West Alabama. But again, we're going to see these things light up. These icons are going to pop up on the screen here as we get the official reports from the National Weather Service. And once they release that, that's when this thing pops up on there. So in the next couple of days, what's going to happen is the National Weather Service is going to send their survey crews out. They're going to look at all the damage and determine how strong each of these tornadoes were. Again, we had a tornado there too. We had tornadoes down here too. So again, these haven't shown up yet on the map. So this map's going to light up quite a bit. So it has been a tragic severe weather day across Alabama. So now that things are quietening down a bit, we are going to go back over the program, and we will be here at 10 o'clock for your live local news, weather, and sports. So we'll see you coming up at 10 o'clock.